maintainers because Ukraine wants to evaluate the plane in case they want to acquire it later. So it almost sounds like it's for after the war, or maybe if Sweden wants to give it. So that's sounds more like a long-term kind of thing about the Gripens. Now, on training the F-16s, Denmark has told that they're going to do 3 different things at once. The first thing is that they're going to cross-train experienced Ukrainian pilots who need planes, and you can't do like you can't just stick those in a piston propeller plane and teach them the basics. You have to give them a specialized custom course for MiG pilots for just training them out on the F-16 and teaching.
We know. We agree with you. So what's your point?
Yeah, and the other point is that they, at the same time as they're doing that, Ukraine has a lot of civilian aircraft maintainers who no longer have a job, and they can also be cross-trained how to turn around an aircraft. They just have to learn how to turn around an F-16 instead of an Airbus or something. So Ukraine has a big resource there because they have a very professional aircraft industry. But at the same time, I said
a large amount of them have been taken into the ZSU for different purposes.
Into the
ZSU,
the Ukrainian military,
Ukrainian armed forces.
Yes, and hopefully
many of whom have died.
Yes,
others
some of them
are
have
drone operators. Others are engineers and other functions, because at the point in time when they were drafted into those functions, Ukraine didn't have as many aircraft. That's the whole point. The Ukrainian civil aviation industry has lost that capacity. You're absolutely right. Had the fucking West, the dreary old woke fucking stupid West, had the retards in Western society acted earlier, had they not been such cowards and pygmies, had they not been their own woke idiot selves, and had they acted quickly to tell people, yay, we need ya, because you cool, you speak Ukrainian, you speak Russian, you can read Cyrillic, you're good ground crew, you worked in this, that, the other firm. We're happy that the Russian 40-mile convoy is stuck. We will take you in. You know, when Macron was still trying to tell people that, it's so difficult, we need to negotiate. If somebody had cojones at this point in time and strategic vision, if somebody other than only Ben Wallace had cojones, if somebody had been a Patton, if somebody had been an Omar Bradley, if somebody had been a proper fucking American at that time, yes, we might have had this opportunity. So sorry, Mellows, no, we don't, because most of these guys who worked in civil aviation in Ukraine are either dead or work in different functions. So no, ain't working. Sorry, mate.
But some of them actually are working for Antonov abroad. There was over 100.
Yes, there's about 150 of them. They're engineers. There's about 40 of them who are aviation, who are capable for that matter. You're right.
Yes, we lost a lot of time.
It's 40. That's nothing. It's irrelevant. We're not talking about this. You do understand, Melos, that I know a little bit about this shit. Okay? If you want to run 96 combat aircraft, you need roughly 1,200 maintainers and ground crew to get this shit going. So please don't talk to me about this bullshit. It's bullshit. Fuck it. Talk to your people in politics. Get the shit going. Stop fucking about. And it's not an insult to you. It's just stop fucking about all these wonderful ideas and issues. It's not it. We can do this. We have the planes. Don't get distracted by all the fucking media content. Don't read the Communist Post or the New York shit. Don't read the Neuharden, whatever. Don't read the shit. Talk to people who do this stuff. Go around, go to an airbase, talk to pilots, ask them, is that really true? Because they'll tell you, that's bullshit. I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm so sick of this shit. We are living this fire hose of Western politics, excusing bullshit since last year. All the narratives, all the trash, all the crap, all this constant appeasing shit. This is nothing. It makes no sense. We all know better. Turn around, talk to your politicians, tell them, you know what? That ain't making any sense.
So let's go from not making any sense to making sense with Aaron and Hunter.
Thanks, Alan. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
So just looking at it as a, hopefully positive light, as in now it's very negative. Hopefully Axel doesn't bite my head off. Let's say we get some couple of squadrons of F-22s and a couple of squadrons of F-16s, and it happens in 4 to 5 months, 6 months, which is, less from ideal. It should be now, and it should be saving lives. But Perron, who's an Australian analyst, goes fairly in depth, ran a piece looking at Russian Air Force and talking about how they break Ukraine up into 4 zones and they run continuous overflights because they've got longer radar and they can fly higher and so forth. And he did some calculations on how many flight hours that would be. He did this around about, I think it was last year or the start of this year. And he came to the conclusion that by the end of this year, they'd be running a lot of their fleet close to their max. Is it 3,000 flight hours? So it could be a bit of a perfect storm for them where Ukraine gets an air force that's maintained and ready to go, and Russia's air force starts to show some real signs of wear and tear on the engine, airframes, and so forth, because they've been running a lot of missions and overflight continuously since the start of the war, and those hours are racking up on already planes that have done a fair bit of work as well. So I'll leave you with that little light, small positive. Thanks.
I regard that as positive. Latin, do you?
Yeah, I agree with Aaron's assessment. Everything I've read and listened to about this Russian Air Force is that they were clearly not ready for this conflict, and they had not been financed for this. I think there was probably serious issues with fatigue and of crews and airframes, and their industry is in such deep trouble right now. Their aviation industry is in such deep trouble that, and I think this may contribute to part of the reason why they're not seriously committing part of their Air Force, which is not inconsequential. I repeat, it is not inconsequential. The air war in this conflict may not be playing a decisive role in the counteroffensive itself in the lines of contact, but there is a much broader aerial war that affects the lives of Ukrainians every day. Ask anybody in any Ukrainian city that's heard the sirens, that's heard the air raid sirens recently. This air war is not inconsequential. And I think that if they were to lose too many of the aircraft that in their inventory that are more advanced, they could well end up. I said this last year, and I think I stand by it. They could well find themselves. Who the hell is going to sell Russia warplanes if their own industry is not able to really make up losses? China. Russia's going to end up buying the copies that China made of the Sukhois that they bought from them in the 1990s. I, for one, would find that really amusing, but that's where they're headed.
It would be absolutely laughable. It could be where they are headed, but I actually think the Russian Air Force is into force preservation at the moment. Putin cannot afford to have his entire military destroyed, which he is about to, this is what is about to happen. He has to preserve some of it, and it's the Air Force guys in Russia that basically are saying, we are the ones who are going to be left. You need Russian Air Force. Maybe you don't need other Russian forces like a Russian Navy, or I mean, who needs a Russian Navy? But I think the Air Force is well into force preservation. That's why they are standing back, and this is why they are never going to commit their forces as they might be needed. It's well, it's the destroyed Luftwaffe under the command of Hermann Goering all over again. They can't do what they promise, and they can't promise what they can do. I mean, Latin, am I way off base here?
No, something is holding them back. There's operational factors and probably factors of morale and just desire to be in the fight. Hard to say from the outside, but something is holding them back. And I repeat again, it is not inconsequential. If they were determined, if they really believed that this was the Patriotic War 2.0, if they really believed that, they would have thrown everything they had into this already. Which is not to say that would turn things around, but they would have done so. And it would have had a real effect already in the counteroffensive operations. I still believe that the Ukrainians, I just don't believe the Russians have the capability and the doctrine in place to be able to really stop this Ukrainian army. But they could at least, when again, if you believe you're in an existential fight, if you believe that you're fighting these godless Westerners that want to come and and make everybody Muslim and turn your children gay. You know, I'm not being funny here because this is the bullshit they believe, right? That this is what Nazism is to them now. But if they really believe this cultural existential battle is happening, they would have done this by now. But they know they're not stupid. They know this is just Putin's BS war.
If they know that, hopefully they will end it and end Putin's regime ASAP. Back to Aaron, then to Carl. Aaron, please.
Just picking up on that point, that's I was going to ask that same thing. Like, you'd think the pilots are probably the smartest of the. I hate to put down other if we've got some Navy or military guys here, they might be upset. But you'd think the education and the training and so forth, and you'd also think that maybe they're a little bit separate. It seems like a lot of the different agencies in Russia, whether you be Wagner, whether you be regular army, whether you be the generals or the high command regular army or the grunt on the ground, it seems very separated. I'm sure all militaries are, but it seems to be even more so in the Russian. So you may find that they're a little bit insulated or isolated from what's going on and just have an attitude, like Hop was saying, that this is all crap and they don't want to waste their planes and lives and just see straight through Putin's rubbish and do the bare minimum of what they're being told to do without risking themselves or their planes in any way because of what Hop's saying. So just to say that there's a high possibility that I agree with him anyway. That's what I'd say. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you too, Aaron. The Russian Air Force seems apart and above. And we'll let Latin take that. And then, David, I know it's getting late for you. Latin.
Yeah, just quickly to Aaron's point, because I agree. And Aaron, the one important thing to keep in mind is that you kind of mentioned like maybe some of what we, if I heard it right, kind of what we would suppose from a Western point of view that you would expect to see from men and women who've gone through fighter pilot selection and training. But I think what's coming out clearly from the Russian Air Force is that they have devolved much, because I think in the Soviet era it was probably a bit different, but they have devolved into something that is really radically different from. It's not unique, but it's different from the Western model, where it's you people end up in the cockpit who have earned the right to be there, who have worked hard and gone through the training and selection process. Whereas in Russia, I think they've definitely fallen into the dictatorship model, which is where those cockpits are a place where it's a privileged place, where someone gets there, maybe not so much because of their ability, but as their loyalty to the regime.
Yeah, Russia's sort of like a bad corporate culture where people use power and influence and try and manipulate their way to the top rather than through merit-based system. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron, and to my co-host, the graceful David. David, go ahead.
There we are. You could. I was hot micing all the time. I do apologise, Alan. You probably heard me typing away. Very, very busy. It's just as well I wasn't muttering to myself. Anyway, listen. I'm going to say good night to everyone. My time has come. Not that time. I've still got some more. At least a couple of days left. But I am going to sleep. And with that, I'll say good night to everyone and Nasta.
Nasta. I certainly hope you have a couple of days left, David.
Me too.
You're on the schedule.
The mockers was, why did he do that? I've got the schedule filling.
Don't create a gap, David. I love being up here with you as co-host. It's always a lot of fun, and we will be doing this more and more as the weeks go by. So on to some hands here. Carl, and then the Duke. Carl.
Hey, Latham. Here's a question I've had for a while in my head, but I've never asked about it. If Russia, decided, yeah, you know what, who cares about anti-air? We're willing to, commit a massive air offensive, even lose a third of our airplanes. If they were to do that, kind of what is the worst that they could do? Not talking about nuclear or anything, but what is the worst that they could do? Either if their targets were Ukrainian military, or if their targets were like a terrorist focus on the cities.
I don't think I'm in a position to say anything definitive on that. They could inflict some pain. They could affect the counteroffensive, but they couldn't stop it because they haven't shown up until now that they have the capacity to operate in the way that NATO air forces really use aerial firepower. They just haven't shown it. From at the beginning, there was a little bit of, and that was against fixed targets, and especially with the many moving targets that are now part of what they have to deal with. I just don't think they can do it. So it would be really, how should I put it? I mean, maybe symbolic, for lack of a better word, or just out of pride, to say that we didn't just sit by, and but I mean, I'm fine with it, right? We're all fine with it. I hope it doesn't change.
Latin, I think that's an interesting assessment. The Russian Air Force could affect the Ukrainian counteroffensive, but they couldn't stop it. What if they threw everything over the battlefield? They would do more than inflict damage, right? I know they would take tremendous losses, but
they'd lose half their force. If you're talking about conventional, I think they'd lose half their force. Maybe not in one night, but with the with the ground-based air defense that Ukraine has in place. And if they were to do something like that, you would probably expect the at least some part of the Ukrainian fighter force to push forward and take that on. I think half of them would get shot out of the sky, and they know it. And they probably don't have enough pilots to like that's always the other side of the equation, not just aircraft, but pilots. So I just don't think if they haven't done it by now, I can't see them doing it.
Zagolman,
Thank you.
Zagolman, take a shot at this.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what, the big difference is, and this is something that happened earlier in the war, and Russia still hasn't been able to overcome it, is Ukraine has the harm anti-radiation missile, and Russia has proven they're unable to deal with Ukrainian air ground-based air defense systems. They don't have. They've had. I can't remember anything other than a Shahed drone taking out a air defense system for Russia. They just can't deal with air defense systems like Ukraine can, because their version of the anti radiation missile, it's absent. It's completely absent, and it's so important, I think, to their inability to kind of support the fight, and just makes them so vulnerable when they try and support the front line. They just can't deal with the anti-aircraft stuff that Ukraine can throw at, because they don't have the harm that the harm. It either takes down Russian radar, or it forces them to turn it off. Either way, it's a good thing, and Russia just hasn't been able to match Ukraine in that capability. And I think that's so important to why Russia's been ineffective with their air force. I just think that's so important. Something we take for granted because it's an advantage that Ukraine's had for well over a year now. But I think it's slowly taking its toll, and it's a capability that Russia just can't match. And I think that's so critical.
I gotta feel there is someone in the Russian Air Force getting orders, and that general, that commander, is saying, no, we're not going to do it. I don't know exactly how he gets away with that, but it has to come down to force preservation.
But
we're not going to lose our air power.
Yeah, and the reason he's saying is because he can't force Ukraine to shut off their air defense systems, because they can't. They don't have an effective anti-radiation missile. So it's just got to be that simple, that they can't do what Ukraine is able to do, right? I mean, Ukraine can make Russia shut down their air defense systems by them knowing that there's a harm out there. And Russia can't do the same to let their other aircraft fly freely.
And just to remind folks, if the U.S. or NATO were fighting this war as Ukraine, because that's how we'd fight it, the three largest air forces in the world are the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Navy, and the U.S. Marines. I think that's accurate. I don't know who the fourth largest air force is.
The
Could
U.S.
be
Army is the biggest.
U.S. Army is the biggest?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But the three largest are all U.S., right?
Correct.
That's pretty amazing. Latin, go ahead.
Just adding to what Goldman was saying, I think one of the capabilities that doesn't get talked about much, because we do tend to focus on radars and missiles of Western aircraft that are going to be provided, but the ECM capability, which again, just like the missiles, we don't know what's going to be provided. That's something to keep an eye on, because the Ukrainians have virtually none right now that we know of. That's a factor that could really change where and how they can operate, where right now they're kind of limited to that low level operation because of the ground-based air defense and the Russian combat air patrol. That could change. That could change even a little bit in certain sectors, with greater Western electronic countermeasures. So that's one thing to keep an eye on for probably later this year.
Thank you, Latin. Thank you, Zagolman, and welcome, Scott, as co-host. We're going to go on through the night.
Hey, thanks, Alan. Good to be here. Good to be with all of you listeners and speakers. I'm excited about the show and all we have to talk about.
We don't know exactly where we're going to go, but there's some news in the air, and we'll grab it and give it to you. Meanwhile, the Duke, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Good evening, Dr. Scott. Yeah, what I want to say to Latin, I also think that the cyber force of Russia is trying, at least, to be a big threat. Yesterday, France was having a lot of attacks, and especially the last few weeks also with fake information from Russia, the propaganda, and but it stood out, so it could be spotted by everybody. But they are doing that. There are reports out that even in Holland, it's already discussed that governmental institutions who are not on the very high level, but they control water, electricity, or other utilities. They are not at the utmost secured for those kinds of things. And some small things happened, but I hope everybody gets awake. But also a little bit about the way why we respond and not respond to do things. It's we all got the social contract in our society from what's allowed and what's not allowed, and that's rather become vaguely and perhaps overwhelming. And sometimes I think, well, I better walk away from it. It's nice weather in Holland, so I sit in my chair, have a beer in the sun, and bye-bye. But I think we all will realize that things are changing, and I'm afraid that one sour consequence of that is that we measure our happiness by the prices of the consumer articles in the supermarket and the petrol. And we could, for instance, raise taxes to pay more to our defense. But already in Europe, there is less confidence in politicians, and in politics in general by the audience, so to speak. And so that's a no-go scene. And people like to rule. And I know that's a game that also never ends. In Holland, we have the first Monday of the month, and the fire alarm gets tested. And the first time it happened after 24th of February last year, it really scared me. And there was also a chopper flying over. So what are we going to get that over here? But sometimes my world can be big and sometimes can be small, but yeah, we got to realize that we are too connected. And sometimes I think when I see the guys at NATO or at the UN, there are 35, 50 people who can have a say, and they rule about 9 billion people on Earth. I think, well, I've never been good in math, but yeah. Yeah, and one more thing that's concerning me a little bit about influence and TikTok is on a lot of dispute. Are they spies or not, and etc. etc. Well, by Chinese law, they have to provide information what they have. But TikTok is now manifest itself like a form of journalism for young independent journalists, so-called civil journalists. So I thought that was a little bit concerning. But yeah, about propaganda, Ellen, I can remember in the old days you had in America a guy who did the beep microphone if you said a dirty word. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But that is because live radio actually was delayed radio. It wasn't really live at all. So if you swore, you could be bleeped out.
Yeah, but it's amazing. Actually, if philosophically you could say it's a kind of propaganda or authoritarian behavior. But how did it change? Did the audience ask for it, or some politician came up with the idea? I don't know.
No, not at all. Bleeping profanity is a kind of censorship, but it's not a politician. It's not the people. It's the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, has rules about it. You want to know the words you can't say on air? Just Google George Carlin, and he will tell you in the funniest possible way.
Well, perhaps some politicians should read that too. Yeah. Now, thank you for letting me be here, and I'll listen on. And thank you, and Dr. Scott.
Thank you thank you, Duke. I will tell you that the congressional record, which is supposed to be an accurate daily record of proceedings of both the floor of the Senate and the floor of the House, is actually revised every single morning. And there are lots of things that senators, members of the House say that are deleted, erased, and lost to history, unless, like me, you have some of the draft editions that were supplied to you first thing in the morning. Of course, all I read was what my boss said on the floor. But once you have those draft congressional records, you have the record. But any member of Congress can ask that their remarks be either deleted or revised. Lots of swear words, lots of really bad jokes have been removed as a result. Duke, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I really love that story. Oh, sorry. I really love that story. Yeah, I just want to add, I saw an interview tonight with Herzog, is a German director, and he is an independent documentary and filmmaker. For instance, Fitzcarraldo, great movie. And but he also said, I never listened to media, papers and television, he's making up his own mind. And what I thought was funny, he said, if I get pressured, then I gonna get alert and more sharp. And yeah, I think that's for the space also, that if we got pressured, then we stay alert, we stay awake, and we be stronger than ever before. And well, that was it. Thanks.
Thank you, Duke. I do think MriyaReport makes us all stronger, and we do have to be stronger because we don't know what the future is bringing. Ukraine has to be stronger too. Ukrainians have to be stronger. But they've already shown us the will they have, the will to resist, the super strength to stand up to Russia's genocidal invasion. But I do just want to ask people, please support Ukrainian strength by going to MriyaReport.org and making a contribution. Because by doing that, you can send humanitarian aid to Ukraine that is urgently needed right now. That's MriyaReport, MriyaReport, report, MriyaReport.org. Tap on the donate button. Give your strength to the Ukrainian strength. And together, we'll all be stronger and come through this. Scott, welcome. Where do we want to go tonight?
Well, I've got some news. I've got some politics news, which includes the Europeans and Americans and weapons promised. I've got some kind of sarcastic stuff about Russia because President Putin did his St. Petersburg International Economic Forum meeting today and said a lot of stupid stuff. Battlefield doesn't seem to have changed that much. So where would you like to go, Alan?
You know, let's start with Putin's so-called economic forum, because he said some outrageous things. It was just a comedy show from beginning to end.
All right, I've got them a little intermingled with other funny stuff about that happened in Russia today, but I think I can put all the Putin comments together. First of all, the most offensive one, well, it's hard to even say which one's most offensive. I thought probably the most offensive one was he said that Zelensky wasn't a real Jew because he was fomenting a neo-Nazi revolution. And however, the chief rabbi of Ukraine, who has been a really strong, powerful man, supporter of Ukrainian freedom and democracy, he was the guy that was down in Kherson right after the flood, right when the flood was near its peak. And he was at the water's edge and got shelled. He recovered, and he's been delivering supplies in Kherson. He and some of the other leaders of the Jewish movement in Ukraine issued a letter talking about how with President Zelensky's leadership, how there's a day now that celebrates the heroes of the Jewish faith, that there were the largest number of Europeans that saved Jews during the Second World War. We know that there were collaborators, right? But less well known is how many people stepped up to rescue Jews in the hundreds of thousands. So the chief rabbi went through all that history in rebutting Putin's comments. Another very offensive was he was talking about nuclear weapons, and he said, the West keeps trying to negotiate with us. And that's because they know we have an advantage. Screw them. Do what we want. And his chief spokesman came back later and said, well, just because he said screw them doesn't mean he's not willing to negotiate. And the commentator I was reading on this topic was like, yeah, it takes special discernment to know how to interpret of Russia. Let's see. Another one was he complained that Putin complained that no one explained the reason for the sanctions to him. There was no letter. And this is kind of down in the dumps a little bit, but maybe some of you saw, and if you didn't, it's great. There were several security/maintenance people that were spraying disinfectant in the mall where this economic forum was taking place. Again, the comment by the poster was, maybe they should have waited until after Putin left to disinfect the mall, which I got a kick out of. Let me give you some other non-Putin ones that were maybe almost as outrageous. There was a lieutenant general by the name of Gurulev who said, what we need to put our scientists to developing is a bioweapon that will work only on Anglo-Saxons. Like, holy smokes. Then there were the two singers who promised 1 million rubles to any Russian service member for destroying a Leopard tank. And in response to that, there was a Ukrainian singer who promised $1,000, not 1 million rubles, $1,000. 1 million rubles is about $12,000. A Ukrainian singer who promised $1,000 for spitting on either of those two Russian singers. So that was pretty good. And then, lastly, Autovaz, the maker of Lada, manufacturer of Lada in Russia, had a car introduction today, but the car didn't start, so they couldn't drive it around. I mean, they had the press and they had all the dignitaries. That was pretty fun.
Well, when you're selling a product, especially a Lada, it doesn't actually have to start. You just have to show it off. It's beautiful square lines. I think it is still the most boxy car designed in the world today. I haven't seen a Lada lately, but my God, it doesn't have to start. Just show off its beautiful auto design. Scott, let's go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I saw a bunch of them, old ones though, Ukraine in the rural areas. They were the old ones from the 60s, right? Those were super boxy. This one wasn't so boxy. It looked like, any Kia or Toyota or Chevy compact. looked pretty generic, but wasn't as boxy as the old ones.
I have to admit, it would be kind of cool to own a Lada from the 60s. I don't know what I would do with it. Maybe I would just set it on fire. I'm not sure. Bubbles and Nick. Bubbles, go ahead. You know, Bubbles, it's a rare thing. I invite a speaker to speak who's covered in bubbles. This is your chance, Bubbles.
Oh
So,
no, Bubbles dropped.
yeah, while Bubbles comes up from beneath the bubbles, we'll go to Nick and then to Latin.
Yeah, the original boxy larders were basically knockoff Fiats. In fact, I think they may have been made under license. Certainly,
That's exactly right, Nick.
yeah. So when that shape, the shape of what we think of as the classic 1960s Lada, when it first came out, it was like, oh, okay, this is a pretty good-looking Italian car. It's just that kind of fashion moved on a little bit. My uncle had a Fiat 124. I remember he was, and that was a fairly exotic car to have in England at the time. So these things, they come and go. They come and go, but usually you kind of hope that they'll go a bit quicker. They were all kind of good. They were good jokes. And in you also had the old Skoda in Czechoslovakia, and you get jokes like why are motorway emergency telephones 1 kilometer apart in Russia? Mean time between failure of a Lada.
Oh my gosh, that's good.
So to Latin and then to Bubbles. Latin, go ahead.
Alan, I couldn't, and Dr. Scott, welcome. Nice to see you. I couldn't help but mention my own experience, because I'm old enough to remember when Ladas were sold in Canada. And there was this boxy one, as Nick correctly said, they were based on, I think it was the Fiat 124. And initially they got they got a lot of attention because they were incredibly cheap. I actually personally liked them because I've always been very minimalist with cars, and came close to buying one until we started seeing that the quality just wasn't there compared to the most basic North American made cars. So people started to turn away from them, but they were originally sold at a ridiculously low price. And I remember actually that by the mid 80s, Lada owners were kind of dumping them, and there was a Chevrolet dealer near where I lived in suburban Toronto, where there was literally an open space, a grassy field next to the dealership, where at one point I think there were upwards of about at least 6 or 7 Ladas at any one time. And this is the 80s, not the security environment we live in today. I actually used to go on Sunday sometimes, used to be in the area, and they would just leave them with the doors open and the key in the ignition because nobody was going to steal them. And, you know, they could easily have been taken by somebody for a ride in the area. I completely deny that I ever did that. But they did have the reviews at the time by the Canadian press were really pretty funny. I'll just give you one example, 2 examples. They did have an unusual smell inside them. The new car smell of a Lada was unlike any North American car. Someone described it as that it smelled as though the seats were stuffed with horsehair. That's not so far off, because I remember what it smelled like. And the shifter was described as a metal pole stuck into a bucket of bolts. That's what it felt like as far as the shift action. They were interesting little cars. Sorry, just a flashback to the Soviet era. You guys took me there.
Oh, that's fun and a riot. I know what horsehair smells like because I used to drive around with my grandfather in a 1931 Model A sedan, and the seats in that Model A were stuffed with horsehair. So I'm pretty sure I'd recognize the smell.
And just one thing, a lot of people may not know this about those early Ladas, Alan. It was a feature that was really noticed in Canada because of our climate. It literally had a crank start on the front. They had, I don't know if the original Fiat had that, but the car came with a long metal crank pole, crank handle. You stuck it underneath the engine, and you could jump start the car. It was, like I said, I actually kind of liked them.
Well, I also remember crank starts and being told, and this wasn't on the 31 Model A sedan. It was on an older Ford, a Model T, actually, to be careful because you could break your arm cranking the car to start it. And this is because if you got the crank wrong, the crank could jump back and absolutely destroy you. I don't know if Ladas did that. Well, anyway, now
I don't think the Ladas had a crank per se, but they were built a little bit after the cranks went out.
Now we don't even have keys, just a key we carry in our pocket and push a button. Our car starts and silently drives down the highway. And so, Bubbles, you're back. To Bubbles, then to Edward. Bubbles.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I find that it's a pro tip for those of you with family. It's nice to get some privacy when you're in spaces and draw yourself a bath and just enjoy. I think I've got somewhat of a cult following. People see my image and do the same. But the question I have, well, not question, a statement for you, Alan, considering that you've evolved from a war correspondent in your discussions with Chuck and bullet points to somewhat of a military strategist. And it occurred to me that with that, I guess, 47th Armored Brigade assault in the south of Ukraine that somewhat got held up. We don't know how much truth there is to that, but one of the things that I noticed from the Russian videos is that they used first-person view suicide drones, the ones where they put on goggles and they fly into the tanks with a RPG strapped to it, because that's something that Ukrainians had used, but now the Russians had done as well. So part of the ambush was several of those. And I was wondering, the counter to that, and back in my own FPV flying days, I realized you can't actually fly at night. You have to heavily modify your drone to have IR strobe, or like IR lighting, and a camera that's infrared. So I suppose one of the tactics that I've heard the Ukrainians doing to counter this issue of these drones just flying into them is not jamming with electronic warfare or shooting them down with, say, a Gepard because they can't bring them to the front line, but just assaulting at night solves that very issue, because you can't use a drone at night. But anyway, that's all I wanted to add. Sorry, I don't have much to add to a Lada conversation. I am looking forward to the Lada mechanized brigade that Russia will inevitably be bringing out in the future. But apart from that, thank you very much for the space and for all the work that you do, Alan.
Thank you, Bubble. A lot of mechanized brigade would love to see that. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, Bubbles. That's a very good point. One of the debriefs that I read, I can't actually remember which of the generals wrote this particular one, but they were really blaming the command staff for the 47th starting out during the day and for not providing for anti-air, anti-drone cover while that offensive was taking place. And also, then there were some mistakes by the division, or not division, but the battalion itself, in staying too close to each other. And in one case, one of the tanks was trying to pull another tank out that lost its tread on a mine. So there was a kind of a combination of things, but it's the only unit of the three major Western equipped units that have been engaged so far that has had that kind of problem. And it turns out that the 47th has since then been able to capture a bunch of towns on the way to Tukmak. They're the units that are the farthest west of the three main offensive directions, and they've done quite well in the last week since that incident. So I don't know for sure that that's because they're moving at night, but in general, all the units are moving at night. So thanks for that comment. You're in tune with the Western generals that are commenting on that incident.
Yeah, both Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan have said that, any unit can have a bad day. The 47th did have a bad day, but they have recovered a great deal from that experience. And the other thing to point out is that if there were any losses of soldiers, I haven't heard about them. The Bradleys they were in protected them. They took direct hits. The Ukrainians got out, and many of those vehicles, I believe, have been recovered. Edward.
I think that's right, Alan. I've read that both. Well, there's a couple Bradleys that weren't recoverable, but the bulk of the Bradleys are in repair right now, and the Leopard 2 that was disabled was able to be towed and is being repaired. And no soldiers lost. Well, I actually read one of the unit commanders in that overall battle. They did lose 5 soldiers. Not from them being in those vehicles. In other words, the vehicles protected the soldiers, but they had some dismounted infantry that did lose their lives in that battle.
But the soldiers inside the Bradleys were protected. They got home, so far as I know. And that's the point of this Western gear. It's designed to preserve soldiers' lives. Edwards, on to you, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I've been listening for like a couple of hours now, and I'm quite happy that the conversations have turned very positively now, because at some point there was some ranting, which was understandable, and I'm feeling the same. We as in Western world are not doing enough. I mean, our politicians are not. That's why I'm on a daily basis writing to my local politicians on Twitter, but that wasn't the reason why I raised my hand. Initially, I raised my hand because I wanted to join the LADA conversation, but before that, I want to add to the Bradleys. Please use appropriate vocabulary, and let's call them Bradleys on the sick leave. They are not disabled. They are on sick leave temporarily, and they will return to the battlefield to kick ass. And the Bradleys, which yesterday, I think it's yesterday, and got directly hit. It wasn't just a direct hit; it was direct hit by artillery shell, and that's an epic achievement for the Western equipment. So returning back to the LADAs. Yes, you were right. They were produced based on the license and based on the Fiat 124. But there's a big difference in the production processes because the Soviet manufacturing couldn't get the same tolerances. There were a lot of changes to the LADAs, and they were made way worse than the Fiats were. before they got even they were all designed, which got sold off to the Soviets. And I myself, I'm from Latvia, which was occupied by Soviet. We had a lot of those Ladas and Moskvich and other Soviet cars, and they were shit. Basically, after we regained our independence, everybody tried to get rid of them, and we were importing used German used Western cars, and nobody wanted to drive. At least nobody who had the money at the time, because the 90s were quite a difficult time. I myself was a child, but I still remember not a lot of money. Now, still, we are not the wealthiest country, but I myself, during these 30 years of independence and during this period, joining EU, joining the NATO, I feel how the wealth has grown, how the people are getting more Western mindseted. I mean, the Soviet regime was more like zombifying people and making them to believe that they are victims of the they are victims that the Westerners are bad, and they're trying to I don't know, kill you, or whatever. So that's it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Edwards. As I say, I think it would be cool to have a Lada from the 1960s, a legitimate antique car, antique probably when it was manufactured. And I wonder, do they have a particular sound when you drive them? In other words, doesn't sound like a Ford or a Chevrolet, doesn't sound like a Peugeot or a Fiat. It is distinctively Soviet. I'd only know that if I could find one and give it a test drive. But now, Edwards, go ahead.
Yeah, they sound like road noise and wind and basically bad engineering. You think you want that one? You definitely have to get a test drive, but it's not. It's like day and night. At the same age of Western cars are like very better. I mean, I myself like young timer cars, but not the Soviet ones. No, thank you.
Well, there's a joy to driving, not necessarily a joy to driving a Lada, but drive a Model T or a Model A, a Roadster or a sedan, smell the horsehair in the seats, just like the horsehair in the Lada seats, and smell the gas. You drive one of those original cars, and even a car built in the 1920s. I mean, that's hardly original. But the smell of gas, the smell of horsehair, the wind in your hair when you roll down the windows, the incredible cold that you feel when you're driving in the wintertime. This is why you had a blanket in the back seat, because it was just damn cold. You'll have an idea of what it was like in the early days of our automobile society. And that's a bit of a tangent there. And I promise not to take any more tangents, Scott. This is why I want to ask folks here to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. Bring others here with questions, observations, and support for Ukraine. We've been here through 478 days of Russia's genocidal war against Ukraine. We will be here until Ukraine wins the war and well after, as Ukraine rebuilds its country. So retweet this space, Maria Report. Go to MriyaReport.org tap on the donate button and make a generous contribution. Scott, I'll come up with a little bit more news, but I wonder if you've seen that Sevastopol and large parts of Crimea are in the dark. They have no lights, no electricity. Not sure exactly why.
I did not see that. I saw a big building in Belgorod that had a fire on the roof, but I did not see that about Sevastopol. Do you know any more?
Well, the report is that a switch was turned off in a substation in Crimea, and this is all I know. Was it only a switch? We don't know. It cut off power not only to Sevastopol, but throughout lots of Crimea. Just a second, and I'll tell you all the towns that have lost power. And a few hours ago, they were saying it would take several hours to restore power. But as I say, it's not just in Sevastopol. It is from Kerch to Sevastopol and lots of settlements in between. So this is between Sevastopol and Kerch, moving east across the Crimean peninsula there.
Well, that sounds good. I hope that our saboteurs or special forces did more than just flick the switch. I hope they more permanently disabled that switch.
I hope it was not only a switch at all. I think it would be great to find out that it was more than a switch. So, among other things I've seen today, Scott, the United Kingdom is sending 2 minesweepers to Ukraine. These are former HMS ships, His Majesty's ships. They've already been renamed. They are now Ukrainian minesweepers, the Chernihiv and Cherkasy, and they left.
Nice names.
Yeah, they are good names. They left Scotland on early this morning. Just exactly what their role will be in Ukraine, I don't know, but it's just another item that Ukraine needs to win this war.
Yay. Well, while we're on equipment being sent from friendly countries, can I give you my list? Because there's quite a bit today.
Absolutely. I want to hear it.
All right. We've got, in no particular order, we've got Germany. They would send 64 more Patriot missiles. Belgium offered more M113s. And Spain also had more of a figure on it, 20 M113s and 4 Leopard 2A4s. That's great. On the aircraft front, it was sort of formally announced the coalition of F-16s, for the moment being the Netherlands and Denmark. So what was announced officially is that the pilot training would happen there. But there were indications that they would also provide the airplanes. And the estimate was 24 to 30 planes. I don't see Latin up anymore, so he might know that more definitively or could confirm that. And then, interesting, I know we talked about Gripens with Thomas at midday North American time. Sweden announced that they would start training on the Gripen, And we had a long discussion with Thomas about that, which we can reprise for listeners who weren't able to be on the space in the middle of the day. But so far, it's characterized as sort of detailed operational assessment. So not necessarily, it's more that the Ukrainians haven't approved the Gripen for the reasons that Thomas mentioned, that they need a sufficient quantity of both the airframes and replacements for attrition, but also for spare parts. And it depends on what the Swedish Air Force is going to do with them and how many that would make available, whether there would be enough. So it's the same thing with the Eurofighter and with the F-18s. So that's sort of the air superiority aircraft. It's kind of between those three, and it really, it doesn't have to do with the quality of the plane as much as it does the quantity of them that would be available. But also, there was a really good news from Estonia. The first, Canada's already done this, but Estonia would be the first country in Europe to draft a law to use Russian assets for the rebuilding of Ukraine. So that's in process. They have a draft law. It hasn't passed yet, but the Prime Minister announced it. So it's the intention of the government to do so. And finally, on the weapons front, there's a draft. I don't know how to characterize it. A draft request for ATACMS from the U.S. So that would, I mean, drafted by the administration, not by Congress people. So that's a pretty good day, right?
I think it's a very good day. It might take the administration a while to get these ATACMS to Ukraine, but right after Edwards, we will look at some other legislation that's been introduced in the U.S. Congress. So American listeners, perk up your ears. We will have a whole slew of House and Senate bills you can write to your members of Congress about. Meanwhile, back to Edwards.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding writing to your local politicians, if you are from Sweden, Finland, or Germany, please write to your defense ministry and other politicians and tag Patria group so we can get infantry transport vehicles, Patria, to the Ukraine. They are not battle tested, but they have a really promising engineering, and they would be great for border guarding in the wooded areas. That's one thing, and I wanted to give you some sample what you can do with your laws if you have some kind of platform where you as a citizen can request changes to law, and our citizens have done it like a couple of months ago. Now, if you in Latvia, if you have been caught by police in DUI, driving under influence, basically more than 1.5 promils of alcohol or any amount of drugs, your vehicle is getting impounded, but your vehicle is getting sent to Ukraine now for the support of the war. And basically, if you are from Europe, you can try to push same initiative in your country. They need the vehicles, especially 4x4s and some kind of minivans or whatever, or something like that. Thank you, guys. I will go to the passive mode. I'm late now. Keep up the good job, and Ukraine.
Slava Edwards.
I want to share another thing on politics, if you don't mind, Alan.
Go ahead, Scott.
So 4 African leaders made their way to Ukraine today, and we're in Kiev. It's from South Africa, Zambia, the Comoro Islands, and Senegal. Meanwhile, across town, there was a huge gathering of generals. Zaluzhny convened an award ceremony. And so generals past and present, and obviously the awardees of these medals of honor and valor and bravery were awarded. So at the same time, there was a really wicked missile attack during the day. And so at first, I thought that maybe they were targeting the African leaders, which would be odd because they're due to go on to St. Petersburg tomorrow and meet with Putin. But then when I read about the generals meeting, it made sense of the 6 Kinzhals that were fired, the 6 calibers, and the 2 drones. And Kievan air defense has just been superb. And all missiles and both of the drones were shot down. There were some fragments that, fell into an apartment building. But it's remarkable that after having targeted successfully a major Russian general in the last week, that Zaluzhny had the confidence to have this ceremony and have all that brass assembled, and very kind of, let's say, cavalier of the Russians to target a city where heads of state planning to meet with them the next day were assembled. So I thought that was interesting from many different directions, but wonderful that the air defense was so on and effective today.
Yeah, what is Putin going to say to these African leaders when they arrive in Russia tomorrow? Sorry, didn't know you were there.
Right? I hope that they tell them what it felt like to be under bombardment and give them a little piece of their mind, right?
Yeah, that's what I would hope. And Zaluzhny calling together brass for a meeting in Kiev. It's chutzpah, but it's also confidence in the air defense that the West has helped Ukraine assemble around its major cities. Now, I say around its major cities. Uman, which is a city that Russia has struck with cruise missiles, is not a defended city. Ukraine still does not have sufficient air defense to protect all of its civilians. And Thomas Tyner was talking about this afternoon. We carried the conversation on a bit after Thomas retired. But Ukraine has made the decision that it will primarily use its air defense to defend civilians. Zaluzhny has even apologized to frontline troops, saying that I cannot give you all the protection you deserve. Ukraine is using air defense to defend its cities. And I do think this makes sense in a way. After all, uh, Ukraine cities, Ukraine's people have to be saved, preserved for the future. They are the ones who will rebuild the country, as well as the veterans coming back from a successful war. But you need your cities, you need your infrastructure, you need the community to be held together and preserved to restore your future. So it's a good decision, and it is a way to defeat Russian terrorism. Just about every Russian missile is intended to carry a terrorist message to try to sow fear among Ukrainians, and this is not working. It's never worked, and the Russians can't make it work either.
Yeah, it's a really tough moral choice for a solution. I agree with you. And I think the soldiers would agree too, right? They're fighting to protect their families that are in all those cities. But wow, I mean the bravery and courage to go into a tank battle naked in terms of air cover and air defense, um, and not because you couldn't defend that airspace, but because you're choosing to defend your civilians, and you can't do both, right? And let's hope that our Western governments, and let's lobby for that we can get more air defense into the theater, right?
That's exactly right. This is why air defense remains at the top of the list. It is a priority for Ukraine. Ukraine needs more air defense, and more is coming.
Yeah,
But
I was just going to say we have the 5 new Patriot batteries promised, which will definitely help. But like Thomas also said this afternoon, uh, we need the Hawks and the Gepards, and we need the whole array, because you can't shoot a Patriot missile at every single drone, or we'll run out of Patriot missiles in a big hurry, right?
yeah, we would run out of those Patriot missiles. But Germany has announced more Patriot missiles that they are sending. The U.S. is sending more Patriot missiles, and some of the Hawk air defense systems have already been deployed in Ukraine, and I think more are on the way. This is a highly mobile American air defense system. Scott, I had mentioned for our American listeners, because it's American evening here throughout North America. But for all of our American listeners, take out a pen and make a note. These are the following bills that have been introduced in the U.S. Congress. Make a note, write your member of the House, write your U.S. Senator, and ask them to co-sponsor and support the following. A resolution introduced in the House, it's Resolution 488, to send ATACMS to Ukraine immediately. This is very important for everyone to make a note of. Confiscate Russian assets totaling $350 billion, transfer them to Ukraine. In the House, it's House Resolution 4175. In the Senate, it's Senate Resolution 2003. This would have a tremendous effect on the ability of Ukraine to rebuild in the future. Here's one I think all of us can agree with. It does take the U.S. Congress to press for it. Designate Russia as a sponsor of terrorism, a state sponsor of terrorism. It's House Resolution 3979. Two more important resolutions, and these are among the first that Angry Ants and I and MriyaReport have talked about. These are gathering co-sponsors. They need more. These are House resolutions, Senate resolutions, non-binding, but calling for the United States to make it a policy to support total Ukrainian victory. This is House Resolution 332, Senate Resolution 172. Again, contact your members of Congress, ask them to support these resolutions and bills being presented in Congress now. Another one.
Want to give us those numbers on the last one? The policy to make.
Absolutely. Two really important resolutions. House Resolution 332, Senate Resolution 172. And this is calling for total Ukrainian victory in the war, making that the U.S. policy, the stated U.S. policy. And then just two more. Designate Wagner as a terrorist organization, House Resolution 506, Senate Resolution 416. And then also, very, very important, recognize genocide. Recognize the genocide that Russia is committing in Ukraine. House Resolution 154, Senate Resolution 72. Why are all these House and Senate resolutions important? It's because while it does not set U.S. policy, it pressures the administration to adopt this language as official U.S. policy, and it will have a great effect.
Thanks for that, Alan. That's really good. We should do this more often on the space.
Well, it takes all of us. We are lucky enough to live in a country where we can contact our elected member of Congress. It doesn't mean we voted for them, but it does mean that we can communicate with them. We can let them know our views. We can ask them to please come around to our views if they're not supporting Ukraine right now, or if they are supporting Ukraine, a note of thanks is always welcomed in a congressional office. I just want to welcome up Prince. Prince, go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you want me to put the numbers of those into the nest?
Well, Prince, I was just about to do that. So let me do that, but go ahead. I know you are in touch with your elected officials.
Yeah, actually, what I wanted to say is, one of the easier ways to track these things and what happens with them is on the congress.gov website. You can look these up, and when you find it and click on the bill or the resolution, you are able to sign up for alerts so that whenever there is movement on one of these bills, you will get an email to let you know the status of that bill and what is happening with it. Sometimes that can save some time doing some research, and it can just let you know what's going on, and if there's something maybe you can do if you get an alert, like send your congressman or representative another message just to say, hey, I see that this has happened, or hey, I see this is coming up for a vote. I sure do hope as I've said before, that you support this. And just one of the ways to keep track of things in the United States is to sign up for alerts, and they work pretty well. I've done it before, and today actually, when Paul put out this message, I went through each and every one of these for the House and the Senate, and I set up alerts for every single one of them. So I expect to have an inbox full of alerts, and that is fine with me. At least I'll be able to know what is happening with these resolutions and bills.
I have
That's
to say,
awesome, Prince. Sorry, I'll go.
I was just going to say, Prince and Scott, that the ability for ordinary citizens to be aware of what is moving through Congress, what's going to hearings, what's being voted out of committee, what's coming up to the floor. You can follow any piece of legislation that you're interested in, exactly as Prince says. It's a lot simpler than when I worked in the US Congress. One day I asked what I thought was an obvious question because I needed to know how can I find out where, S212, whatever bill that was 40 years ago, how can I find out what the status is? And the chief legislative aide said, just call Bill Status. And I thought to myself, who the hell is Bill Status? He gave me a number and I got a recording specifically about how to find out what bills were going where, when, and how. And ever since then, I've thought, there's a guy in the US Congress named Bill Status. He's a real person. All I have to do is call him. He knows everything, but he doesn't, because there is no Bill Status, but there is now. Just as Prince said. Prince, can you just give us another quick rundown how, as a U.S. citizen, you can find out where these bills are in their process through Congress? Well, I will hire Prince as a legislative aide because I know she would be great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
But
thought I had unmuted myself. I apologize. I'm sitting here talking to nobody. Congress.gov is the website. If you go to congress.gov, in the search bar there, I'm just going to do it because I can. Res 488, because that was the one that's top there in the list, and it comes right up, calling on the Biden administration to release the ATACMS, is what that one is. And I click on the resolution at that point, and it takes me to more details about the resolution. And at that point, right under the title, there's a little spot here where you can click to get alerts. Now, the other thing is, I can't remember if this one has no, it doesn't. If there is a matching one, like the next one down, to confiscate the money, if I did HR 4175 and found that one and went to this main page there, it will tell me that there are more than one result. And I can click next. And every time I did that today, when I was putting these in, I came up with the matching Senate resolution. So those are just little things to keep in mind. But once you get to this main title page, you can just click get alerts. And because I already have an account, I just needed to sign in real quick. And then I was able to, well, it tells me here to cancel alerts because I already signed up. But it gives me the option of what kind of alerts that I want to get. and you can inundate yourself with alerts, or you can pick just specific ones. As far as maybe it moving from introduced to agreed to in the house, so that you know that it happened. So anyway, that's just an easy way to do it, is to go to congress.gov, and since we have the bills right there in the nest for you, you can bookmark that tweet so you don't lose track of it, and then you can go to congress.gov and sign up to get the alerts for those bills and resolutions, and then you will get emails to remind you of what they are, and that something has happened with them. So it's just one more way to keep track of things without having to write it all down and keep track of the piece of paper, or put it in a file on your computer and remember where you put that.
Thanks, Prince. Really helpful. Congress.gov, important for every American. Once you start to use Congress.gov, you won't stop. You can follow every piece of legislation that you care about. And I hope you do care about the legislation in treating the United States to support Ukraine more and more. This past week was Ukrainian Days in U.S. Congress. It was an organized lobbying effort by ordinary citizens here in the United States, visiting their members of Congress, talking to them about Ukraine, mentioning the very bills that are up in the nest right now, and in many cases, meeting with the individual member of Congress, not the staff member, but meeting with the individual member of Congress. I hope that Bill Addig, or Angry Ants, as he also goes by, a veteran who is a friend of the space, will be with us either over the weekend or early next week to tell us how Ukrainian Days went in the U.S. Congress just in this past week. And I know that the Helsinki Commission, which is a congressional committee, is holding hearings very, very soon, specifically about the abduction of Ukrainian children. Again, an incredibly important issue to understand and to follow. It is a war crime, and there is a lot of movement right now to find out who these children are specifically, and to get them returned to Ukraine, to their families. Scott, back to you for a moment.
Thanks, Alan. Sorry about that. I was on another screen looking at Congress.gov. Let's see what we should talk about here. A couple booms besides what we talked about in Crimea. There was a big one in Kursk that hit an industrial plant. There was also a big one in Moscow. There was a power plant that was hit. A lot of smoke coming out of that. And then
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was hit, Scott. I think it simply caught fire. Probably a smoking accident.
Maybe so. Maybe so. And did hear from it was authorized this by the Ministry of Defense that special forces have made it across to one of the towns on the left bank that was really affected in the flood, called the Leshki. And you might remember that that was almost totally underwater. It was where the Ukrainian drones were delivering water when people were on their rooftops, and where they rescued, Ukrainian army personnel rescued some people and were shot at by Russian artillery. But the contingent of special forces has established a beachhead in that town now that it's drying out. And we don't really know more than that, or at least I don't at the moment, but kind of cool if it's a new front. It's a very direct path to the east side of, well, compared to the south side of Zaporizhia.
Yeah, if that has happened, it would potentially be a big deal. But we need to wait for confirmation. Let's wait 24, 48 hours and see what is happening in terms of Ukraine crossing the Dnipro. But I sure hope it's true, because we do know that Russia has withdrawn lots of its forces on the South Bank as far as 40 kilometers, or withdrawn forces to reinforce the center of the line of engagement. So this would be between Vilya Novosilka and Tokmat. That's where Russians feel they need to make a stand. So most of the Russian troops being withdrawn from Kherson are going east into the center of the line of engagement. And yet we see Ukraine making some pretty significant advances. I'll put Chuck's maps, his latest maps, up in the nest for everyone. Will, welcome from the workers' paradise.
Thanks, Alan. It is indeed, even though it's been cold and rainy the last couple of weeks, but it's still the workers' paradise. So yeah, listening to you guys talk about the stuff going on in American politics, I'll just chip in with the same type of thing down here in Australia, which is when we had Mick Ryan on the other day, he was very, very dark on the Department of Defense and the government here for their lack of support and aid. So we've kept the pressure on, and there is still further reports working their way through on how the F-18 supply will happen, won't happen, condition of them good, condition of them bad, all these back and forths on these things. But I'll note that the NAFO Australia folks have started a petition, an e-petition on the Australian Parliament website. If you want to just go to the aph.gov.au and you can search for e-petitions, or I put the link in my timeline, and you can pile on with your signature on that about supplying the F-18s, because it's surprising how many members of Parliament aren't all that up to date on the issue and what the value of those things would be and what the cost is to us, which is relatively insignificant, or the status of those planes. So I encourage everybody, if you're an Australian citizen, to pile onto that petition, and because you need to be able to demonstrate that you're Australian in the petition. But please pile on. We can get as many folks to show their support for that as well. And I'll note that there are a couple of members of Parliament, thanks to Vasyl Miroshenko, who's the Australian ambassador, who is continuing to do the hard yards and get around to members of Parliament to make sure that they understand the situation at least, and we hopefully can build a level of support for provision of those planes and some other things to get us back to a level that would be, well, representative of our capability to supply that and our intent to support other liberal democracies in the world. So yeah, keep up the pressure, everybody, if you're in Australia, and don't get too disillusioned by how slowly people move, because eventually we'll crack them, I reckon. Thanks, Alan.
Will, I have a question for you. In the worker's paradise, Perth, the worker's paradise, if I'm not a worker, can I still enjoy paradise?
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's the workers' paradise where you can just hang out and it's paradise. But there's also plenty of jobs. There are so many jobs, Alan, that open that even in my company, we're having trouble filling them when we have put out advertisements. And so just quietly, we're going to fill those with a few more Russian immigrants. We're going to help escape that we remember from back in the day. So, yeah, it's and yeah, it is still pretty nice. Although it's cold and rainy right now, but I'll tell you what, Alan, you come down and you'll be a believer.
Well, it is wintertime down south there in the southern hemisphere. If we are approaching the summer solstice here, it's been rainy here too, Will, but the sun will come out tomorrow. That's what I understand anyway. But Australia, even in the winter, a wonderful sunny place. At least that's what I see.
Yeah, yeah. The having grown up in Montana and lived in Russia, it's not. I mean, our winter in the middle of Australia would be like a brisk autumn day in Maine, probably. So yeah, it's all relative.
I've always wanted to visit the Big Sky country in Montana. I've never been to Montana. One of the few American states I haven't visited. Eventually, I'll get there. Haven't been to Wyoming either. Those two states can go together, I think, for me. Folks, please do retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We've been here through 478 days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. You can also go to MriyaReport.org and make a donation. Send humanitarian aid to Ukraine today, tonight, tomorrow. Send as much as you can. It doesn't make a difference if it's $1 or $10, $100 or $500. Whatever you're able to send makes a difference. And that's MriyaReport.org. Tap on the donate button. MRIYA, Maria, MRIYA, report.org. So it's kind of a quiet Friday night here as we approach the summer solstice in the United States, North America, Scott. I'm not surprised we don't have many hands, but you and I will do the best we possibly can to bring news, updates, news of interest from Ukraine to all of you. I'm just
let me ask you, Alan, what news in the last, let's say, 2 days, 1 day or 2 days, what are you most encouraged about?
I think the thing that I am watching right now, Scott, and that I'm encouraged about is the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius. And the reason why that is important to me is I have seen so many NATO nations and the European Parliament passing resolutions calling for a fast path for Ukraine to join NATO. Even today, the Biden administration said that it was interested in the fast membership of Ukraine in NATO. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to get done. There are a couple of NATO nations, maybe Hungary, maybe Turkey, not so interested in fast membership of Ukraine and NATO. I don't think that NATO would set aside the rules that no country can join NATO if it's engaged in active war. But boy, if that rule could be set aside for the benefit of Ukraine, I guess it would just be amazing. So that's something that has really caught my attention, and I'm going to follow that right through the NATO summit in Vilnius, which is coming up in July.
That's a good one. What do you think about pushing for that as hard as possible? Having a fallback contingent or a ad hoc coalition that would guarantee Ukraine's protection at the same time it's going through the NATO process.
I think
for the period before the conflict ends.
Yeah, absolutely important. No different than giving Sweden and Finland guarantees as they ascended to NATO membership. I think it's extraordinarily important. And again, a number of European nations have already announced they would stand by such guarantees of Ukraine's defense and sovereignty. The other thing that I think is very interesting is that Jens Stoltenberg, who has been Secretary General of the NATO alliance for almost a decade, has been asked by Joe Biden to continue in that role. Why is that important? I think for a couple of reasons. First of all, Jens Stoltenberg knows the lay of the land. He understands the invasion that Russia is conducting into Ukraine right now. He understands how NATO can support and respond. He has a decade of experience that is probably going to be more valuable in the coming year than ever before. As Thomas Tyner said, Putin did a couple of things, and Chuck Farrer said this too. Putin made NATO relevant and unified NATO, two really important things that happened as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But I think it would be great to have Jens Stoltenberg continue as Secretary General of NATO. As I say, he has the experience. He has been outspoken in his support of Ukraine, and he has been a leader in terms of getting other NATO countries to come to Ukraine's aid. So I'm looking to Vilnius, Scott.
Well, that's cool. I think I'm hoping Vilnius is a real success. I read today, that may not be able to accede to NATO membership before Vilnius or even at Vilnius. Did you see that President Erdogan said, well, you passed the law and everything about terrorism, right? It's the Kurdish issue. But we haven't seen any results, and we're not satisfied yet. I don't know. I haven't heard any commentary on the space. I see Will's raised his hand, and Duke. Maybe they know, but I haven't heard any commentary on the space. He said that whether that was a bluff or whether that was fishing for more American military hardware or some other trade. But I was disappointed about that because I think Vilnius would be all the more powerful if Sweden was able to have their seat as a member.
Yeah, Will, do you have any info about that?
No, sir, I don't. I was going to ask a different question.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't want to change topics, but at some point, Alan, it would be nice to, for those of us who had to get our beauty rest, to hear your highlights of the discussion with Thomas Tyner this afternoon in America, because I'd like to see or hear anything that you found that was interesting or particularly, new and newsworthy from what that discussion with him came from.
Well, Will, thank you for putting me on the spot. I did listen to Thomas today, as I have listened to Thomas throughout the week. So let me give you a week's highlight of Thomas Tyner. I think the most significant thing, as Thomas looked at Ukrainian tactical strategy, while the counteroffensive has begun, the big punch has not been delivered, nor do we know where that big punch will be delivered. The way Thomas explained his understanding of the Ukrainian counteroffensive is the first stage, which we are seeing right now, is to engage in the theater of operation in order to make Russia commit reserves, whatever reserves they have coming from whatever part of the battlefield. That's number one. Number two, to attrite those Russian reserves, all the reserves that come forward, all the Russian troops, weapons, especially radar, etc., engaged right now. And not until the Ukrainians know where those reserves are, not until the Ukrainians know those reserves have been called forward and committed, not until Ukraine has attrited those forces will the big hit come. I think that is probably the most significant thing that Thomas Tyner talked about all week long. And I know, Will, you listen from time to time.
Yeah, I do. Thanks. Yeah, that is consistent with the other stuff that Chuck and Spencer and others have said, and it is interesting that there are some positional issues. The specific pieces of land that they are taking look like they might be significant in the coming week, and I'll just note that. So it's kind of like an offensive has begun, but it's probing, sort of still a positional or shaping sort of thing, so that they can, get them to commit the reserves. And then once they've committed the reserves, you've got fix them and smash them, and then be ready to punch through them. I read that from a lady who analyzes the morale of Russian troops throughout this war, that she noted that the troops down in the south probably have seen less action, and their morale might be a bit better than the folks in Luhansk and Donetsk, especially the LNR and DNR folks, but that the troops down in the south, Zaporizhia, are typically more green, made up of a lot of conscripts and these Mobics. So while their morale might be better because they haven't been smashed as much previously, they also haven't faced much combat. So I guess we'll see how that goes. And I'll also note that in looking at Russian outlets for news that they find newsworthy, that we're still just seeing a few incidents of armor losses on the Ukrainian side, shown over and over and over from different angles and different new analysis. So it's it's really a no news is good news thing as far as the blackout of information from Ukraine goes. And what we do see, once we finally see some information, still looks pretty positive, I think.
Yeah, I think it looks very positive. You know, Chuck may be here over the weekend. I know Chuck will be back on Tuesday night. I think the maps around Bakhmut will change significantly. I think the maps looking south towards Tokmak will change significantly, and I think the maps all the way to the west on around I think it's Kamiansky will also look really intriguing. So we have a couple of hands here.
Can I jump? Can I
Yeah,
jump in for a sec?
first to Scott.
I just found a new resource I'd like to make everybody aware of. It's called map.live or deepstate.ua. And they don't give away any Ukrainian unit's position, but they keep track geolocation and telegram posts by the unit where all the Russians are. Zoomed out the map so that I could see the whole front line in one go. And pretty interesting, Alan and Will and everybody, that let me say 80% of the units are right hovering on the front line. And there's not that much reserve left. There's a little scattered reserve in Kherson Oblast on the left bank, of course. Other than that, it's not densely packed. When you get closer, it's really in Bakhmut and Kremena, Vuhledar, where there's more significant bunching. So the Kyiv mentioned the Novosilka direction. There, it's not that dense, but to the point about waiting to decide until the reserves are committed, they're pretty well committed. So it may not be long.
Yeah, good point. I do hope the Russian reserves are well committed. Let's go to Duke and then to Jeff, please. Scott, did you have a follow-up?
No, that was all I wanted to say for the moment.
So Duke, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, folks. Yeah, I was browsing around to look what's happening, but I'm glad that at the meeting now with NATO, they agreed they can send the Army Tactical Missile System, the ATAC-MS, that they approved it. It has a range of 300 kilometers, if I'm correct. So I thought there was progress. Yeah, Turkey gave still a little bit of hard time concerning a vote on the spending and sharing proposition about how the NATO would respond if Russia would go nuclear. And they hope that in the next Vilnius that everything will be all right. I thought it was a little bit confusing message, but it was the first time that they didn't agree on something since 45. But actually I want to say is that President Zelensky is rather skeptical, to say the least, and cynical about the visit of the African leaders. And he showed in all kinds of way that he has not much trust in their proposition or in the true way of the visit. And just before they left, he has stated to them it would be a good thing if they could free all the political prisoners in Russia. That would be a good first step. So yeah, it's indeed strange. And about the Russian, about the African delegation, they had to come with their own. They came with their own security people, but they were all stopped by the Polish. How do you say that? Not border.
By the Polish customs or border guard.
Customs, yeah, customs, yeah. Thanks. And they had a lot of crates with them, with a lot of guns, and so they had to stay there. And he had to go on his own, so to speak, to Kiev from from Poland. There's a really strange fact to that. To me, a great mystery visit. And Alan, I'm sure, and a lot of people, we remember the freeing of Mandela in the 90s. I watched it live, you know, and I thought it was amazing. And yes, humanity lives again. And what a name for a president they had, Pik Botha. Now, I don't know if you speak Dutch, but that's not a nice name as first name. But yeah, it's. I thought it was. You could see it also on television with Zelensky, and when he held held the meeting together and a little talk. It was. It's strange. I'm curious if there's something, anything good will be about it. I hope so. And but I'm glad there is another great system. That's allowed to deliver, and I hope it will be yesterday delivered. Thanks.
Thanks, Duke. I can't imagine anything will come of this visit by an African delegation of national leaders. I just don't see it. But on to Jeff, then to War Osint. Jeff, please.
Greetings to the group. Happy evening to you. I've got some questions, some observations about both the military situation and dovetailing on what Duke was saying. The first thing, so I'm the name of the town that was supposedly occupied or has SOF in it is Zitlosleshki, which is near Oleshki on the left bank, south of Kherson. That's what I saw. I saw that in Rybar. So if that's the case, that is very, very interesting news on a whole series of levels based on discussions that we had earlier with Thomas. And, so I'll leave it at that. The other thing, following on from what you were saying, Alan, about reserves, I have seen reports that the Russians are pulling defenders out of the second line of defense between Tokmak and Volosna-Kliva, whatever it is, the name of the town further on the east. So on that axis, that Tokmak, Berdiansk, MriyaReport axis, the Russians have apparently have committed enough of their reserve troops that they are trying to find new sources and are pulling them out of the second defensive line. That's a very significant piece of information. The last military thing that I want to note is that I have seen in the last 24 hours, there is word of very significant Ukrainian penetration south of Orkiv. Now, this is actually stuff that's publicly available, so I'm not talking out of school here. And From the maps that I've seen, it suggests that they may have penetrated as much as 15 kilometers towards Tokmak. So
Well,
again,
that would be great.
yeah, that's like really big news. You know, all of these things. And of course, Ukrainian OSN, Ukrainian operational security is, as expected, really, really good. So we're not really hearing a lot about this. Most of the stuff is actually apparently coming out of Russian sources. I spent most of my afternoon trying to go through translations of Cyrillic and Telegram. Unfortunately, I really didn't turn anything else useful up at the time. So this actually came. The stuff that I've heard actually came from other sources. Now, thinking
Yeah,
about what
I do that about an hour on Telegram, doing translate today.
Oh
And
man,
sometimes you get a lot of geolocation or battle stuff, but today not much.
mostly today I'm getting rah rah. We're so great, awesome. Yes, go team. You know, that sort of stuff. You know, except for the odd bits that you know, other people caught and gleaned from Rybar, which actually were probably further behind the date timestamp that I was looking at.
Jeff, what's the name of the town again that's by Oleshki?
I'm looking at Google Earth. It's near Oleshki, Oleshky, and it's the town immediately to the northeast of that. It's at the end of the causeway that leads to the Antonovsky Bridge. So it's directly, you know, you've got those islands that are separated by bayous along in the Dnipro Delta there.
Yeah.
You've got the bridge itself, and then running south, you've got that long causeway that crosses over that. And at the end of that, you've got a town. It's ZHYTLOSELYSHCHE.
It's not coming up on my map.
Okay.
So is it
I can do a clip from Google Earth, and I'll send it to you.
I was just going to say, Jeff and Scott, all of this is unconfirmed from the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine. Some of it is possible, but I think even more significant, wherever we see Ukrainian advances being made, these advances are being made with what I will call limited forces.
Yeah, they're light forces.
Yep, very light forces.
You know, so the fist hasn't arrived yet, hasn't even come close. So that's the other thing, is that all of this stuff, all these bits and pieces that we're getting almost exclusively, you know, out of stuff we're gleaning out of Russian media, Russian social media, all stuff which shows them, one, in a panic, two, backpedaling, and you know, as somebody else was saying, you know, they you know, the dog didn't bark. There's the fact that the Russians are not posting image after image after image of new blown up, burning, broken Ukrainian equipment is actually, it's pretty significant. You know, in terms of signals intelligence, that's a sign. The fact that you aren't hearing something is a sign. That the fact you aren't seeing something is a sign. You know, so this is all really very positive. I wanted to pivot very briefly towards Duke for a second, and posit, you know, tongue in cheek, mind you, that you know, maybe the African leaders showing up in Kyiv to talk with Zelensky was an attempt at high-level intelligence gathering by the Russian government. You know, that sort of humorous idea just sort of occurs to me, but might actually have more legs than I realize. But anyway, I'll turn things back over to the rest of you.
Alan, can I insert something really quick?
Yes, go ahead, Prince.
It is just a piece of advice for you guys talking about constantly hitting the translate button on Telegram. Don't use the Telegram app. Use a web browser. Use a Google Translate, and it will automatically translate everything in Telegram, so you don't have to press the translate button all the time. because that gets annoying.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that's how I do it.
thanks for that, Prince. That'll help me.
I cut and paste mostly into Google Translate. You know, I have some security issues having to do with what my system is trying to make me do. It's trying to make me sign into Telegram. When I paste the link over into Google Translate, it doesn't take that. So I just do it the old-fashioned way, and it seems to do pretty well for me. I'm thinking about writing a page scraper that'll go through Telegram and pull stuff out for me and dump it and translate. But if I come up with something interesting, I'll let you guys know.
Thanks. And yeah, that's just I never like open the Telegram app. I don't even have it installed on my laptop. I just use my laptop direct with either Google Chrome or Edge, and use the auto translate option in those browsers, and don't have to worry about it at all.
That's good advice there, Prince. Thank you very much. I tend to stay away from Telegram. I rely on you and others on Twitter, others here at MriyaReport to bring me information from Telegram. A Telegram scares me. It probably shouldn't, but it is, after all, a Russian app, right?
It scared me for a long time too, but you know what? I took the plunge when I started co-hosting, and let me tell you, I've got, President Zelensky, the Office of the President, the special channel that they made for the dam breach, Andrei Yermak, Anna Mailer, the Ombudsman, the National Police. So you're getting the idea of the kind of accounts that I follow. They are all official Ukrainian accounts, and then I have official accounts for every single oblast, and then I have accounts for a few of the cities, and then we get to the military regions and the official military accounts, and I'm telling you, yeah, and then there are a few other ones, in different categories, but not very many compared to the official ones. So that's why when it comes to something like the attacks, the missile attacks and drone attacks, I'll only take information from the official accounts about the damage and things like that. And the official accounts always post it faster than anywhere else. So that's what I use it mostly for.
And I can share my story of Telegram. I was in your camp, Alan, but same as with Prince. When I started co-hosting, I realized that the Ukrainians actually follow in Telegram, and so I'm following mostly Ukrainian journalists. And I got a helpful website that said these are some of the best Telegram journalists or channels to follow, and there's a lot more detail than makes it to Twitter. Some people cross post to Twitter, but there's a lot that's there that doesn't make its way to Twitter, or at least not into my feed.
So, Prince, I'm interested. Do you follow Russian Telegram channels as well?
What I will say about that is, in the last week or two, the Kyiv Post put out an article of the best accounts to follow to keep up with the counteroffensive. And intermixed with that were a few Russian accounts. And I have followed them, and I read them with great skeptic in my mind. There are specific Russian accounts, there are specific Ukrainian accounts, there are media accounts, and there are government accounts that are interspersed with that list of accounts. But those are the only Russian accounts that I follow. and I take them with a huge grain of salt. And I have learned that there are a couple of people that I follow on Twitter who basically copy and paste from Telegram into Twitter. So sometimes I won't read as much Telegram if I see that they're posting the exact same thing. It's just easier to follow them sometimes on Twitter. But yeah, so just a couple of them, and I'm very careful with how I look at the information from those accounts, and I know exactly which ones they are, and they are literally like 3 of them. That's it.
And of course, we always have to be aware of operational security, OPSEC. Sometimes news, which I'll put in air quotes, comes out in Telegram before it can be confirmed or announced either by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense or some other reliable sources from Ukraine. Let's just go to War Osint, then to Ryan. I bet you both have thoughts about using Telegram.
Hello, everyone. Good that you mentioned. Like in any war, there is like fog of war, and when the Ministry of Defense confirms, it's already like 2-3 days late because everything has been cleared. And what we see in Twitter and Instagram, or I mean in Telegram, is mostly live news, but it doesn't mean that they always are true because there's reporters that report different things. Like it's, I will say, to 70% into a degree what comes in out of Telegram, but also there has been before precedents, for example, like Jeff mentioned in Oleshki, north of it in the Dacha areas or in these middle islands, there have been landings before by the Ukrainians. So it's not an odd thing when today was reported that they crossed the Dnieper into the left bank. And we shouldn't be surprised in the coming months or days or whatever when they do more landings, because it's now it has been done and it's not impossible. So we will see more of that. As for, I had also a question for Dr. Scott. In what time frame do you see Abraham tanks being deployed on the front line? And if you have any information on that, thank you.
The last I heard was August. So I don't know if there's any news about which was a speed up from the original estimate was November, December of this year. So somebody would have more recent information than that, but that's what I know.
I have no more recent information, Scott. On to Ryan, please. Ryan, welcome. Good to see you.
Hey, guys and girls. I am on a low battery, so I will have to rush back to the house in a minute, probably after my battery dies. I did not use Telegram up until about a year and a half ago, and then I used it for 6 months, and then I deleted it, and I had to get it back because it is so prevalent and pervasive outside the U.S. It's the only way I could keep in touch with a handful of people in Ukraine. But I'm primarily an observer and not a user of Telegram. I keep all my communications on Signal or other places. I was coming up to ask a question. I didn't know if we had announced who we have coming on as a guest tomorrow at 10 p.m. Kyiv time, which is like 2 p.m. Eastern or Central U.S.
So we have not announced that, Ryan, and I'm ashamed to say I don't know who it's going to be.
Leela and Roman. Nobody will know. Well, I know who Leela is. I'm more excited to see that Leela's coming on than Roman. Everybody probably knows who Roman is. He was the guy eating a candy bar sitting in the forest outside of Bakhmut. His battlefield or trench mentality is admirable, to say the least. The guy's like, and uncappable wellspring of positivity in all circumstances. But he's pretty inspiring, and he's also a soldier in Ukraine. I had absolutely nothing to do with him coming on or his sister, but I actually know his sister. I wish I had had something to do with him coming on. And when I saw in one of the background channels where we do guest scheduling that she and her brother were coming on, I was very surprised, to say the least. So good news. I'm looking forward to it. Everybody else should be looking forward to it as well. I'll see if I can find some videos. Roman is on Twitter. I think he's on YouTube and probably Instagram or something as well. But I'll see if I don't know why we don't have a card yet. I don't know if her brother is 100% confirmed. But I know she is, and I think he most likely is. I met her at a gathering of volunteers and aid groups in Bucha at one point, and I had no idea who she was. I'd never met her. I honestly didn't even know her name, but I knew she was there with some other people who were volunteers, and somebody mentioned that I probably knew her brother, and I should know who she was. And then it was explained to me who her brother was, and I instantly knew who he is. And then she came back the next day and borrowed a vehicle from us and went to go visit her brother. And that's when I found out he had been injured and was recovering in the hospital. And I think he's about recovered now and ready to go back. But I guess we might learn more about that tomorrow. We can ask her. I'm sure she'll know more than I will.
Yeah, both Leela and Roman are on Twitter, and Ryan, help me out on my pronunciation, but it's Roman and Leela, brother and sister, at Trochimets.
Trochmet, I'll mispronounce it if I try to pronounce it, so I'll just let you say it poorly. I'm
Okay,
on 1%. When I drop off, I'll be back on in a few minutes. I just have to buy some stuff here at Lowe's and then get back to the house.
Okay, sounds good. Please come back. So Leela and Roman will be our guests here at Maria Report Sunday. That is tomorrow for everyone listening in North America. And Eastern time, it looks like, let's see here, 1500 hours Eastern time. So please do join us at that time. It will be a great conversation. As Ryan says, Roman has been fighting. He has been in Bakhmut, for example. He was injured. His sister, Leela, is also in Ukraine. And I think this will be a great conversation for everyone to join into. This is a Sunday, tomorrow, 1500 hours Eastern time.
Tomorrow's Saturday. Is it Sunday or tomorrow?
Oh, it is Saturday. I'm sorry, Scott. Tomorrow, Saturday. I am apparently concentrating on my own schedule, not on Maria Report's schedule. So tomorrow, Saturday. Thanks, Scott. You're telling me it's Friday night?
I am. I'm sure you have a celebration of some sort planned, a big drinking spree after we finish our co-hosting duties, right?
No, not tonight. But on Sunday and Monday, I'm going off for a couple of days. We'll be coming back on Tuesday.
Nice.
But no, I cannot afford to drink, Scott, after our co-hosting duties. I have to go climb the White Mountains starting on Sunday.
Oh, that'll be great to get out in nature. And the White Mountains are so beautiful. You're lucky to live so close to them.
Yeah, I can see them from the city I live in. And I also think the White Mountains are a hell of a lot tougher than the Canadian Rockies. But, there's a debate about everything. There's a debate about that.
Some of the 14ers are easy enough to climb, but others are challenging.
Well, I'll just do the best I can, but this is why no drinking tonight or tomorrow, which is Saturday, and not until I return, not until I get back to base camp. Scott, what other news do we have tonight coming to us? We've reported about the power outage throughout Crimea. This is all the way from Sevastopol to Kerch, which is in Crimea, just at the entrance to the Kerch Bridge. So just about all of Crimea has been blacked out, not necessarily by some kind of hit or sabotage, but simply blacked out, and this causes obviously consternation among those Russian settlers in Crimea. Also in Belgorod, the emergency service building is on fire.
Is that the high rise?
Yes, it
Did you
is.
see a picture? Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the attacks on Kryvyi Rih, another one. I mean, there were a couple earlier in the week, but there was another one overnight. And the source I was looking at didn't know yet why that building was even targeted, but it was pretty well destroyed. It must have been a big payload on that missile. There weren't a lot of people in that building at the time, thankfully. Did you guys talk a couple days ago? I didn't hear it on the space since we were together on Tuesday, but the attack in Odessa that targeted the church and the priest died, and one of the servers that was helping the refugees.
I haven't talked about that, Scott, but I mean, this is evidence that Russia is looking farther and farther west for its terror targets, civilian targets, where it can launch its missiles, cruise missiles, drones to, and it's. Ukraine cannot succeed in protecting every city. I mean, it just doesn't have enough air defense yet. More air defense is on the way, and some missiles and drones are going to get through. So Odessa was 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah. One of our listeners, her father was I had gotten a DM. One of our listeners tonight, her father was the person who was helping refugees with supplies and was working in the church, around the church, that was killed. So that I thought it would be worth bringing up our condolences for her and her family. It also gives the lie to the Russians being the big defenders of Orthodox or Christian civilization. They haven't, by and large, targeted churches so far in this special operation, but they they just decide that it's fine.
But Russia has destroyed churches. They have destroyed cultural monuments and significant cultural uh, places throughout Ukraine. They've looted art museums. They are literally stealing Ukrainian culture and looting it, removing it to Russia, including ancient gold, Scythian gold that was in Ukrainian museums. So, if Ukrainian culture doesn't exist, why is Russia stealing it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I had wanted to bring up the Scythian gold story a few times ago when we were on together. I had it on my list, but we didn't get to it. Did you talk about the Netherlands and their decision on what to do about that? They had it. The Netherlands had it in one of their museums, and the Russians were asking for it, and they made a parliamentary decision that it wasn't the Russians to have, and they are going to give it back to Ukraine as soon as it's safe to do so.
Guys,
Yeah,
can you hear each other?
yeah. I was going to say, is like the people falling off. Oh,
Yeah,
it
we
looks
have
like
some technical problems.
we've lost both the hosts. Okay, I'm not certain what
Yeah,
to do here.
that
We've
happens.
lost both of our hosts.
It happens occasionally. They'll bring them both back up. Anyone want to go ahead with what you wanted to ask next, or go until they come back up? Go ahead. Twitter is one big information op. So until Alan and Dr. Scott can come back up, does anybody have any questions or comments you want to make in the interim? And can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Will. There's lots of stuff I'd like to talk about, but for reasons of deferring to Ukrainian military sensibilities, I don't want to talk about it. Let me just say that I'm seeing some things right now that are making me very, very excited.
Yes, as am I, but I haven't brought any of those up because I'm happy to wait until we get confirmed stuff. I mean, what Prince was talking about earlier is really important, right? When you read Telegram all day, or you read a bunch of that stuff. What really surprised me about Telegram, and Jeff, maybe you comment on this, is actually how much really sensitive information does come out eventually that turns out to be true. But I mean, I don't use it at all until such time as we get it confirmed from multiple sources. But isn't it amazing to you how much stuff that you would think the OPSEC on the other side would be quashing?
Absolutely. It's, and and to echo both you and Prince, it really is. You want to wait for additional confirmation, from multiple sources before you ink it in. But what I find it does for me is it leads me into interesting directions to drive further in terms of digging into information. I can't say that I'm really a thought leader or any kind of expert at this, but just in terms of my own approach to it, how I've been, and there's a lot of it where I'm actually looking at just simply the geography and the order of battle and things like that. And there's a lot of stuff that I'm looking to see whether or not stuff shows up on Telegram or elsewhere that confirms my suspicions having to do with what I'm seeing with what's known. So it's useful in that sense. But I can say I can say with some confidence right now, there are some things that are happening that all across the front that are really very exciting right now.
Yep, I agree. It's going to be it's probably going to be a good Sunday, Monday news day, I reckon. It looks like the boys are back.
We're back. Sorry about that. We just couldn't hear any of you. I mean, I actually recycled and I was listening before I got back up. So nice operational security, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Thanks, Jeff. All I can say is FCUK Twitter. I mean, what the hell? But we are back.
I have one real quick thing to interject. Ukraine has apparently bagged another major general from the 35th Combined Arms Army. The chief. So there's another one who apparently got nabbed. So just, I'm going to subside now.
Yeah, that was good news.
That was a couple days
exactly.
ago. So, but, yeah. Unless his replacement was was bagged after he
was the one that was nailed Sergei Goryachev?
Yeah.
Okay, it is old news. Damn. Oh well.
Oh, that's okay, but we can celebrate again.
So, Scott, let's go to Will, then to Carrie. Will, please.
Yeah, so just to carry on from that, Jeff, that is a really good example of how you can use Telegram. And what I'd be looking for now is, if I was, as I do, looking through Telegram to see that the veteran sites and things like that, what we really want to see is how many of his staff, in addition to the chief of staff, got taken out. And you can oftentimes pick that stuff up from formal announcements of death from family members and the military units back in the different regions of Russia where they come from. So it's very good for filling out color, Telegram is, but as you and Prince have said, I've never used it for a first report on anything. But as you say, it's great to lead you places. And sometimes the geolocated information that you can get off Telegram, as I say, it seems to be a massive leak that you would think Russians would close. But as they say, thank God they're so stupid.
Thank God they are stupid. Carrie, go ahead, please. And welcome.
Hello guys. I'm listening to the excitement in the space, which is fantastic, and I am literally taking this opportunity. I've woken up in the middle of the night for me, and I thought I'm going to check in because I don't get to hear you guys that often. So I've literally come up to say hello, everybody. Really nice to hear the gang. I mostly hear you when I've got to like pull all-nighters or when I'm working until really late into the night doing marking and stuff, and you keep me going. So I loving hearing the excitement. and hello to all of you. And I have just majorly peed off my daughter. She finished her exams today, and I remember when I finished all my exams, I partied all night. So I phoned her and I texted her thinking, yeah, she's going to be partying. Next thing I get a text from her going, what in God's green earth are you doing phoning me up at 2 o'clock in the morning? And I went, oops, sorry. So hi all of you. I'm going to listen in for a bit and then go back to sleep myself. Lovely to hear you all. So excited.
And lovely to hear you, Carrie. I hear you during the day. I don't always come up and speak during the day. Usually it's in North American evening time, which is where we're at right now. But I do love hearing your voice and hearing everything you talk about, from music to social issues to events of the day. Uh, you cover the waterfront, as they say.
Thanks, darling. It's sort of a little bit of everything, sprinkling of everything. Because I don't have expertise like you guys, but what I have always been good at in my professional area is that new stuff, is making those links between different things that are happening. So that was my sort of expertise in my area when I was doing my national jobs, and I'm sort of semi-retired, gone back into teaching. But I would always be, I suppose, like a market leader, looking at new possibilities that hadn't happened before and taking that to people and making things happen.
Thank you, Carrie. War Osint, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ellen. I just wanted to mention that the Telegram has done, like Telegram and Twitter have done a very good job on spreading the truth also, because there is nowadays geolocation, geoconfirmation, and also the footage. And in a case before where there was a Ministry of Defense, one statement, and nobody could verify it, nowadays even Russians see themselves what's going on. Because I will remind you, in Kharkov offensive, the Ministry of Defense of Russia said we are relocating. Meanwhile, the people already saw all the footage coming from Ukrainian attacks and the offensive and so on. So it kind of, I would say, spread the truth where the local media doesn't do it. So Twitter is a very good source. Like, most people take their news from Twitter more than they take from old school papers and, I would say, like New York Times and so on.
Well, not a majority of Americans are getting their news from social media or Twitter, one of the social media channels, yet, but it will occur very soon. I think it's about 40% of Americans who get most of their news from social media. But I do wonder, War Osen, is news about Russia's failure in Ukraine seeping into Russia primarily through Telegram, what or from word of mouth? How is Russia's failure getting back to Russia?
I think it's a good question, and it's in many ways. Like, the main channel being the Telegram, because they have like general Telegram groups and they have localized. For example, for Belgorod, all the people of Belgorod got the news from these channels. And there is also, like, I will speculate, like WhatsApp groups and whatsoever, because you got soldiers, you got people that are on the front, and they spread the news. So the people in Belgorod, for example, saw every bit what happened with the Russian Free Legion. And they didn't see that in state media, because it's even banned to mention them. They call them bandits. And these people in Telegram saw a full blown army in like taking cross border action into Belgorod, into like Gravognon, that border area that they captured. They captured.
Oh, for Osen, I think I lost your audio.
Yeah, I lost him too. Well, I'll take this opportunity. Can you hear me, Alan? I'll take this opportunity to tell you what I'm most encouraged about. I'm most encouraged about the fact that the Ukrainians are doing so well in the probing phase or the contact phase with 3 of their 20 new brigades. I think that's a real testament to the prowess and the prowess of the troops and the smarts of the general staff.
Scott, I agree with you. I'm not sure you can hear me. Lost my mic for a bit. Now it seems to be back. You can hear me. Good.
I can.
Terrific. So I hope Warosin does come back, but I have some follow-up questions about Telegram. In other words, if you're a Russian and you see news on Telegram that you don't see on state television, which do you believe?
I'm talking from the perspective of a dear friend of mine who's a St. Petersburg resident. Totally against the war, totally against Putin. She uses a VPN to do all of her social media, web searching, etc. And Telegram has good encryption. That's how it was designed, and that's one of the reasons the Ukrainians and the Russians use it. But I don't know if you can get it without a VPN. That's something I'd like to ask, somebody who knows. But I think it depends on who you are. I mean, a lot of the Russians from her accounts, from my friends' accounts, still watch, network news, Channel 1, Russia 1, and, it's all propaganda all the time. And they tend to believe it over even their Ukrainian relatives. When I was traveling back from Ukraine to Poland, in our train compartment, the sleeper cars have 4 bunks. And so one of the other occupants of that cabin was talking about her own relatives who live in Russia. She was Ukrainian. And they eventually broke relations because her own relatives wouldn't believe her about the actions of the Russian army, atrocities, war crimes, etc. It was like, no, you provoked it, you're all Nazis, etc., all that kind of stuff. So it depends on who you are. But I think if you're prone to independent thinking and, a protester in spirit, you'll believe Telegram and not the core media, the Russian media, newspapers and TV, because those are all owned by the state.
Yeah, so my Russian friends have told me that their parents, for example, have been completely captured by Russian state TV. It's all they watch. It's all they believe, and any counter news is discarded by them. It's discounted. And one of my friends in Russia said this made his mother, his aunt, his grandfather. He lost his father. It made them hungry for war. That is his direct quote. It's all by watching Russian state television.
That squares with everything I've heard from multiple sources. It's very sad.
It is very sad. Warosin, what do you think?
I think we had a technical problem. I'm from Balkans. Like, we all were in communism, and we know what it's like. State media. They have a long tradition of I would say, pure propaganda, and they have done it since the Second World War. And if you would watch the movie Enemy at the Gates, how they created this legend of Vasily Zaitsev, the sniper, and it's pretty much that mindset to this day. They have this idea of how do they reach their audiences, and it's mostly old people, like the old generation, because the youngsters, even in West Europe, they are more judgy, I would say, and do not get everything that they see on television. They all have their two own eyes, and they double check. For instance, I don't know what's the rate in United States, but in Balkans, basically Europe, it's up to 70% of the people get their news from social media rather than I would say like television media, because most, even like the people that are 50 years old or 60, they have all these Facebook accounts and so on. So but Russia is different, I would say. They differ from like Eastern Europe, differs very wildly from Western and Central. So I think we need to have a proper Russian if we have any listeners, and he can explain how does he feel about it, how does he see it. But also people from outside get a view on what's going on. Like we see mostly that believe this propaganda are the old people in Russia, and the youngsters have their own view, I think. Guys, can you hear Alan?
Hello?
I can't hear Alan.
Me neither.
Yeah, also no. Well, go ahead, Alex, and we'll try to get Alan and Dr. Scott back up again. Must be having some Twitter problems. You know, both of them are well-known Elon Musk fans. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I think it's important which age we are talking about. The elderly, they depend more on television, and basically they are probably the most active supporters of the war, at least many of them. Younger people, it also depends on, what are your chances to basically get mobilized. Earlier I read the kind of polls that the support of this war was the lowest among the students and young people, those who basically, where the chances to get mobilized is higher. Also, if we look at Telegram and those people like, for example, Prigozhin or Girkin, their audiences are pretty much fascists. But when you listen to what these people, their estimation of how this war is going are very far from being optimistic. So they realize these things are not going well. They are quite ironic about Putin. And they blame Shoigu and Gerasimov. They say that like the whole country should be mobilized and whatnot. And then there are pretty big waves, people are trying to leave Russia. I think we don't even know the number, but a lot of countries, basically they are running anywhere they can. So, and also talking to or listening to prisoners, in what circumstances they got mobilized and caught.
they are pretty much recruiting anybody they can at this point, which means despite their claims that they have a lot of human resources, they apparently run out of it. Also, with these people, there are like 200,000 dead. That's a lot. And then on top of that, you should imagine that probably for one dead, you have maybe 3 permanently disabled people who go back and pretty much tell their network how things are really going. So I think at this point, Russia does have understanding. Probably the eldest people are kind of the most the most fanatic, so to speak. But in general, there is understanding that they may lose the war. Actually, there are pretty big chances they will lose. And they're trying to.
Scott, did you lose Alex's audio?
I sure did. Just before you spoke.
Folks, we're
we're
experiencing a lot of Twitter glitches right now. Don't know where they are coming from or why. Alex, if you can hear me, we cannot hear you. So please recycle. And Scott, you can hear me, right?
You're good. We traded you for Alex.
Okay. Well, this is really weird. Sorry for all the trouble to our listeners. Stay with us.
Alan, you probably need to drop Alex from speaker. Usually when we can't hear them, they can't hear us. So if you put them down to listener and then explain, they'll hop right back.
Yep, he's gone. Also lost my co-host. So Ryan, it's basically you and me.
Musical
I'm here.
Twitter space.
And
What am
Prince.
I, chopped
I can
liver?
hear it.
Alex, we lost your audio if you're still there.
No, Prince, you're not chopped liver at all. I don't even like chopped liver. So if you were, I wouldn't talk to you.
And I'm halfway back.
Well, this is a very odd night here on Twitter. I think all of Twitter, not just here at MriyaReport. But do retweet the space. Bring more folks here while you can. And go to MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. Make a contribution by tapping on the donate button. You can do that at any time, whether Twitter is up or down. So I think we have Dawn with a hand up. Dawn, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, loud and
Loud
clear.
and clear.
Right. I just want to ask, it's not really to do with Ukraine, but it's to do with hate. I just want to ask everybody to if you go to my page, to my pinned tweet, there's to report this account. It's absolutely horrific. It's got actual murders on it. And somebody from NAFO would ask, think Flying Ghosts had put up everybody to report it, please. I've actually reported it to counter-terrorism police in the UK, but I don't know what country it's coming from, obviously, so somebody might want to report it to FBI or something, because it's threatening death, and it's threatening death on racial lines and to gay people, and it's actually videos of actually people being murdered.
Well, thank you, Don, for that.
If everybody just do it, please, because it's just horrific. And I'm checking.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, we do report spaces, especially anti-Ukrainian spaces or Russian propaganda spaces, but also spaces like the one you are mentioning, Don. Just violent.
No, it's not a space. It's an actual somebody. It's somebody's account. It's called Death to FAGGLTS. I'm not saying it. And it's that's the name of it.
Very good.
I just want everybody to report it, please.
We will report it.
Thank you. I put it as a pinned tweet in my account.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks for the space.
Thank you, Don. So, Scott, I cannot turn off my mic. I guess you're just stuck with me for the next 6, 10, 15 minutes, whatever. But I do see Alex back with us and his hand up. Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't notice when I was cut off. So, but main idea was, and we were discussing
saying about the age difference.
Yes,
and the older people were pro the war, and you were talking about the younger people and what they thought, and that's when you got cut off.
Okay, yeah, I think among young, they first of all they are more active in Telegram and those type of channels, and second, they have much higher chances to get mobilized, so they have vested interest in finding out. So support there, especially among students, is much lower. Also, you can, like, when people leave country in millions, that means, no matter what the propaganda says, but people do vote with their feet. So, and also keep in mind that, those people like Prigozhin, Girkin, their audiences were the most fascist oftentimes, and their estimate of how things are going is very far from optimistic, including their assessment of how Putin is handling this. They blame Shoigu and Gerasimov, obviously, but from different angles. But at the end of the day, they do see where things are going. So I think at this point, Russia has pretty good understanding. So maybe there is still some core, I would expect, among older people that would, still support the war to the end until their victory, and nobody kind of doubts the victory. But what they say is, they will have to keep this war on for 20 years or something like that. Obviously that's not a realistic scenario, but yeah, they are delusional. I think already subconsciously most of them realize that the war is lost. So, and also keep in mind, like, if 200,000 are dead, so they have relatives. If for each dead you can expect 3, maybe 4 like permanently wounded with strong disability, who go back and basically tell everybody else how things are really there. There are relatives of people who are prisoners of war, who kind of start bugging military units so that their relatives get exchange in prisoner exchange. So I think at this point there is pretty good understanding of how reality is, and you can also see from those warring corps, they are kind of how they picture the war. So I think the understanding is there. It's just the conclusions they come up to, they do not come to the right conclusions. But I think that will come at some point too. They just need really big humiliation, like defeat with a lot of humiliation. That will be kind of a wake-up call in many ways. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. We do hope it will be a wake-up call. More than humiliation is needed. Prince, welcome. Welcome to tonight's Twitter glitch.
It always seems to happen when I'm going to be co-hosting. I just have to tell you that. It seems I just told the person in the background, just shoot me up to co-host. Let's see if I have the same problem. Just trying to troubleshoot exactly what's going on here. But you know, we have seen some very odd and very curious Twitter glitches throughout the time here. And we've actually been down to nobody being able to speak, and we've worked our way through it. So you know what? We will work our way through it tonight also. It may be a little difficult at times. It may even itself out. We will just see. Time will tell what is going to happen. And yeah, that's about where I'm at with this at the moment, Alan. It just seems like a big, huge adventure.
Well, it's always an adventure of some kind on Twitter. You glory in those days that are smooth and sunny, no glitches, no problems coming up as co-host or speaker, no problems bringing guests up to speak, speakers up to speak. But tonight is not one of those nights. Maybe it's a magnetic storm. I don't know.
I don't know. It seems like we're bouncing up and down. This is the kind of thing that happens when they're doing some testing and some load balancing and switching knobs and turning buttons and flipping switches and doing all kinds of things. These are the kinds of things that Elon likes to do when he's preparing to have a big, huge space in the next few days, just to do some load testing and things like that. I can at least bring somebody up. So, hey, that's a good sign. We'll we'll see how we go here. We don't have any hands right now. Is there something brief you could tell me? I have been listening for a little while, but that could sort of catch me up on where we're at.
I think the briefest thing I can tell you is that there's a blackout throughout Crimea. We don't know the cause. Russian sources reported it's because someone threw the wrong switch in a substation. The emergency services building in Belgorod is on fire from the very top floors. That could just be a smoking accident. Let's see, what else do I know or have I heard tonight? I think those are the two top things that caught my attention, Prince. And I know it's not very much.
Well, I can say with the insanity that's happened here for the last couple of minutes, last 20, 30 minutes, I haven't been able to do my usual checks on what may be happening. What I can say, I always urge caution. I am a very cautious person, and I never take anything, at first glance. But I also okay, so could it have been a Russian in Crimea who was unhappy and screwed up the power? Maybe. Could it have been a problem and stupidity on one of the parts of the employees there? It could be. Could it be a Ukrainian special forces team? It could be. Could it be Ukrainian partisans in Ukraine who have been sneaking around and doing things? It could be. There's been a really big push lately for partisans to engage in acts of this type. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying that that is one of the possibilities, and I listed off other possibilities also. So I'm just saying that it is a possibility, just something to keep in the back of the mind as we go forward and see, you know, curious things happen that we never get an explanation for. That it could be partisans. I see partisan activity in Melitopol, in several of the occupied areas, and things that are reported actually by the resistance website. So I always, you know, when something like this very curious happens, that always pops into my mind as a possible option also. And we have heard that they have requested partisans to really become active. So I see that Alan seems to have fallen down. I wonder if he can get up. Yes, I made a joke like that. It was really bad and possibly in poor humor. Um, all right, Lexicon, go ahead. You have your hand up.
I do. I must say it took a while. First thing I heard was, you have been removed from the space. But then I thought, you know, Twitter doesn't really know me. None of you guys would have done that. Anyway, in the meantime, I had a chance to read a pretty good article from Jack Watling, I guess, about the counteroffensive and how, you know, helping people again understand how tough it is and what has to go on before Ukraine can make the decisive moves or strike the decisive blows. So that's pretty good. I think you could just search Rusi or Jack Watling. But the other thing, so Alan was summing up what people were pretty happy about today. I thought something amazing must have happened while I was away trying to look at the news on YouTube, because Gary was saying she was so happy, but she's generally pretty happy. But I thought she was saying there was something special. Anyway, I wondered if folks had talked about. I found just in Politico, there was a reference Wolf Blitzer made without explaining it, that Biden has removed one more hurdle in Ukraine's path to join NATO. And so I hunted about and found a political article. Have you guys have folks talked about this? One more hurdle?
Well, I have seen that article, and what I took from it was that it was not for sure that he was going to remove that hurdle, but he was open to the possibility of doing that. Now that could have changed throughout the day since when I read it last, but it's something that we're hearing from several places, and we're hearing all kinds of indications. That there is sort of a plan that's not going to be an open invitation to Ukraine to join NATO, but it will be a situation where Ukraine is moving closer, and there will be like a Ukraine. What did they call it? There was an exact wording, but basically, it will give Ukraine pretty much an equal say at the table. They will be at the table. It's the Ukraine coalition, I think, is what it is, and they will be invited to sit at the table with the rest of the members of NATO. Of course, not being exactly equal, but being right there with them. And I think that's what we're seeing. And then there is this idea that they may remove this list of items that have to be taken care of before somebody can join NATO. But I think it's going to be something that they're still probably working out in the background, and we will see where it ends up when they get to Vilnius in July. Go ahead, Lexicon.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's the MAP. Now I was trying to remember again. I thought that was obvious. Action plan. The M was not military. What the heck? Anyway, yeah, well, that's the way the Biden administration does things. First of all, a couple members of his administration speak to Politico after with anonymity requested to discuss a confidential matter, and Politico says the Washington Post had it first. Anyway, so first they say that the administration would be open to it. Yeah, Biden can't do it himself. That's all he can. Well, I mean, that's obviously what he has to do, because if he's not open to it, then it can't happen. But yeah, I think it's in the context. Well, I think that a lot of NATO European members have gotten very frustrated with this unwillingness to move that roadmap forward. And President Zelensky having said quite a few weeks ago that if there isn't some real significant change in the invitation to Ukraine, then he doesn't see any reason why he should go to another NATO meeting. And I think people like Anders Fogh Rasmussen have said, and he said again in an article, I think today, that he absolutely wants Ukraine to be invited in. And I think that many of the European and especially frontline Eastern European members have been putting the word in the American administration's ear. So I think that Politico article is very useful because it does explain quite rapidly for Politico, quite concisely, a number of the issues. You might be referring to moving Ukraine from being on a NATO something like council to a NATO commission, or moving the office in Ukraine from a NATO council to a NATO commission, or anyway, the name change means, yes, that Ukraine has a higher status in there among equals and can actually call a meeting. It would have the status that would enable it to call a meeting of NATO if it found some reason to do that. So several of those details are explained, as I say, quite concisely, for which I was grateful, because I read it while I was being kept out in a rather personal manner by Twitter. And you guys were, of course, having a lot of trouble getting the space back up. So yes, I thought that was a pretty good thing, along with the sort of cloud with the silver lining with the cloud that the US has put into its budget, but the 2024 budget, the provision of ATACMS. And that means that it's going to have to be voted on in the House, in the Senate. Well, I guess both houses. I don't know. I can't remember how your budget works. And yeah, so that, and it was a reiteration of the fact that US will not let anybody else provide ATACMS, even if it's if it's ready to say that something that was impossible on a red line is now going to become possible, or is then going to become possible. So that's the various things I collected out of that budget announcement on ATACMS and that Politico article about removing another hurdle. Or yeah, removing a hurdle by being open. Being open is the removal of a hurdle, as the rest of us in the world knows. When America becomes open, then a hurdle gets removed. That's how I read it, with a big smile.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was reported, the Minister of Defense, Alexei Reznikov, on one of the telethons that they have daily, commenting on the work of the future NATO Council. And so this was taken, directly from him. At the table are 31 member countries of the alliance. Finland was added. I hope that Sweden will also be in Vilnius. There will be 32 countries. So if I believe that the Ukraine NATO Council will work, this means there will be 33 countries at the table. So it's I think that they're trying to figure out a workaround and a way to make this work. And because a country cannot join NATO while they are at war. And so we're just going to have to figure out some workarounds. Ukraine is obviously very close with NATO countries and has built a relationship probably unlike anybody who wants to join NATO. And I think that it will happen in short order. I hope this is good enough. So,
Yeah.
go ahead, Lexi.
Yeah, I think that's right. What I should have said is, yeah, the article makes clear the action, the MAP, something action plan, removing that there was no MAP for Finland or Sweden, and there would have to be still a couple of democratic, reforms having to do with democratic governance. Although what Hungary's doing in there, I don't know if that's true, but anyway, they were different back then. But yes, that action plan was a whole lot of hoops that Ukraine would have to jump through first before the American administration would agree to say, okay, so then you can be on a plan, on the road to membership once the Russians have been kicked out. And there is an explanation there that in 2008, for example, the compromise agreed to when various states objected, such as good old France and Germany, was that there would be an MAP which would be secret and known only to Georgia and to Ukraine. They would be separate, different MAPs, and each of them would know, but they wouldn't be announced openly. And then, of course, Yanukovych ditched the whole idea anyway. So yes, that openness is to remove a hurdle of a whole lot of steps that clearly they mostly have. Maybe it was military action plan. I think they mostly have to do with NATO standards, and it becomes clearer day by day that Ukraine is reaching that NATO standard conformity in so many ways.
Very good. Thank you, Lexi. Sinclair, welcome. It is good to be co-hosting with you tonight.
Oh, Prince.
I think this may only be your second time co-hosting, so welcome.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I'm reached day kindergarten now here at MriyaReport with status. I'm so happy to be here, Prince, with you. And hello, everybody. Hi, Alan. I feel so refreshed to see your face there. And Lexi, I liked what you had just said about just being situated with a big smile. I really like how you said that. And I've been paying a little bit of attention enough to see that Lily had something to say and then put her hand down. And then the other order then goes to Dr. Scott and Alan. But guys, good evening. Happy early morning wherever you are in the world. I'm so happy to see you here, MriyaReport. This is a really good time now that the space is done glitching, yeah, to retweet the space and bring in all of your friends to talk with us and join us here. Hi. Thank you for having me. So, Lily, did you have something to say? And was it said already?
I think Lexi said it. Yes, I have anything else to add?
Lily?
Yeah.
Lily?
Yes.
Your volume is a little muffled. Let's see if it's better
I'm
now.
so sorry. Is that better?
That's
Yes,
better.
that's better.
Okay. So, Lexicon said most of everything I wanted to say. And if I have anything else that's pertinent, I will raise my hand again. But otherwise, I will enjoy right now. And if you need space, I will drop down. Thanks.
Well, we hold space in the space. We already have space. So, okay, Lily, love you. All right, Dr. Scott, it's your turn.
Thanks so much, Sinclair. I wanted to just say a hearty goodbye and thank you to all our listeners and guests in the previous 3 hours, and apologize for the glitchiness of the space that I kept getting booted out. Not only off of co-hosting, but out of the space altogether. And it took me a second to get rebooted properly. But I'm going to bid you good night and thank you, and I will be with you again shortly.
Dr. Scott, I'm sorry. I no one called on me, but I did put my hand up. I just remembered, besides the other things Lexicon was saying, were we talking about Russian hacking other governments recently? Were you hosting when we just talked about that tonight?
It wasn't tonight. We didn't talk about that, but we did talk about it on Tuesday when I was hosting.
So that I think it's Louisiana DMV was hacked by Russia, and that I heard on the news as I was driving today. So I didn't take any notes or follow up. I just thought I would add that into the sort of swarm of hacking that we're seeing from there.
The hacking database that we're keeping on the space, and at least in our heads.
Exactement.
Thanks for that. I didn't see that story, so I'm glad to know. I mean, I'm not glad to know that that's a story, but since it is a story, I'm glad to know about it.
Well, tomorrow I will, go back and pull threads and see if there's anything there, and I'll come back and share it if it's worthy. Thanks. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks. And
Great.
please retweet this space and tell your friends, family members. We are egalitarian here, and where you come from all walks of life, different parts of the world. If you think you have a silly question or you're going to feel silly asking, please don't feel that way. Put your hand up, because if you're thinking about it, many others are also wanting to ask about that. And if you can make a small donation, that's wonderful too. But otherwise, just keep coming back, and Slava Ukraini, good Shabbos. Thank you.
Gerilim Slava. Alan. Hi.
Hi, Saint, and thank you. I was just going to go back to Ukraine's membership in NATO. I think 20 NATO nations have already stated publicly that they are in favor of Ukraine joining NATO. The European Parliament voted a resolution supporting Ukraine's membership in NATO. I think the M in MAP lexicon stands for membership, membership action plan.
Right.
But I understand, of course, to me, I see an M, I think military, but in this case, it's really membership. But I think this is certainly the primary news outside of the news that's happening in Ukraine right now as Ukraine defends itself from Russian attacks. The primary news we need to watch between now and the NATO summit in Vilnius, which takes place in July, I'm going to say the middle of the month, maybe July 14, something like that, is support for Ukraine to become a NATO member, or do I dare say a kind of junior NATO member. I think the biggest stumbling block is the fact that they are engaged in an active war. Obviously, they cannot invoke Article 5. Maybe they can call a meeting of some kind. Would they do it? Remember, they also have monthly Ramstein contact group meetings. All the NATO nations are there. They can bring up the very same issues in Ramstein as they can in NATO.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, Fritz. I've been hogging it. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I think that those Ramstein meetings have really helped to integrate Ukraine with NATO members, and has built some really strong relationships that will help to carry forward. And it's good to see, that even beyond the members of NATO, there are almost 20 other countries who partake on a regular basis. And so it's expanding the communication and the network of the world, to work together for one goal. And I think that has done a whole lot, and it just always cracks me up and always makes me laugh when I really do think that one of Putin's ideas was that, the world and NATO and the United States and these countries are not allied enough, or there's too much division, or there are too many problems that they will break apart rather than come together. But when push came to shove and it came right down to it, what happened you know, countries themselves came together, and NATO came together, and this alliance came together, and it's been a big, huge backfire. And it's united the world in a way that it hasn't been united probably since World War II, would be my thought. Um, I don't know the history well enough, but that would be my guess. I want to go back to Alan because I was sort of responding to what he had said, and then we'll go to Lexicon.
I was just going to say, Prince, the Ramstein Contact Group simplified Ukraine's ability to meet with NATO nation defense ministers, and you are completely right. This has helped Ukraine uh, become engaged with NATO nations, put on the table their needs, talk to them about the reality on the battlefield, and create real friendships. When I see Defense Minister Reznikov talk to our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, I see a real friendship. But it's not just between Austin and Reznikov. It's between Reznikov and Pistorius, the defense minister of Germany, between Reznikov and Ben Wallace, the defense minister of the United Kingdom. And I, this, as I say, it has simply made it easier for Ukraine to create very sound, close alliances with all the NATO nations. I say all. I would leave out Hungary. I would put Turkey on the borderline. But the really meaningful NATO nations, Ukraine and NATO, they're solid.
Absolutely. Solid relationships have been built, and they're going to be long-lasting relationships, relationships of trust. And people have, I think people have earned the trust of other countries, and it has also exposed the weaknesses of some countries. And it's been nice to see a couple of countries coming around a little bit more, even though they sometimes seem to waffle. Go ahead, Lexicon.
Yeah, that's also true. Reznikov is such a riot. I remember there are a number of those meetings where we took a close look at. He'd always have these neat ties and this neat pin, and he'd have an F-16, or he had various pins, and then didn't he have a funny pocket handkerchief that he'd whip out that also had various symbolic value. I think he's a great guy at making those friendships. But of course, it's Ukraine that's done so much. I mean, with all that support, but Ukraine has done so much. I mean, I feel, sure we all do, so proud of how Ukraine has done this, as well as the trust and solidarity of the partners. You remember, I mean, you think back to the beginning of this, when Ukraine was just begging for more closeness to NATO, and it was absolutely just all these stiff kind of chins and turned cheeks, and it was like, oh my God, we don't talk about these things on Sunday and so on. I mean, horror in the rooms. And I mean, it really was. It was this outlandish demand, and like a number of other demands that were silently deemed outlandish. And so I just think of what those days were like and how bleak they felt. Um, until the first great move, the withdrawal of, and Ukraine winning the Battle of Kiev and all the north and forcing Russia to withdraw. And that was the first big, huge sigh. I don't. I shouldn't be doing a downer here, except I just saw. People may have noticed since the counteroffensive, say that Ukraine has allowed a lot more foreign reporters to come in to the field with them, and I think ITV just did a story tonight. Do you remember when not so long after Moscow had to withdraw from the north, that a town near Yahidne was liberated. And then soon after, we heard about the underground room where almost 400 citizens were forced to stay this whole month. And then not so long, and of course they were being used as a human shield because the Muscovites had their headquarters in the floors above this building, where the people had been placed in the cellars. There were 90 children among them, and I mean, it's an astonishing story. But didn't take very long before Zelensky took reporters to Yahidne and showed them the room, and I was so impressed that he saw the horror of this one story and said, people have got to see this one. I mean, this stands out. This was, of course, we discovered Bucha and Irpin and so on, and Hostomel. So that, I mean, I always remembered that and remembered Zelensky's action and the solemnity with which the foreign press did properly treat it. And now this story is about how Ukraine, with its prosecutor's office and the ICC, is pursuing the case, the war crime, a whole lot of aspects, and the people are holding ceremonies to commemorate what went on. It's a beautiful story, though horrifying, but it shows the seriousness and solemnity with which Ukraine, in the company of the international justice system and criminal court, is dealing with every one of these, documenting and documenting in the most amazing way using very modern digital technology for the record. So I really recommend anybody to take a look, to just check YouTube and look up ITV's coverage from today about Yahidne.
Thank you, Lexicon. And I'm one of those people who constantly says we can't turn our eyes away from any piece of what is happening in Ukraine. And that means the really difficult stuff too. And I tend to be one of the people who will talk about the really difficult stuff a lot, probably sometimes too much. But it was interesting last night. Doman was on before I went to bed. Well, I guess it was already early morning for me, but we were talking about the trip of the African delegation coming to Ukraine today, and what I know they take people to see Bucha, and I see Ryan is on the panel. Ryan, are you even listening? Does Bucha look at all like it did right after it was liberated? Yeah, exactly. It does not.
It's not even the same place anymore. I've driven down that famous tank street where all the Russian tank graveyard, where all the Russian armor was stopped between Bucha and Irpin. And the first time I drove down it in, I don't know, October, I didn't recognize the street because it had already been repaved and cleaned up. And now this year, when I went back in February or March, the progress was even more. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if they have that Irpin bridge back open and completely repaired when I return in about a month. They don't wait around to make repairs and put their lives back together.
So that's my point. When they take somebody who is visiting to the site of these atrocities that happened, they've already been rebuilt. They don't look like they did when the atrocities happened. And I know these trips are very short. Um, and I know it would be hard to do, but I part of me wishes they would have preserved some of this atrocity for these leaders to witness firsthand, so they don't just have to hear about it and then go visit a city that looks like, in pictures, what I've seen, a pretty average middle class city, um, and and Ryan, I think you said before, take them to Kharkiv, take them to Izium. I realize that's a long drive, to be able to do that, but I would love for some of these leaders to be able to see the actual horror, instead of going to some place that has been rebuilt. Not to minimize what happened in Bucha at all, because what happened in Bucha is horrid and people need to know what happened there. But if we take leaders to see some place that has been rebuilt, they're not going to get the true feel for the horror of what happened there. What do you think, Sinclair?
Well, I think this is not, I do remember when Sana came, I forget, was that Buka as well? Bucha. Um, when she had come it was just fresh after one of the atrocities, and I think it's valuable if they can come straight away, but because the Ukrainian people are, let's get this, okay, everybody understands what's happened. You can come visit, you can come and see, be affected, be moved sincerely by what's happened, but really get out of our way now. We have to fix this. Um, I've been doing a lot of comparisons between what's happening in Ukraine and what's happened in the Rwandan genocide, where there was an attempt to eradicate the Tutsi tribe in the 90s. And in Rwanda, they have kept those spaces, um, where there was incredible mass murder when the full-time killing was happening. So they kept the churches, they kept the mass grave sites open and untouched, so that anyone that could come and see, and they didn't clean the walls, they didn't clean the floors, they left the building as it stood because they knew the effect was imperative, that anybody who could and wanted to see the proof and feel it with their spirit and their heart, they could come and see. I was and it was my job as a journalist at the time in the 90s to, like, go of it was really, like, towards the beginning of 2000s too, but to come in and film in there. Prince, I have to tell you, like, I still can't talk about some of the things I saw, and it was years after it happened. But the power of leaving the truth to be seen versus, the strong desire to just keep moving forward. Like, we have to clean our streets, we have to tidy and reset everything because this is our home. I think that that's something that a culture really has it's a tough tightrope to walk on. Which side as a community do you choose to put your energy and all of your effort as a community into, and you're either all in or all out? Are you going to leave the truth to be seen and be affected by it yourself, thinking about it full time? Or are you going to tidy the space, gentrify the space again, wake it back up and give it new life, new purpose? Especially when they're in the middle of this invasion. I think this is a very tough decision that Ukrainians must make. There and this is this atrocity is happening, this attempted genocide is happening in real time with their smartphones. The world is in. Like, imagine with the with the Rwandan genocide or Cambodian, like all of these others that are older, just a breath away from the information age. If we could have been the fly on the wall like we are now, would we have been so, critical, I guess, of, well, are you really going to leave that like that? You're going, yes, it has power. But I think from on the outside looking in, we are privileged to see what we can in real time. And Prince, I love what you do when you bring it back around to say, like, this is something that cannot be unseen, especially when things are being tidied up so quickly. In real time, if this is happening, please don't divert your eyes. Look, be affected, and let it move you to act. This is not entertainment. This is atrocity and what happens within our hearts as a people, as a global people. We can act in real time with our finances, with our hearts, in our spheres where they are, and also globally, internationally, in all the ways. So yeah, this is a very interesting topic to me. We have some hands there. I think we had Lexicon and then Carrie and then Lily. Am I right?
Well, actually, I think Carrie has been waiting the longest. I appreciate everybody being patient because we've sort of gone around a little bit. So I think Carrie was first, and I appreciate everybody's patience. We'll go to Lexicon and then Lily after that.
Thanks, Prince. I loved what Sinclair just said. I think that was so beautifully pulled together. I was just going to mention, and you may have commented on it tonight, I don't know, but there's been a great riposte about Putin saying that Zelensky is not Jewish and is a disgrace to the Jewish nation. So there's the Israeli newspaper, the Jerusalem Post, which is very influential, obviously, came out with its new cover, which has Zelensky on the front of it, and the focus of this particular issue is the 50 most influential Jews, our brightest stars. And so there's this fantastic cover which has Zelensky on it. And I just thought that was a wonderful embracing of him, obviously, as being Jewish and as being a person that they are very proud of. And I just wanted to mention that to you guys. I've circulated it I've retweeted it on my space, but I think that's all that needs to be said. I think that's a beautiful response.
Yeah, I absolutely loved seeing that when it came across my timeline today. But what I do have to say, and what I do have to wonder about, I have to wonder, I have to sincerely wonder where Yehuda is going to try to put himself. I think Yehuda is going to try to say something along the lines of, they contacted me because it was a tie between me and President Zelensky. But I thought maybe it would be better for President Zelensky to have it this time, and we'll work out when I can have it again, because I am one of the most influential Jews in the world, and that is just. Couldn't you imagine Yehuda doing something like that, Sinclair?
I can see him doing that. I can absolutely see it. And yeah, I think it's very gracious of him to be, so humble. He's so humble to step aside like he has. I'm very proud of him. He's made strides.
It's just, it was the first thing I thought of when I saw that, is like, oh man, Yehuda's gonna put himself on this list. It's just gonna happen.
Do you know what would be even worse? Would be if his mother-in-law was on the front cover. He always takes the mickey out of his mother-in-law. That would be brilliant.
Oh yes, this would be fabulous. All right, let's get on and go to the lexicon. Thank you so much, Gary.
What a riot. Great story. And I can the preposterousness of Putin knows no bounds. He should say, Sinclair, I often, the sound drops as soon as someone's called on after me often. So I missed the beginning of what you had said about where you had been and seen what places had been left the way they were and were deliberately kept the same for people to see. Was
I'm speaking about Rwanda. So
okay. I thought you meant. Yeah, yeah. That's really is really important and interesting and tough, as you say. I was in Berlin quite a few years ago, and I learned that, like the wall, you can hardly find that they left so little of the wall that many Berliners say they really should have left more to help people understand what it was. I wanted to say that the ITV story about Yahidna, one of the most fascinating parts of it was that they showed how, I just said briefly, using modern digital technology, the journalists saw now these rooms down below and corridors and so on have been kept. At least you can get an impression of the darkness and the all kinds of the sorts of boards thrown down for floorboards and so on. But that what they're doing have done is taking all kinds of pictures that are then you can't understand it too well, but if you know the technology you would. The photography in kind of 3D will enable prosecutors in future to look in detail, to examine. I mean, on the walls, you see the children drew pictures. They drew pictures of themselves being happy outside and Ukrainian flags. And they drew pictures, I mean, those in bright colors, and they drew pictures in dark colors saying no to war and of executions that they were either afraid of or had seen. Just amazing. Anyway, the investigators have taken pictures of every detail, and prosecutors will be able to go in to see the finest, like the marks on the door that showed how many people were there, and the calendars people tried to make with some smuggled in charcoal because they couldn't tell day and night and so on. So that was briefly shown, but I think that is a powerful new technology that Ukrainians will be able to use, as they are using every new technology there is, to help them in the prosecution. And they have identified the names of 18 soldiers and officers who took part, and they recovered all kinds of documents of the Muscovite army. So that's an interesting an alternative that, as you say, we do have in this age. We have more ability to be a fly on the wall also in future, even when a lot will have to be cleaned up.
That's so true. Technology is going to make a huge difference in the way these things are seen and experienced for people, and the 3D imaging and 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 those kinds of things. I don't know much about that technology. Do you, Sinclair?
I do. I'm a photojournalist, 22 years into my career. And I have to say, as you were mentioning this lexicon, I'm thankful for digital. So thankful. And the different types of technology that is out there for documenting. The bummer with a lot of the technology that's out there now and available, everything from stills to video, everything can be messed with in a way. You can, um, and I mean, there's also a thumbprint, like with every file of a photo that you see or of a video that you see, um, and a scan that you see, it has a digital thumbprint, so you can tell if it's been altered, but you have to really look to know that it's been altered by looking at the file. And it depends on the type of file that gets to be presented as evidence. But if there are forensics that are doing this, this is their job and there's credibility to it. I'm just so grateful that somebody isn't needing to be developing these things in in a dark room, that they don't have to be keeping film at temperature so that they could keep the integrity of the evidence. There, especially a change of season. This invasion has been going on through all of these season changes in a temperate zone. This is such a a challenging thing to do if you are in charge of keeping information with integrity. So I am very grateful that in the time that this is happening, it's so possible to take in evidence as quickly as it's happening and to preserve the integrity of it. We're really lucky that way here. And I'm just so grateful that as things are getting tidied up, and then in some cases, like damaged again, and then tidied up and damaged again, that each time there's a redocumenting of that evidence. And in a way, kind of, it's a blessing that they won't have, and it's not like they have to choose whether to preserve evidence or to go on living. They just can go on living because the evidence has already been put through, scanned and taken care of that way. And all their job is, as Ukrainians, is to not give up. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Very, very good. So if if there could be good in this. Um, Prince, do you recall, is it Lily and then Martin, and help me?
Yeah. Lily dropped but came back, so we're just gonna insert her where she was.
Thank you.
So yes,
Hello.
Lily and then Martin.
Guten Abend, alle. Okay, so documenting these horrors, these most heinous acts, absolutely is being done even faster than the day the President of the United States went to the camp that was liberated first and the end of World War II. And he commanded that a photographer take photos immediately upon going in because he said, no way is this going to be erased and we need it now. And I agree with that, and very necessary. But when I would leave it up to President Zelensky and all Ukrainians on the land to feel, there's a certain part of desecration and where someone was killed or your home that, a ton of people don't have to keep traipsing through. Definitely preserve it. You can go to Israel. It's the most wonderful preserved area for, 4 different major religions. And, but I think this is a crime scene, right? So a lot can still be gained from what they can find. That's like more of a legal situation, but the other one is the spiritual side of all the family and people that are survived, the people who were murdered on this soil, and that they should weigh in more than people, politicians, and other photographers coming in. So what I'm saying is people, the Ukrainians, and already we see footage, they are so savvy with photography and capturing these things. And I think when they want the public to come in, that they will, invite people as necessary. Or I guess, what would I say in legal terms, as a need to know basis type of thing, until they open it to the public. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just balancing. I love photography. I love all of those photos, although they're horrible, of people tortured and chained and beaten, dead skeletons, you know. But I don't feel we have the right to look away. So I think everything in Ukraine is going to be, and currently being, well documented. And when they're ready for others to come in,
Mhm.
you know.
I think, yeah, Lily, I love this appreciation for the preservation of the truth. As great as the lenses are that are in country and taking in the atrocity and pulling in evidence. I think there is an equal amount of importance in us as the viewer that we don't just view to hold in our hearts. There's a second step at all times, which is you take it in, you hold it in your heart, and then you tell again. You pass it forward, you share again, because these stories are not for the exploitation of the victims. These are for we are they are left to tell. We are left to tell. We share this with the world because things like this do not go unseen. If they're being seen, let us all have influence together globally. I would love to go to Kristaps, please. I believe he has something special he wants to share before he goes to sleep.
Yeah, thank you guys. I've lost my voice. I've come back from a soccer game, football game for all of us Europeans, soccer for you Americans. There was a game of Latvia-Turkey, and I'm a football fan myself. And in that game, at one point, we found out that the Russian television was translating the game somewhere abroad to Russia. And at one point, our fans started chanting "Putin huilo" very loudly, so that Russian TV would have to stop, chanting that stuff. And my Turkish friends who were like nearby, because I was sitting in some Turkish fan sector, they were confused about what's going on. So I explained, and then they all joined in. It was amazing. We at one point, all of the stadium was just like Putin, hui, la, la, la. It was great. Yeah, that happened.
What does it mean?
Secondly, Putin's a dick.
I love it.
Oh my. Kristaps.
Yeah,
Do
this is. I was a bit like sorry for my voice, by the way. After the game, I accidentally hung out with some guys from Bratva. Um, it's been a rough night. Let me tell you that. It's nearly 6 a.m. in the morning, and I'm glad I got home with my legs and arms intact. But there's also another news about all the sanctions. You ladies might know this thing that I mentioned this yesterday when I was doing the day, but like the Swedish company that produces female hygiene products and tampons and packets and everything you need for your menstruations, they're leaving Russia as well. So this leaves Russia with exactly 0 companies that will actually give them the necessary supplies. And a lot of people might not know this, but Soviet Union produced exactly 0 of female hygiene products that are needed for menstruations. Therefore, during all of the Soviet era, women were just using cotton swabs or rags whenever they needed something. And now this is going to be a massive deficit. The price for the tampons has already increased by 350% in Russia, just saying. And now it's going to get even worse. And, that's a thing that doesn't get mentioned a lot, but I'm sure you ladies will understand when I tell you how would you feel if all of a sudden you simply cannot get any of these products at all in the stores. And I think news will just underplay this thing, but if a 50% of Russian population are gonna suffer through this shit, yeah, it's gonna be bad. And finally, because I'm here to give you the weird Russian news things, they started the new Lada Aura thing, because they have their own car factories which have been like dying lately, and they tried they tried to present their new Lada Aura in the new International Economic Forum in St. Petersburg. International in the sense that literally just Taliban and 3 other countries have arrived. Whatever, they can call it that way. First of all, German Gref, the leader or the chairman of the Russian Federal Bank, tried to start the car. It did not work. Then the finance minister, Anton Siluanov, also tried to start the car. It did not work. After the car started up, after about 20 minutes of trying, Gref and Maxim Sokolov, the head of AvtoVAZ, who produces these cars, they drove it like 50 meters or something. Then it kind of died down. AvtoVAZ, by the way, explained the incident by the fact that after the previous trip, the car was turned off while the gear had remained on. Obviously, that makes the exhibition car not work. Obviously. But, with this, I think, I've given you enough stuff. But just so you know, Russians are going to experience severe lack of, well, Russian women are going to suffer through nothing being available to them unless they pay insane prices when their special days of the month come. And Russian cars apparently just refuse to start. And we all joined in and sang Putin Hoilo, even though my team lost 2-3. Well, it was a fair game.
Could you imagine raising a daughter in her teens in that mess? Oh my.
Yeah, I'll say some stuff about that. But Nancy spoke about things having to do with hygiene products a few months ago. So let's see what Nancy has
Look,
to say.
yeah, that'd be nice. I'm sorry, but I'm not a native English speaker, so I know political terms and at this point military terms. But if I make some mistakes, I apologize about that.
Oh no, Kristaps, you were spot on that, and I found it ironic because yeah, it was probably about 3 months ago that we talked about tightening the sanctions, and as a woman, one of the areas that I knew was still not being sanctioned and was readily available was feminine hygiene products, and I'm sorry, but I was very much a hard line that we needed to increase sanctions, and if Russian women not having their sons and husbands come home from the war wasn't enough for them to say enough, well then let's stop these products too, because eventually you're going to have enough ticked off women that they might make a difference. So unfortunately we haven't seen that yet, but there are alternatives to the conveniences of feminine hygiene products. They're not nice, they're not fun, but at this point, it's necessary that those repercussions occur at a broader level, than just trying to sanction the ultra elite, unfortunately. So thanks for passing that info on to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just a journalist from Latvia. I'm here to maybe entertain you a bit with weird Russian news because I sit on Russian regional news because I sit on all the Telegram groups with what Yaroslavy says, what Yekaterinburg says, what the people say in Telegram because I have my contacts. And I'm here between all the military experts and all the actually smart people. I'm just a guy who's doing things, but I do my best. And I'll be going back to Ukraine soon, fucking dealing with the kindergarten of German journalists who do not speak Russian or Ukrainian, but that's a whole different story. But yeah, I hope that in early July you'll allow me to talk a bit, and I'll report to you directly from the front lines as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And I always love your coverage, by the way, and even your your delivery, even in English, you're like you're saying it's not your native language. You could have fooled all of us. You're so clear and you speak better than I do. your, your delivery is so much more fun. So just appreciate you taking time out of your night, early morning, to bring us this very niche update.
Look, that's the thing. The niche things are what matter. I mean, the BBC won't cover it, but I like to dig into the details. Like I said, all of you guys, well, you guys know the hosts at least of this show because I'm somewhat of a regular here. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, I managed to sneak up and, for example, trademark Igor Girkin's group of angry patriots and their logo and everything and trademark it in the EU. So we're selling T-shirts from my podcast and we're donating the money to Ukraine. So you can get Crying Girkin shirts and all that whatnot. And whenever he uses that, yeah, I can, charge him license fees. I do things like that. I'm a bit of a bastard, but that's my profession. But thank you guys, because like I said, I've been hanging out with fucking bratva, like actual worry. It's been bad, but I have a lot of things. And my next episode is going to be about how they're dealing with the stuff inside of the prisons, because apparently, and this is like serious news. This is besides jokes. serious news is that apparently Wagner Group, when they pardon these soldiers, they get full presidential pardon because Putin said this in his speech. So the recidivists, the guys who repeat crimes, they get judged and treated as if they had not committed these crimes because presidential pardon means not only release from prison, because a lot of guys who are 15 years prison term, they're just oh, I'm going to go to the front and they just descend there. So that increases the criminality in Russia. But when they come back and they repeat their crimes, then it turns out that they're treated and judged as if it was their first crime because they have received a full presidential pardon. So that kind of encourages these people who are leading the lives of crime to get into this stuff. And yeah, that's going to be my next episode and everything. But yeah, it's just weird. It's just that a lot of them have died, obviously, but those who will come back, we're going to see a new war of gangsters in Russia and criminality increasing because those who are coming back are already arming people. Like yesterday, a person was arrested trying to smuggle 20 kilograms of TNT inside of Russia. And he was apparently a courier of this, and this has been going on for a long time. So Russian organized crime is buying up guns, buying up ammunition, buying up explosives. They're gonna go to war soon. And Wagner Group and Prigozhin, it's not like they're gonna fight against Putin's supporters when Putin finally kicks the bucket. It's the organized crime. It's brewing. It's brewing, and we're gonna see Russia explode. I'm pretty sure of that.
Bitte. Not for tonight, but the next time you are here, I would like to discuss Semyon Mogilevich.
Yeah, we need to. We've had Martin with his hand up for quite a while.
Not tonight. I just wanted to plant that seed for Kristoff. That's all. Thanks. Have a good night.
Yeah, and I appreciate you coming up, Kristoff, and telling us, sharing this stuff with us. It's all really interesting, and I do want to get to Martin quickly. I will just say that I do have a cousin who works in Africa. She lives in Egypt, but works all over Africa with a charity that instructs people how to make feminine hygiene products out of cheap T-shirts and reuse them safely. So yeah, there are options, but they're not going to be easy. So let's go on to Martin here real quick. Martin, congratulations to the Golden Knights. I said hockey 3 times that night, and you didn't appear. So
Yeah.
I figured you were watching the game.
Well, listen, Golden Knights, it's a Manitoba team. You got the Manitoba boys, and Mark Stone from here in Winnipeg scored a hat trick in that game. But I think it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that Vegas was going to win the cup.
Hey man, all of Latvia was in Vegas because Thomas Bluegers, a Latvian, is in Golden Knights.
That's right.
So we're rooting for you guys.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, but Vegas, they most of their team is Canadian players, and a good percentage, a large percentage, are from Western Canada, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and their general manager, of course, used to be the GM and coach of the Brandon Wheat Kings and the Western Hockey League, and they really ran up the score in that game too. I don't know if that was necessary, but full marks to Vegas for their cup victory. They sure have a powerhouse of a team, I'm telling you. And nothing. Listen, I've got to say that Florida got a great team too. And Paul Maurice, as you know, Prince, we've talked about it before. Used to be the coach of the Winnipeg Jets before he walked away from the team about just over a year ago. Walked away. He had to quit because there was just too much going on, and he walked into a good gig and did a good job with the group of guys that he got. So going forward, Florida's got a heck of a team. Watch out for next season. It's going to be a doozy. Anyway, Slava Ukraini. That's not what I came up to talk about. But, Prince, I can talk hockey 24/7, 365, or any other sport you want to talk about. Like right now, I'm watching the Canadian Football League game, Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Saskatchewan Roughriders, Winnipeg 24-21, third quarter, 6:08 remaining in this quarter. I just wanted to say, regarding this numbskull, this genocidal dictator Putler in Muscovy, and his comments regarding President Zelensky. A Ukrainian friend of mine, Canadian fella, said, he says, Zelensky is the Moses of Ukraine. So let's look at it this way, and not what this genocidal maniac in the Kremlin says, of course. And of course, as you pointed out, Prince, the Jerusalem Post today had a full page with a picture of Zelensky, and as one of the most influential people in the Jewish world. So, anyways, I just wanted to bring that up. And speaking with the Jewish theme, and by the way, Shabbat Shalom to all my co-religionists out there. That if you're going to continue with this, then I would put this guy Putler in the Kremlin as a Dybbuk. A Dybbuk in Jewish literature, Jewish culture, is a mythological creature that inhabits a wicked creature that inhabits the souls and has to be exorcised. As a matter of fact, there's a play by a famous Yiddish writer, S. Ansky, called The Dybbuk. It's been performed in English and, of course, in Yiddish. So that's what's going to happen, and that's what's happening. This malevolent spirit in Muscovy is being exorcised in Ukraine by the brave and creative forces of Ukraine, and eventually it's going to redound on that genocidal maniac, and he's going to be gone too. So I'm going to leave it at that and quit blabbing and say, Slava Ukraini, please retweet this site, and Prince, talk to you again, and everyone else. I'm going to drop down to listener.
Oh,
Thank you so
Martin,
much.
I'm so
Go ahead.
happy that you're a hockey fan. I have to say
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I want to hear you talk for hours, please. I
Well,
mean, we can do that another
yeah,
time,
another
but
time. You want to talk hockey? Prince knows how to get in touch with me. I'm always on this site, and I'll never tire of talking about Canada's national winter sport, an international sport, and maybe the greatest team sport, or at least the greatest winter team sport, because there's so many great sports. Matter of fact, the U.S. Open is on now, and Ricky Fowler is in the lead after 2 rounds of the U.S. Open in Los Angeles. So, golf fans, tune into that as well.
man, you're awesome. Thank you, Martin. I'm so glad you're here.
Okay, thank you. Keep up the good work. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
Yerom Slava, Martin. Thank you. Martin is always so much fun when he comes up. I
He's
always appreciate
wonderful.
it. Oh yeah, he always has really good and fun stuff to add, and he is one of my favorite guys. And he and I have chatted a bit in the back channel about sports, because I have a cousin who played in the NHL. A cousin I've never met, but still
Who's
a
your
cousin.
cousin?
Oh, I have to look it up actually.
You don't know your cousin's name, Prince.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
Played in the NHL.
Yeah, but yeah, and he's quite a bit older than me. But yes. Anyway, and then I had a chiropractor who played with the Canadian Football League, and just these little things make Martin very happy. And you can sit and talk to Martin for a long time about things like that. And our local little WHL team here in Portland is a fairly good and well-known team, and so we've gotten some conversation about that too. But anyway, back to Ukraine. Go ahead.
Well, I was actually curious because Declan, you had popped in, popped out. I'm sorry it took us a little bit to get you cleared here to be speaker. We're having a little bit of problems. So we're glad that you're here as a speaker. I hope that we didn't muff up a spot for you to share what you wanted to share. Was there something on your mind?
Good evening or good morning for everybody. Actually, this is my first time.
Are you talking? I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hmm. Something's fishy.
Yes, we are having technical issues again.
All right.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Sinclair?
I can hear you, Prince. Should we sing a song?
Okay. Yeah. I actually couldn't. I couldn't use the mic. The mic would not unmute for me for a second there.
Oh yeah, and everything
Yeah.
was like frozen for me. A little
Yeah.
scary.
Yes. It was a little hinky there for a second. Anyway, I hope Declan comes back because I was curious about what he was going to say. I do see that we're having I do see some things that I don't normally see when I'm co-hosting as far as ghost speakers and things such as that. Anyway,
Yeah, and
but
actually some of our speakers are missing their mic icons, I see too. Like just a little funny.
those would be ghost speakers.
That's what okay. Yeah, it's my first day. I'm just graduated to afternoon kindergarten.
Yeah, those would be ghost speakers. If there's no microphone by their name, they're typically ghost speakers, and they actually aren't up as speakers. They're just yeah. Declan, are you back with us, or did you fall down again?
It's been on and off. Can you hear me?
There you are.
There you are. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, I think hinky is the exact word. I got cut off several times here, so I'm gonna try to make this brief. I do feel like I'm kind of raiding ladies' night here. So,
should I speak differently for you, Declan?
and it's kind of tough to follow Martin there with his hockey stories, but I actually did used to run Team New Zealand hockey and live across from USA Olympics here. So that's my only hockey story I can share. But be that as it may, I'm happy for Vegas, and I just wanted to chime in and just say what a great job you guys do. I've been listening to you for probably 9 months now, and this is my first time popping on saying anything. And like I said, I feel like I'm raiding ladies' night, so I wish there were some gents here to have a little bit of a military chat with. But my point is this: this actually goes back to Afghanistan, and that so upset me after 20 years, as it did many Americans. And my history is that I split my year up 50% of the time in London, 50% in the States. And after losing my parents this year, I decided to undertake some projects, and they are all Ukraine based because since 2004, I was thumbing through my passport this afternoon. And back in those good old days, you had to get a visa. And I saw that I've taken 28 trips now. And I feel that I know the Ukrainian people as much as any American can. I'll never speak about anybody else in Europe because they obviously know better. But I've got 100 thoughts going through my head, and I'm trying to narrow it and keep it quick here. My point is this, is that today I filed paperwork for a PMG, Are you guys still with me?
We are.
Okay, my screen went blank, so it scared me a little bit. PMG, which is a private military group, so that puts me with the Lockheeds and the Raytheons and the Sikorskys of the world. And I also filed in for 2 patents on something that I've been working on since Afghanistan, and more so when February hit last year, obviously, on the drone side, both on the offense and defense. And that's all I can really speak to without non-disclosures and giving away trade secrets, that kind of thing. The reason that I wanted to hop on, and I'm sorry to break up the tampon story, but yeah, I could use a little laugh there, please. I wanted to see about, once this gets up and going, you'll see it on my page because I'll start promoting it more. But I saw that a gentleman, a soldier, I guess he went home for a weekend leave in Ukraine, and he just pitched his plea for a drone, like a DJI drone, and got thousands of dollars within minutes from the world. And he was able to go out and procure that. And these guys are so resourceful and creative. And then went out and did his business when he rejoined his troops. But the point is this, is that we're working on the drone side. We're doing something that's going to be unseen, unheard, just it's out of this world. And I want to do it to help Ukraine. And on the PMG side, we have over 100 Rangers, SEALs, Black Hawk helicopter. And where I reside here in Colorado, if anybody's familiar with the center of it, I'm surrounded by silos, NORAD, and 5 different bases, and a lot of good friends who are helping me with this project. But we're taking it official. And so, to get to the point, when we're ready to launch to this, no pun intended, we have to do this from a neutral state. And so, if anybody that hears this or knows anybody that's connected that can make a suggestion, please DM me and just give me some ideas about how we can creatively dance around the international laws.
Yeah, I think we got to be careful here.
No, yeah, and I'm speaking solely for
Yeah.
myself here, so this has nothing to do with
Yeah.
the report or Ukraine or anything like that. But and I hear you, and that's why I was wanting to be careful with my words. And if you want me to stop, I'll stop. But I just wanted you to be aware that there are things in the background, because now that the history books are being closed on Afghanistan, we had 12 missions that were successful on that. And we were able to bring in 7 and 8 figures and a small little Air Force and a nice team put together. And these guys are ready to roll, but we can't fly a flag. And so I need suggestions on that. And then once we are public, and once we do that, we would really like to partner up with people that are willing to see our vision and just spread the word. That's all we're asking.
Yeah.
So,
I understand what you're saying, and I understand you saying that you're saying this is an individual, not something associated with MriyaReport. But we need to be extremely careful with the things that we allowed to be put out from MriyaReport. It's just something that, especially now that we are a 501c3, there are things that we have to be extremely careful about. I appreciate that you've been listening, and I appreciate that you're wanting to help Ukraine. I really do. We just have to be very, very careful about what goes out there into the world from the MriyaReport space. So I hope you understand and know that I appreciate you coming up, but we just have to be very, very careful.
Okay,
So
and yeah, and first of all, I didn't know that you had achieved nonprofit status, so congratulations on that. And I do donate under a different name, so right now you're actually looking at all my pets' names.
that's
That
all
was
good.
that's how I created my username. So but no, we are also official, and once I get that paperwork back finalized, and again, it's not that I'm
You know,
coming so much to you and or even anybody. I just want to kind of use the tools available to raise awareness that something's coming down the pike.
yeah,
And
there are a lot of things that come down the pike and go down the pike, and there are people on our team who are real familiar with these kinds of things, but we try to keep it all in the background and keep it all rather private. And if you want to try to contact somebody having to do with MriyaReport, to see if there's any way, but the official, it has to go through official channels before we can go.
absolute. Yep.
Yeah,
Nope. Totally
be,
understand. And I apologize if I stepped on any toes. That was not my intention at all. Um, I tried to read the T's and C's, and
yeah,
I'm not saying any names, and I'm not
yeah,
calling out any countries, and I'm not calling out anything other than we want to help. That's all
yeah,
that it is. And the straw that broke the back was the dam. That
yeah,
was that was for me. Uh, that got me off my butt to go and do what I've been working on silently for the better part of a year. But
yeah,
I that was just too much, and so.
yeah,
But I appreciate all you guys do, and I love listening to you every night. I've been up since 2:30 with London and just working, and it's time for bed for me here. But I will listen to you for the next couple hours until I nod off. But please do not take my words as anything other than goodwill and best wishes and support.
Thank you,
thank you.
Declan. I love that you're such a man of action and that you led with what you just did. So just appreciate you listening and being a part tonight. Thank you so much. I think we'll go to Primus next. Yeah?
Yeah. Thank you, St. Clair. Good to see you, Prince Ever, on the other side tonight. So, Declan, thank you for coming up there. It's interesting what you're saying. I'm sure there's people listening who might send you some DMs with some inquiries on there. But yeah, I mean, I think the angry IT industry has been somewhat activated by what happened with the dam on there, because I mean it really was an atrocity. There's been a lot of atrocities in this war, but I mean that is how best do you put it, is highly visible, you know, and it's something that people can see. You can see that the literal dam break and flood out areas. I think that kind of brings it home to people because it's just such a large scale event. I mean, I think in some ways the reaction to it itself has been kind of muted because it's kind of hard to just wrap your head around it, on how bad it is in places and how much worse it's going to be. Which is why, like, one of the things MriyaReport's been doing is we've been trying to raise funds to help with like water purification and other disaster relief things, partnering with local companies or volunteers and things like that to help out, on there, and just kind of scrambling to do that. And we've raised a good chunk of money to do that. Because I mean, there's, you know, I think it's like a 500,000 or 1,000,000 people or whatever have threatened water supplies right now. And you can only ship in so many water bottles in a war zone, so they need purification systems. And there's also going to be things like cholera and that kind of thing. And even down in, not that I'm really concerned about Crimea right now, but even down that way, because of the contamination of what little water they were getting in that dam or the canal drying out there, they're starting to have waterborne illnesses down there too. So, not a concern because it's Russian occupied, but it is interesting that they kind of shot themselves in the foot there with that one. But yeah, overall, Declan, you're talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal, and I think, I think we all have, feelings on that. I mean, not to get too much into the politics of it, but I've had some pretty good Afghani friends or Afghan friends, and kind of explained what the Soviets did back in the day and came over as refugees, and so on. And for a long time, I was really hoping it was going to work out for them because I heard so many stories about Afghanistan and that kind of thing, and it wasn't. It was really frustrating. But I think with how we pulled out and how that happened, and that's is much a function of the Afghan government and the Taliban as well as how we handled the withdrawal. It's complicated, but ultimately it went very badly. And I think the Russians looked at it and said, well, you know, the U.S. has invested 20 years into Afghanistan, and they just pulled up stakes and left like it was nothing. They're definitely not going to support Afghanistan, and it was a terrible message. Or no, support Ukraine. Excuse me. That was a terrible message to be sent. Not just to Putin, but also our allies who maybe ask the questions like, how much are the Americans going to stand by? And that's another reason why I think this whole war in Ukraine and the support of the United States government is in NATO in general is super important. Is there's been a lot of question of what are the Americans going to kind of fall back into their isolationist tendencies, or are they going to stay engaged? Are they going to commit to basically our values and help defend Ukraine, be a strong stronger part of NATO and reactivate that alliance? And thank goodness we rose to the occasion on that. And Europe rose to the occasion on that. But yeah, for a lot of reasons, I think that Afghanistan withdrawal was bad. I think it contributed to where we are now. As inevitable as it probably was. Yeah. So just a few random Primus thoughts there.
Well,
I
I'm going to jump back in here, and I know that I signed off, but is it Primus or Primus? I really appreciate you saying that because obviously that's a sensitive topic for all involved here, especially tonight's audience being primarily U.S. Based on the bios that I read while I was waiting. But the point is everything you just said is spot on truth. And think about the 52 billion in brand new military kit that we left there that should have been moved to Poland and Germany just in case somebody, say Ukraine, needed some help, and instead we're literally being shot at by our own bullets. And so that's where the frustration started. And you're right, the military is the last to go. And in our case, we were the first to go. And then take the Air Force Base. It overlooks the China silos. It's the most important strategic Air Force Base in the Middle East, and we let it go. We abandoned it in the middle of the night, and our allies. So the story that was sent, I think if we were still there, even the 1,800 troops, this would not have happened, the genocide. And or we would have had a quicker response to it. So, but what's done is done, and all we can do is move forward. And so I just wanted to drop a few hints of there's other people out there, and it isn't forgotten, because I do catch a lot of flack for carrying a Ukraine flag on my profile still, and same on Facebook, and it frustrates me because they don't know the will of the Ukrainian people. They don't know the love for their country. They don't understand family. My ex, her dad's Russian and her mother's Ukrainian. And we would holiday in Sochi and then come back. And then I had a 23rd story flat on the Black Sea, which I hear is now being used for target practice by the Russian Navy. But, and we had a small factory south of Lviv that's rubble now. And I'll never see that return. I mean, I can't file an insurance claim or anything like that. But it's not like I didn't invest because we bought tons of wheat from these guys. And that's how I started my relationship. And I miss it, and I miss my friends, and like I don't remember if we got cut off or what, but I had 28 people that I worked with there, and in 15 months I've only been able to get in touch with 3, and 25 are still MIA, and I have no idea where they are, and that breaks my heart. And so one I know is in Romania, one's in Canada, and one's in the US. The other 25, I don't know where they are. And I pray, because we were Eastern base. I was in Kremetchik. And I always slaughter that when I say it, but that's where the mall that got hit with the ICBM, which irks me to no end. Who sends an ICBM into a mall? So I'll shut up now and go back to my sleepy eye mode. So sorry, but you got me pumped up there. Thank you for somewhat agreeing with me and supporting my original comment. You said it better than I did.
Yeah, thank you, Declan.
We cool?
We cool, bro.
Okay, man.
All right. So let's go back to the topic that everybody loves and talk about tampons for a second. One of the things that concerns me. Sorry, I just had to. I had to.
You went there. You went there.
I went there. I had to. And well, but it is related because
You broke
remember remember the video of the conscripts who were coming into the barracks for the first time, and the woman like in charge was telling them that they need to contact their families and get feminine hygiene products, including tampons, to help plug the wounds if they get hurt on the battlefield. So,
Plug the wounds? Yes, like football players use it for nosebleeds.
something like, yeah, I mean, yeah, they were sincerely telling the conscripts to go have their families buy feminine hygiene products for them, to carry as first aid, and it was absolutely absurd and absolutely crazy. And I also just wanted to be a little bit of a joker.
Prince, I appreciate that about you right now, right this minute. Now, Whiskey, your hand was up and down, and you were in line after Primus. Do you have something to say? Are your frogs there yet? Is it still too early?
No, it's not frog season right now. But no, I was going to come up to actually speak on the drone stuff, but I'm choosing not to. It's better that I don't.
I think it would, but you see, you have to add. See, this is we don't want this to be ladies' hour. Do you want to say something?
I'm totally fine with it being ladies' hour. Like, I'd rather it be ladies' hour than guys' hour, going over the same old shit like day after day. But I mean, let's hear what the ladies have to say.
I mean, Prince, let's bro down right now.
Yeah. Oh man.
I
Oh,
mean,
good
how many
Lord.
push-ups can you do?
Oh no, I can't even get up if I get down because that no, no,
All right.
no.
I mean, I guess that's as bro as I could get, mate. Or I could just call you bro. All right, bro. All right, bro.
Okay, let's not. Okay, ladies, come on. Let's not bro out here. Like, there's no
Bruv.
reason. Like whatever. Like, just do your thing, man. You guys rock. Like,
I would
just rock it. Okay,
I would
cool.
I would just sit out with the frogs with a dram and a cigar with whiskey is what I would end up doing.
That's what I want. Blanton's
that-
bourbon, and I want a Cuban. That's what I want. It's been a year. I need another one. Let's do that right now.
Yeah.
See
Anyway,
see, that's what I do. I sit on the back porch. I look out over the lake. I listen to y'all like speak. I think back to the engineering problems that I need to like solve for the day, and yeah, I just chill. So like, yeah, take it away, ladies.
Whiskey, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Do you have, I mean, if you have Cubans, I will bring a treasured bottle of Blanton's bourbon and we will have a nice time broing down. Yeah.
That
Sky
we
sounds
Kiss.
that sounds like amazing. That sounds amazing. You know, like kick your feet up, hang out, chill out. Like, we can do this.
I'm really on my way. I really hope you're ready. I'm on my way. Sky Kiss, darling, your hand. You've been waiting. Thank you. Good to see you. Hello there. How are you?
Hi, I'm okay. It's been a rough day, but it's it concluded okay. I came into the space when you all were talking about Yehuda and something about Yehuda and Zelensky and somebody stepping down, and I
You-
just need to know, where do I find that story so I can catch up with that little piece of news?
Well, it's not really a real story.
It's a made
We
up, it's a fiction?
well, okay, so where was it Ellie that was saying this? Um, Israel, I believe it's Israel, has announced as of, I think it was this morning, they put out a publication.
it's an old publication
It's an old
actually.
one.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
then
just like hitting news. I will put a link to the cover story to the cover in the nest, and that's what everybody's going from.
okay, so we were joking about Yehuda because Zelensky was getting recognition for being a great Jew. And we were throwing the idea back and forth at how quickly Yehuda is going to make some sort of snide remark about how he was actually in line for this award, but he decided after a conversation that this is just what is meant. This is just for the greater good for him to surrender the award to Zelensky because he is the better Jew for now, that he would permit it. And it was a funny thing to say. And if Yehuda
I
were here,
get
he would jump on it.
so this is like in the vein of the dad jokes, except it's it's about an honorary. Oh goodness.
Ye
Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
That's cool.
exactly. It's like, what would you call that? Like a dad joke once removed if you're not actually making it, you're making it for somebody. Like, okay, Yehuda, I can
Well,
feel
you
I can
know,
feel it.
the deadpan way that he delivers his dad jokes. It
Yeah.
it it makes complete sense now, but at the time it's like, what? Yehuda stepped aside and he was getting an award to give it to the Zelensky?
Now I'm
No.
gonna make an award for him. I'm gonna make this award. It's gonna have his name crossed off and put Zelensky on it, and it's gonna be like best Jew. Best Jew for what is it? June 17th, 2023 goes to Yehuda. Nope. Zelensky. There we go.
Right. Well, see, my story would have a slightly different. It would have Yehuda getting the award, and then he brings it to Zelensky and gives it to him and says, "No, it's your award," something like that. With, but I understand the whole joke part of it, because that just makes complete, knowing Yehuda makes complete sense.
Oh no, Zelensky, your award is my reward. I just see it. I just see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
thank you for coming and asking. It's
Yeah,
nice to hear your voice, darling.
that was about about all I had to say at this point. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I've just been to Jack Smith's profile, and it was so funny. He's so funny, and he's funny. It's like, what? Now go look at his profile, Jack E. Smith. Yeah,
Okay.
you got to see it. Okay.
Okay.
We'll have to check that out. Okay, Whiskey, you got your hand up again. Go ahead.
The only thing I was going to add to that is I could totally see Yehuda doing that, but he would find a way to talk about it for days. If I could just add that.
100%.
You put it on one of those, what is it? What do you call it when they like fly a message across the sky?
Oh, Skywriter? Or,
Yeah.
one of those that are trailing a sign behind it.
Yeah, like they've
So
done
yeah,
in Florida.
yeah,
Putin
yeah.
Huilo.
Those are the kinds of things that I could see Yehuda doing. So, I think that we don't have any hands, so I'm gonna sort of drift to a new topic here. But Skykiss still first in the nest for a couple of seconds is the cover photo of Zelensky when he was recognized as the most influential Jew.
I
But
got it. Thank you. Thank you.
no problem. No problem. It's been all over my feed today. I thought it was absolutely wonderful. And I did actually look it up, and there was somebody also on that list. I believe it was the 22 list. But there was actually somebody on the list that was recognized for supporting Ukraine. And it was not Yehuda. I know, right? The blows just keep on coming. The blows just keep on coming.
But nobody even asked us.
I know,
Nobody.
right? I know, right?
There's a missed opportunity.
I know. Maybe we should make him our own award.
I'm
So,
doing it. Making it a
yeah.
t-shirt. I'm gonna wear it. It's fine.
So this is a story that we talked about a little while ago, well, within the last 10, 11 days after the dam was exploded in Kherson. And it's about a house that is in, I believe it's in Oleshki. It's a house on the left bank, on the occupied bank. It is a masterpiece, really. It is by a Ukrainian artist named Polina Rakos, and she has already passed away. And if Lita's listening and wants to make us all cry again, I'm down for that again tonight. Otherwise, I will venture back into Instagram because I don't do Instagram well. To find what Lita shared with us the other night. But this woman's house, there's a link to it in the article that I shared up in the top. This woman's house became flooded because of the dam being burst. And her house was the masterpiece. Her house was entirely painted. She didn't, have art on canvas. What she had was art on the walls and the ceiling of her house. And now that the water has receded, they are able to see the damage, and around 60% of the art is gone, which is something that is irreplaceable. I'm sure that there are photos of the art that exist from years gone by, but to be able to see the house now, there are a couple of pictures. It is rather sad to see just a little bit of it still there. The first picture in the tweet that I shared is one a picture side by side of what it used to look like and what it looks like now. So it's rather it's sad in some ways, and in other ways, I'm glad that it has survived in part. I'm hoping that, you know, that this area can be deoccupied sooner rather than later. Because with the press that this has been getting, I'm concerned that more damage will be done to it. Um, but in the meantime, you know, we do at least know I have no clue who took these pictures. Oh, it here it says pictures after are from um, Kremstov Simon, yet not by him. The photographer is not identified because Oleshki is still under Russian occupation. So at least we got some photos to see what kind of damage has been done there, and I'm hoping deoccupation can be done soon, so that they can try to get additional get some work done to try to preserve what is left over. And I'd imagine that, you know, they could take, you know, the ceiling down and pieces down to be able to try to preserve that. Go ahead, Sinclair.
I I'm looking at these photos and I'm listening to what you're saying. As an artist, I feel compelled. I think because art tells a story, yeah? Art tells a story. These murals that she did, wow, they're just stunning. But for the house itself to be standing in an occupied zone, to have stood through the catastrophe of flooding, to have some bits, like a whisper of the work that it was before still preserved, it is actually art itself. Like, it is its own memoir existing just there in the first photo. I mean, as you see it like, you see them compared, it breaks your heart because you feel the loss, but it's almost like, you know, when you fall in love and then it doesn't work out, then you just have, like, these whispers from the past, like, these memories that come up, and you just it's those moments that cause you to sigh, and then you choose what you do with that then. Do you build on it? Do you build on it? Do you do you take the pieces from the past and make them better? I mean, I've I've had pieces like, I had one piece, oh my word, it broke my heart. It was so good, and it was run over by a car, and I couldn't do it again. Huge tire mark, like, all the way across, and this thing was 30 by 40. It was huge. And, prints, all I wanted to do was destroy the thing because this isn't what it this needed to be pristine, it had to be perfect. We're making creations and pieces in a world that falls apart in different ways. And in a way, when you're an artist and your piece falls apart, it tells the truth. A flood came. A flood came by wickedness. It washed away half of this, if not more. Like, this is just all that's left. But what is left, it still is vibrant. It still has, it's a whisper from the past. And when this area is deoccupied, when these walls will have an opportunity to live again, the artist that steps into that building, hopefully with intention to continue or build off of, or just let this be and maybe do something new and fresh in the empty spaces, how it becomes a continuum. That looking at that, how moving, because it invites an augmentation from an artist. So that's my deep thought and my spin-off and my mini sermon on that. But I mean, I might be looking at this as like, yeah, really hard things happen, but how I see the blank canvas and I feel like looking at that photo, I just feel moved in my belly. I just want to move forward and closer to the wall, you know?
Yeah, yeah, you know, and it's interesting. This woman actually died in 2004, I believe, I'm going to switch screens here so that I can read to you. There's somebody on Instagram, and like I said, I don't do Insta very well. She is evidently a very well-known chef, and has made cookbooks. Olia Hercules, OLIH. I'm sorry. Let's try this again. OLIAHERCULES. Okay. So let me read you what is on Instagram here that this woman wrote, Olia Hercules, about this house. I have been researching the life and work of Polina Reiko, who was originally from Oleshki, now flooded on the occupier side, a Ukrainian artist for the past year. Her story and art gave me strength and inspired me immensely. Her house museum has been flooded and lost forever. Only photographs and documentaries on YouTube remain. I cannot stop crying. Reiko's art was unique. She picked up a household brush at the age of 69. Her daughter was killed in a car crash. Her husband died soon after in the 1990s. Her son started drinking and doing drugs. She worked in her garden by the floodplains. Her house was just on the verge of the river. She was inspired by the fauna and the plants and the water of the beautiful floodplains in Ukraine, Plavini in Ukrainian. Once her neighbor suggested she painted some doves on her fence. She did, and then she could not stop. She painted every inch of her house, often working at night behind closed shutters so neighbors could not see her. But the neighbors knew she became, excuse me, but the neighbors knew and she became known and inspired so many artists and people in general. Her art was a way to deal with extreme grief, and it is utterly beautiful. She started in one room, which had very dark images to begin with: a black raven stealing a baby bird, a mother bird crying beneath. And each room, the morphos became different. Each room had a theme, including one where Reiko's dead sisters are angels. I grieve today and every day for every human, animal, bird, plant, insect, and also the art that is being destroyed in my home region. An irreversible, painless loss for us all. Do watch the documentary about Polina Reiko on YouTube. She is remarkable. At some point, she says, when it hurts so much, I go to the garden and I work hard. Then I take a break and run inside and paint a bird, and then back to the garden. She says it with such words fail me. I don't know how to describe it. Cheerful energy with an underlying depth of trauma. Please remember her and her beautiful house, full of unique art, now under murky water of the catastrophic flood. Stand with Ukraine. So that is what was written about this house by somebody who had been doing research on it for quite a while. And now we see what is left of this house.
I need to go see this documentary on YouTube. Polina Reiko.
Yes, there's actually in that in the tweet that I put in the nest, there's a link to a Guardian article about it also. So yeah. Shall we go to some hands?
Yeah, we have Whiskey Carrie.
Yes. I don't know which one had their hand
I
up
think
first.
Carrie was up first, and then I can go after.
Okie dokie.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Whiskey. I was just going to say, it's just so beautiful hearing this cultural discussion, this discussion about basically humanity, about human beings, and the things that remain of civilization. These are the outpourings that the artists channel our souls, our feelings of these major moments in human suffering, human emotions, human experiences. This is what artists capture. And I was just going to just share with you just briefly what happened in my classroom today. So I always try and bring in, when appropriate, um, uh, comments on Ukraine, on what's happening in Ukraine. So today there's a project I've written for our students, which is all about inclusive design. And we were talking about good good design that is more inclusive. And I was asking the kids if they had any examples. So they were mentioning automatic doors. So we were then thinking about, who that works better for, why that's more inclusive. And it led me to be able to then say to the students, because this is, what we've been looking at, I was then able to say, we will see, and this is about the phoenix rising from the ashes, that we will see the most stunning and world breaking designs come out of Ukraine from the Ukrainians themselves, but from us as an international community supporting them. We will see the most incredible advancements in disability based design for both mental health and physical need, because there will be we know there are so many people with PTSD and other trauma related mental health challenges, as well as an enormous amount of physical challenges, the need for prosthesis, the needs for so many different adaptations, and that will become part of their restructure, both in terms of the built environment and in terms of people's attitudes, and the way that the individual, the way that communities, the way that their own government agencies, with our support, there will be the most enormous, powerful developments and advancements in embracing and inclusive design. So I was just talking to the kids about that, and that became a really powerful opportunity to talk about, cultural advancement, human advancement. And then the other thing I was able to bring up, because another one of the projects we're doing, which is not one I've written, but as a team, we always look at sort of enhancing and developing each other's learning programs in our department. So we do this project on sustainable living, and it's all about water crisis around the world. So I was able to bring up and look at articles and discuss and share with them what is happening as a result of the Kafka dam explosion. And it is so important to speak to the children about everyday things that are happening. And obviously, as an advocate for what is happening in Ukraine, and because children need to know about this stuff, I find ways of bringing up and sharing with them what's happening, because our general news outlets are not really bringing this story out into the open, and I think children really need to know about this stuff. So I just wanted to share with you, those are some of the ways that I, as an educator, and I'm sure other educators are doing it as well, but as somebody who's so supportive of Ukraine, I want the children to know what is happening. And I do think that Ukraine will be the phoenix rising from the ashes. At the moment, the discussion clearly and obviously has to be so much about military matters, but there will be the most unbelievable renaissance and, phoenix rising from the ashes outpouring of cultural expression coming from Ukraine as a result of all of this moving forwards.
I love that you're saying this, Carrie. This is so foundational for the future, yeah? The children, and not just the children coming from Ukraine, they will be a unique group. So resilient. So, like, all of them are adults now, and they're only 3, 4, 5 years old. Like, they are so mature in their spirits. How awesome that there are educators like you all around the world right now, hopefully doing things similarly to you, bringing in world events, teaching the children practical application and actions, like how they can be thinking about, like, questioning simple things like whether an automatic door is more or less inclusive. I love that you've done this. And it's drawing all of us here that are listening to you share this in this space that, I mean, I am not a formal educator, but I'm quite sassy with children in public. Like, with these things, like, I want to make sure that these children, which if they're within arm's reach of me, they're mine. These are like, this is my community. I have influence here. I'm going to love you and help you understand what's around you. Like, I'm just kind of African centric, with the way that I'm teaching. Anyway, what I love about what you've done and you are continuing to do, you are bringing up the future adults and you're teaching them to, hey, you see this over here? Look here. Look here. Look in Ukraine and listen. How does this make you feel? Think of think of those who are handicapped physically. Think of those who might be handicapped mentally. And what does that mean for you, darling? As you sit here, is your homework to think of a letter you can write to one of them? Is your homework to create something for a child that can't stand loud noises for a year? What would you do? And to have just teach their brains to start working in that way, because guys, in a breath, they're past us and they're creating the world ahead of us. So thank you for what you do, Carrie. Thank you for what you're doing. Whiskey, and then Sky Kiss, darling.
Okay, I'll try and make this quick. I'm gonna be going off to bed here pretty soon, but as an engineer, um, there's a lot of things that we have to actually consider, and especially from an engineer that actually works mostly in an art-driven community, such as the California, San Francisco-based community. Um, there's things that we actually have to take into consideration, and that's actually, um, you know, it's too many times I've actually seen artists move into a neighborhood and offer uh, all this expression and such, only to have it be capitalized on by developers and such that are after capitalism. What you fall into is, we've been talking a lot about genocide, but there's a whole different topic of gentrification. Um, this is actually an important topic if we're talking about being educators in the space and sharing knowledge. That you know gentrification is actually a real topic. It's a real thing. It's a real thing that happens. That's been happening too many times over in these communities. You have this beautiful, community that has been established in a location, and then you have artists that move in that have a sense of community as well, and they make the area more beautiful. And then capitalists actually see that as being a prime motivator to moving into that to actually to capitalize on that market. Um, Sorry, I don't mean to be all over the place, but where I'm going with this is I've seen it actually happen too many times, and it just needs to be something that actually needs to be acknowledged. that this happens. And if you want to build a source of community, we need to balance these factors. We need, if we're talking about education and such, we need to actually balance this. We need to take that into account and actually monitor. What do we see as being more important in our community? Is it a sense of community or is it a sense of capitalism? And where can we find that threshold that actually balances the two so that the community can actually thrive and move forward? Too many times I've actually seen um, community be developed and then capitalism quickly come in, crush that, and then everybody gets pushed out. And then it just becomes like a dull, stagnant, industrialized, you know, base for people to live and commute to work and such. And so those artists and those families that can't afford to live in that community anymore get pushed further out, and they lose connections with each other. Um, they lose that kind of base, and they create again. It's kind of like an amoeba in a sense. And so they keep doing this, and they keep getting pushed further and further and further out. Myself, as an engineer, it's like I'm trying to constantly like design systems that like keep everybody afloat. But this is something I just gotta call out and say when we're talking about um, you know genocide. Genocide is actually happening, and it's fucking horrible. But at the same time, we have smaller accounts of this stuff happening, which is called, you know, like geocide in a sense, gentrification. So we have to be aware of this. If we want to really build strong communities where we can all come together, regardless if we're talking about small sort of things like relationships that we've experienced and learned from, let's actually apply that to like the bigger scale. What sort of relationships have we learned that work or don't work? And let's actually like really start hammering down on the importance of that versus capitalism. I hope I didn't lose you guys. Again,
Whiskey.
I'm going off to bed, so I'm like a little all over the place. The frogs are starting
Listen.
to come. Okay, go ahead, Sinclair.
I do wanna hear the frogs, actually. I wanna hear them more than my own voice, actually. Um, talking on I think I could probably nerd out on this topic with you for at least a solid evening when we're talking about the effects of a community, the effect that gentrification has on a community, and how you can meet it and counter it with community development. So, when we're talking about Ukraine in this light, about the dam bursting, about we could even talk about how communities divided left and right now, with this side is under like the these neighbors here are in occupied territory, and what does that mean? And these are not, and what does that mean? And what about the people on the cusp? And so you have right now a call for relief effort from the global community in Ukraine and Kherson. So we have this. Once relief efforts have stopped, there is an like it gets to be really, I mean, I'm not trying to make a play on the word muddy, but it gets really muddy socially because you are on the cusp of a community that is mid-invasion, which qualifies as crisis, but you have Ukrainians that are determined to, okay, the crisis is over, I'm going back to work, right? So they're facing the need to have community development internally with limited resources. And so that is where you start to see that it's almost a temptation of gentrification for anybody that's looking on the outside in. It's like, how can I make this better? And how can I make it better according to me, according to what I would like to see in this community? The community itself there is very similar to our communities wherever we live. If we take ownership in where we live and we care for it, we love it, we do things like sweep the front step, even if I am living in absolute poverty and I sweep my front step as I'm out there, I'm doing that to keep what I have, however little it is, tidy and to connect with my neighbor. And when I connect with my neighbor, I want to be there for my neighbor if they have needs for food, if they have needs for conversation. The more that we take care of the perimeter of our home in that spot, we are, in a sense, refusing gentrification. It's just like a small protest every day. And that is something that it's a frustrating thing to see from afar because you don't see the trajectory on scale for like what you would see over 2 years. It's just daily habits, and Ukraine has that, don't they? They have this, like, tenacity to connect and to love, and they're, oh my word, if you've the hosting, the way that they want to care for you and take care of all of your needs as a visitor, they do that for themselves, their neighbors. They're communal. Things that benefit community, and you think like, what are the tuckaways that just skyrocket with community development? Service that, the group, like in Rwanda, it's called an umudugudu. It's like the small, it's your small community. Think 10 houses close together. They do service projects together once a month, and also they eat together fairly regularly. Sometimes every day, depends on the group, it depends on the community and what their needs are. But it's very hard to gentrify when you have a tight community like that. And you don't really need finances from the outside world to do that. You need, a habit of culture, which is, I believe, what is trying to be snuffed out with this invasion, and it is not happening. It's almost like the more that trauma has entered into Ukraine, the more resilient the Ukrainians have proven to be. Because where trauma is trying to snuff out, it's almost like what trauma is to a community, a tight community, which Muscovites are not necessarily accustomed to what happens when you are a tight community. If you traumatize a tight community, what do? They band together and resist and push back while building up their own. So this invasion, as we are helping Ukraine, this invasion is actually using trauma to be a springboard of community development that they are doing from within. And we just have the privilege of watching. Speaks against the capitalism and the savior complex that we might have from the outside looking in. But instead, we're just sitting here with eyes wide open and mouths like jaws on the floor. Wow, you guys are killing it. Look how you're still feeding. Look at Frontline Kitchen and how they're just feeding borscht. Like they like look at all the good going on that is community centric. That is what gives me hope when I'm looking at.
It's interesting too because you see the long-term plans to make sure that community stays engaged. Carrie talked about accessibility, and that's something that Nafo Devo and I have talked about on the space when he and I co-host, is the accessibility that they are planning as they are rebuilding, and how Mrs. Zelenska has taken this on as a project to make sure that there are accessible, so to make sure that the country is accessible moving forward, because we're going to have so many citizens and soldiers and people who have lost limbs and who have other injuries that make going upstairs and going up curbs and the whole list of things um, that fall into accessibility needs, and to see that but what you just said sort of made me see it in a different way, is they're making these changes and pre-planning for reconstruction for things like accessibility so that they can keep their community tight. And that's just a whole nother way to look at it. That's great.
Yeah, I like this topic. Thanks for bringing it up, Whiskey. Did I like muddy up the water that you were trying? Because I feel like I kind of went all over the place. Did you feel understood? I hope so.
No, I was just trying to share with you, you know, basically being in the trenches as an engineer with artist folks, um, what the actually experience of life it actually is. And I think you covered it beautifully. So yeah, no, you're solid.
I am rather solid. I could do a lot of push-ups. So I think we have Primus. I'm glad that you felt heard there. Primus. Oh no, I think it's Sky Kiss and then Primus. Am I right? Yeah.
I
Okay.
think so, yeah.
Sky
Yeah.
Kiss.
Okay. I wanted to. I sent the link. I sent a link about the the another house, another painted artist house that this story that Prince shared reminded me of, and um, very similar and on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And one of the links has something about how the painter, who's one of my favorite watercolor artists, but I think he painted the house with it must have been acrylics, but he was a watercolor artist like myself, and he tied himself to a tree so that during a hurricane he could feel the power of the storm. Anyway, have a look at that, Prince. You might like that. So I sent you two links. And then something about, I have some comments about this gentrification because I'm not young, and I remember a time when I could rent a pretty decent apartment for $125. And, I can remember what I paid for each of the places I rented. And I've had to move far too many times to actually have enlarged my body of work very much within the last 20 years, but I've had some really prolific periods and sold some work and had work stolen too. I've had three pieces stolen.
Oh, shut
So
up. Are you
yeah,
serious?
no, we'll talk about that another time. But I wanted to touch on this topic of gentrification because I've seen it happen to different places in different cities and places I haven't been that I've just heard from other artists about their neighborhoods, like in New York City. I haven't been there yet. So, but I have artist friends who have been there, well, good grief, for a really long time because, they're older than I am. And I've got younger artist friends who are living in tiny, cramped apartments that, with like a couple and a young child. And it used to not be the way it is now. But I want to talk about New Orleans and something my mother told me a few years ago. So Katrina happened in 2005, August 29th, 2005. and I was there at the time. But my mother told me years later, when I'm far, far away from her, about where she was telling me, well, you wouldn't believe how much the quarter has changed. So the French Quarter. So I remember, because I've lived there off and on several times in the French Quarter. Not, I mean, I lived other places. My place was in other places. That was her place, and I couldn't drag her out of it, no matter how nice my place was. You know, come move in with me, mother. You can save a lot of money. Half the trip for driving. No, I got to stay here. This is my place. So that was her place. Well, anyway, she was on the Vieux Carré Property Owners and Residents Association. So she knew a lot of people who had lived there for decades, people who owned small, like townhouses, who actually owned the property, and people who had rented there. And it was really brought home to me how much it had changed. Well, I mean, I heard little bits and pieces from her about, how after Katrina, people who weren't from New Orleans moved in and did all kinds of things. And, they were, I mean, Angelina Jolie and what was his name? Matt Damon? Is that who it was? When he was rebuilding the musicians' village and all that stuff down in the Ninth Ward. Well, there was that kind of thing with high profile people, but there were people who came in and, just offered more money to the owners of the property so that they could put their cheap souvenir place there. And my mother said there were more places like that. So the French Quarter was going actually down, down, down in quality, and you couldn't. And people who had lived there for years were being pushed out because the rents were going up. And so I'll end this in telling you about my favorite bookstore, where I bought, like turn of the century books from the 1800s and early 1900s. And the rent went up the rent for the bookstore went up from $1,400 a month to $4,000 a month. And the owner held on for about 6 months, and it just nearly broke him. At one point, and I actually knew all 3 of his bookstores. They were all in the French Quarter. Well, he's down to 1 now, and that 1, he owns the building. So it was his original store. It's the biggest one, but my favorite was the little one. So it was very, very sad to me to hear when he had to close down that little store, because I had loved that store and I had visited, a lot. And I bought a number of books there.
Sky Kiss, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen to the rents in Ukraine?
I think it's going to be really difficult. And I think everything, I always tell people, everything that we might be able to bring to them and say, I have these skills or these gifts, and I might even have some ideas, but we have to stop short and say, but I'm just laying that on the table. And if you want to use any of that, if you want to avail yourselves of this, and that's what we need to make sure that all the businesses, the business people, the bankers, all the people who are going to come with money, they need to come, they need to check their greed at the shore.
Yes, they do. At the Crimea Beach
bring
party.
that. don't bring that into Ukraine, because those people have been through too much and they're still suffering and they're still going to go through more.
Is that what whiskey? Is that what you were talking about with cap versus capitalism? I think so.
Oh shit.
What?
Are you okay?
Good morning, Whiskey.
I think you guys woke Whiskey up.
I'm trying to crash out here, but
Whiskey, you sound like Eeyore, darling. You can go back to bed.
He
okay.
sounded like a bullfrog waking up.
Oh, we love you so much. Go back.
Whiskey is the frog. He's been the frog all along.
Okay. I'm going back to bed, guys.
All right. Okay. We love you. Bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Did
night.
we on this topic of Sky Kiss has here, Carrie. I think Carrie's your hand up before Primus.
No, Primus had his hand up first and then Carrie. I'm sorry, Carrie.
Thank you. Love you, Carrie. Okay, Primus.
No, I'll be quick. I mean, I think with the reconstruction, there is going to be a time for reconstruction. It's important to pay attention to, Ukrainian solutions and listen to them, how they want to rebuild, how they want things to be. Because I think there's a tendency when, foreign aid gets involved, that, the strings attached telling people how to develop, I think causes a lot of frustrations, everywhere. But I think particularly it'll be a point of friction with Ukraine if it's not handled correctly. So, to tie that into gentrification, I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of areas are going to be rebuilt. They're going to be rebuilt newer because the old stuff was knocked down, so that'll increase property values. I my belief on that is that ultimately it'll probably be good for the economy eventually, but yeah, it probably will make rent a little more difficult time. We'll see how the government responds to that. The economic levers on there, but also, I mean, just in terms of redevelopment, I mean, don't shoot the messenger here, but greed is good in a sense, okay? Because people are, a lot of companies and countries are going to look at Ukraine as an area of a lot of resources with, the bones of a lot of heavy industry. And so they're going to see great investment opportunities, and investment opportunities are a great way to, revitalize the economy. And they build partnerships, because there's opportunity in that, and that kind of, foreign investment, which Ukraine has long needed, to be completely honest, is ultimately I think it's going to be really good. But again, it's going to require a lot of it's going to require a lot of controls. It's going to require a lot of governmental management, and probably some reforms of the legal systems, just in the sense of dealing with integrating with the EU and that kind of thing. Handling corporate law and the tricky stuff with big money and that kind of thing that comes along. But they'll get there. They'll definitely get there. This will be a great opportunity afterwards, after the war is won. So
I think it's a tricky thing with property values going up if you have a whole nation like this economy that their economy is rocked for a little bit. They're going to have to reestablish, unless you're talking about big money coming in, like if they have a really big, I mean, if they can still do the grain export in a year, they could still keep, like, there's going to be a huge shift. I know they have a huge tech industry. I know that they have like things to give the rest of the world. They have some things that are exports. However, the money that is working from within Ukraine, which is really all that they want, like they want to have an economy that they operate on their own. I don't know if their property values are going to even be permitted to jump a whole lot, because they're going like you can't be making 40,000 US a year and then go through an invasion, and then all of a sudden now you have to pay, you're going to need to be making 50 in order to live here. So I don't think that it will happen, at least within the first 5 years. Like, I mean, there's probably going to
Yeah.
be some sort of wave, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And
I'll jump in.
Hey, Huda! We
Hi.
were just talking
Yeah,
about you.
amazing. I hope it was all good. Yeah, I wanted to circle back to what's going on in Ukraine with some topical news and information. And although rents are important, I do want to mention this though. Ukraine post liberation will probably have an unemployment uh, rate that is lower than it's ever seen. Ukrainians will be, they do control their own economy. They will have an injection of funding, most likely from the EU and NATO countries, to rebuild. Roads will need to be rebuilt, houses, plumbers, electricians, contractors. You're going to see a huge boom in reconstruction, whereas you won't see that from Russia for sure. And I'm sure that when it comes to rebuilding, there will be subsidies for those who've had their homes destroyed. And obviously, there should be reparations coming from Russia for a long time to fix the damage they caused. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but it's definitely an important issue. So, on the economics perspective there, I'm not an economist myself, but if you've heard of the Marshall Plan after World War II, I think you can expect something quite generous and helpful, because rebuilding Ukraine to be bigger and better than it was before is in everyone's interest in Europe, especially considering they'll still remain the vanguard in defense of Russian imperialism, because Russia's not going to go anywhere. It'll still be there. It'll be degraded, but they'll still, fight the asymmetrical war, cyber attacks, misinformation, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So hope that rounds up that conversation. And then can we focus on, circle back to, topical points from out of the Kremlin today?
Oh,
Or,
absolutely.
yeah?
Absolutely,
Oh,
Yehuda.
you got
We
another
actually
hand though.
I know we do. We actually started this conversation with because of a house that was all art in Oleshki that
Yes.
was destroyed. It's a beautiful, beautiful house, and so we got around to the rebuilding kind of talk through that. So
I figured,
sometimes
hey, it's an
things,
important topic.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So let's go to Carrie real quick, and Yehuda, if that's okay with you, and then
For
we'll
sure.
see. We may have questions for you too.
So I was just gonna, hi Yehuda, I was just gonna literally say good night to all of you guys, because as you know, I woke up in the middle of the night and hung out with you guys for a while, because I don't get to hear all of you that often otherwise. Hello Nafo Dave, hiya, I normally catch you when I do that middle of the night thing. I'm going to stay on just to hear, if it's okay, we can relay to Yehuda the discussion we were having about him, which was very endearing. Yehuda, we all love you, and we were talking about you in the sweetest terms. But I'm going to stay on to hear that, and then I'm going to say good night to you guys. I'm going to try and get another little bit of sleep. Night,
Prince,
guys.
that's all you. That's all you, Prince.
Yeah, Yehuda, we wanted to know your thoughts on Zelensky being named the most influential Jew.
Well, it depends who you ask. If it's in Russia, he's the worst Jew ever, according to Mr. Putin. He's the leader of the regime in Moscow, for those who are unaware of him. Yeah, well, it was a close tie for first, but I said, just give it to Zelensky. He deserves it. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not a fan of popularity contests. That's because I don't win any. But anyway, the yeah, no, he's definitely an inspiration to many people. There were responses from the Ukrainian Jewish community specifically. I wanted to talk about more Russian disinformation. So, would you believe it or not, Vladimir Putin has Jewish friends. He's not a racist. He said so himself. This is a man who uses anti-Semitism as a cudgel whenever it's convenient, and he has the audacity to tell people that Zelensky is not Jewish. But he hasn't made up his mind. Initially, his foreign minister said Zelensky is Jewish and all the Nazis are Jewish, like Hitler. Right? So it doesn't make much sense what's going on. It's obviously a very bizarre take, but it should make you wonder, why did he even bring it up? Like, what on earth does Vladimir Putin care about the Jewishness of the Ukrainian president. There's always a hidden meaning behind what he says. There's always two or three meanings behind the messaging out of the Kremlin. So for many people who are Jewish Ukrainians, especially, it's very embarrassing. It's very shocking to hear Putin use this type of language. And as far as his friends, some of his best friends are raving Nazi psychopaths. So I'm not sure. I'd rather have one Zelensky than 100 of Putin's so-called Jewish friends, as he says he has so many. But it is important because it is it's a kind of the main, it's actually quite central to the propaganda war because his whole angle in the Russian state government, the government of the Russian state there likes to paint themselves as defenders against Nazism. And you couldn't have a stranger setup, right? You've got Jewish descent defense minister, you've got a Jewish president, and members of his cabinet, and of course they're being called Nazis by Russia. So the actual Nazis who are murdering and committing genocide are calling the Ukrainians who are on the receiving end of the genocide, who happen to have elected a Jewish president. They're the real Nazis according to Russia. It's not funny. It sounds funny, but it's a lot more insidious than that, right? And it's denigrating and diminishing the Holocaust, which is an anti-Semitic statement in itself, and it's also just morally and ethically disgusting, and that's what we see, and we're going to see more of it. So it's going to keep coming. Whether or not the Jerusalem Post has named Zelensky, I don't know. I don't know who vote. Is it a vote? Do the editors do they pull names out of a hat? I don't know. But he certainly deserves it. I would say he's one of the most influential people in the world. Forget the Jewish world, but the world writ large, because he has been an inspiration to so many people, especially those who mock him for having been a comedian and a dancer or whatever he did before Dancing with the Stars. Hey, so if the shoe fits, that's what I say. But there you go. I'm just gonna why don't you go to hands of some of the messages I got here.
Can I
Before we
just
do that,
say,
though, I have to say, Prince, you caught every single word. Every
exactly, I was
single
going to
word.
say, you nailed it 100%. Well done, Yehuda. You didn't disappoint. And now I'm going to duck out. Night,
Yeah,
guys.
I feel like we need to
100%.
donate now. Like, what? This was so good. I owe you money. I owe Maria Report money now
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
of you, Prince. Fantastic. That was
Yeah,
amazing.
called it 100% exactly what Yehuda would say regarding Zelensky.
In the right sequence. I just can't. I'm just sitting like, are you psychic? No, you're just brilliant. And Yehuda is predictable. We love
Yeah,
you.
something like that. I do love you, Yehuda, but I just knew that is exactly how you would respond. Go
Well,
ahead, Lexicon.
I don't
Oh,
believe it yet. I'm gonna have to check the tape to see if you actually did get it right. Okay.
Yeah. She's amazing. But it was Nafo Dave and then Lexicon, I believe.
okay, let's go Nafo Dave and then Lexicon. Go ahead.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to lose that section of a recording. Darn. Too
Don't
bad.
do that.
Too bad, Yehuda. Yeah. Sorry, the tape was accidentally erased.
Yeah. We were glitchy, right?
Yeah, Twitter glitch.
What
Could have
a
been.
shame. What a shame. Don't believe it.
So my comment was that when, of course, when Yehuda was talking about the whole Jewish Nazi thing, and the Russians are just they're all about projection. Whatever they have going on in their head, they accuse, what are they doing? They accuse others of doing that. And it's, to me, it's so ironic that probably the best thing for the Russian economy would be to have a stable and successful Ukraine on their border. For imagine the kind of trade they could have if Russians were peaceful. And this is it's so, to me, it's frustrating that that they, Putin one little guy is causing all of this death and destruction for something that's going to make his country even worse. Um, I just had to that thought is I've been ruminating on that for several days of how a successful and prosperous Ukraine is the best thing that could ever happen to Russia.
I agree.
It's interesting. You did put out a tweet earlier today. I did happen to I read I believe you said 75,000 Jews have left Russia since the beginning of the full-scale invasion.
Yeah, actually, it was a good point. I was about to bring it up. Maybe Heather is a clairvoyant. That was actually my next point. So get out of my head, Heather. You're not invited. Don't know where you're going. All right. So, last year, around March, April time, someone from my community recognized my voice on the space and messaged me and asked me if I am who I am and what yeshiva I went to. And then I started getting, nervous. I'm like, who is this person? And then he told me a story. He told me a story of, of a certain family who the husband was Canadian and he'd married a daughter of a very influential rabbi in Russia, and he had moved there just so the first kid could be born by his wife's parents' place. And they were scared and they needed to get out, and they needed help with their Canadian passports and how to register the baby. Long story short, called a couple of friends in different places, and they were able to, after the baby was a month old, they were able to get out to Turkey and to Canada. So the baby's now a year old, and I haven't even got a chance to see him. He's not far from where I live, but the reasons as to why they wanted to get out are pretty scary. Um, right from the beginning, Putin pressured Jewish community to support him, meaning the chief rabbi of Russia, Moscow. They would, strangely enough, in 20 years, it's never happened, but it just happened to be that, a Russian thug who spoke German had access to a pig's head and was able to place several pigs' heads on the doorsteps of certain Jewish people in Moscow, and in red paint wrote, Jews get out in German. Now, most ruffians and thugs carry pigs' heads and are fluent in German, right? I guess that's a thing. It's kind of part of the process. So that was a very scary moment for the Jewish community because they realized they were being blackmailed. Support us, or I guess get a pig's head for breakfast. I don't know. Almost like out of a movie, and thus began the exodus of Jewish people, visibly Jewish Orthodox Jews from Russia. So much so that like 90% of the religious community has vacated. When the chief rabbi of Russia did make it out, I guess he was, playing games with Putin. I'll get back to you, because he wanted a statement, just like he got from the patriarch and some, Muslim leaders in Chechnya supporting it, but the Jewish community wouldn't support him. And what's his name, Pinchas Goldschmidt or Goldwasser? He gave an interview to Deutsche Welle in the summer of 2022, highlighting the community's fear and how they had to smuggle Torah scrolls out. So if that isn't a canary in the coal mine, I'm not sure what is. And that is literally Russian, the Ruski Mir. That's the Russian world that some people in Russia think the world pines for. And it's sad because after the fall of the Soviet Union, Jewish communal life really bounced back, and I think they thought they were in it for the long run. And 20 years of reestablishment of a Jewish community in Moscow, like a vibrant Jewish community, not necessarily people who don't have an attachment just because their grandparents or their parents are Jewish. This is like a living Jewish community, and it's gone. It's all gone. So, the fact that people had to reach out to some random person on the internet to help get us one family or a couple of families out of Russia is sad and pathetic. But since it happened, to me, I made it a personal point never to let Russian propagandists use Jewish people as a weapon against Ukraine, because it's disgusting, because it's the farthest thing from the truth. And as you see, I retweet Rabbi Asman in Ukraine quite a lot, and you see that this is not what the Jewish community expects in terms of the way the Russians are behaving, or the way they're treating the Jewish community as well. So it's a laugh, it's a joke, it's pathetic. Only a dummy would ever believe these things. The fact that Putin brings up Zelensky's Jewishness out of nowhere is the most bizarre thing you've ever heard, and it's insulting to our intelligence. And I will do whatever I can vocally to ensure that no one thinks that Mr. Putin is a defender of Jewish people, or any people really. He's a defender of his own bank account, and he's a defender of his multiple villas. And that's about it. So just a very important point to make. They're not fighting neo-Nazis. If they were, there would be a civil war in Russia. So that's how you know they're not fighting Nazis, right? The Nazis are sitting right in the Kremlin, and I think they know, and they just want to tell everyone that it's Ukraine, because it's an egregious lie that's so crazy, and it's a real slap in the face. It's an insult to all Ukrainians, and to especially Jewish Ukrainians, because they're fighting. We have the Israeli guys. There's a bunch of Israelis fighting. Thousands of Israelis are fighting the Ukrainian army who speak the languages, both Russian and Ukrainian, and they often make videos. I don't really like the videos because they're like, yes, look at me, I'm a Nazi, I'm a Jewish Nazi fighting Russia, go figure. And I see what they're saying. I just don't like even putting the two words together. But to them, it's a joke, just like Putin, just like the Russian military, just like their commanders. It's one big joke. Over to you.
Yeah, it's yes. And I think before we go any farther, I want to go to Nancy, and then I may have another question for you, Huda. But I think Lexicon had her hand up also, so we're gonna go to Nancy real quick first, though.
Yeah, and Yehuda, thank you so much for expressing that. I know that it is so important that we have appropriate response and levity when we look at what brought us all to this space, to understand what mattered about Ukraine. And you are a key influencer for that. But I also want to draw attention to what I just put up in the nest, which was news about another influential Jewish person that has brought us all here. And yes, Yehuda, it's your mother-in-law. Because without her, without your wife, and without your passion for Ukraine and what this nation means to all of Europe and to the Americas and Northern America, we wouldn't be here right now speaking today. So we wanted to respect her and appreciate her, give you a little bit of a gag gift as well to say thank you from the team, and just appreciate and respect the shared values that bring us all here today. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Nancy. I hope you got my mother-in-law a tactical vest, because I'm actually shipping her out to the Zaporizhia front. I intend
Well,
to
we
have
weren't
her.
sure yet what size she needs, so we'll
Yeah,
handle that on the back
size,
channels. Just let us
size,
know.
size muscular. I think she could nag it to death at least a brigade of Russians, and just nag, and then that she'll in effect turn the enemy into a Ukrainian kill zone. No, that's a horrible thing to say. Thanks, she's great, and she does help out quite a bit, especially with translations. And as you know, sometimes I make funky maps and discuss certain things. If I didn't have her trolling the internet or Russian Telegram, God bless her. But thanks for that.
Like
Anyhow,
you did look at the picture, right? Up in the nest.
No, I didn't. Where is it, Nancy? Okay.
It's the first tweet in the nest.
It's Golden Mayer. I think it's Golden Mayer. That's not my mother-in-law. Oh, Yehuda's mother-in-law. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's very funny. I'm gonna keep that. But I think it's Golden Mayer. No, that's
I
great.
I don't know who was used as as a picture, and you
It's
know it
Golden
very well
Mayer.
could be. Okay.
It is. I'm good at pictures and shadows and stuff. That's funny. I love it.
It was the best we could do on short notice, so we figured you'd
It's
appreciate it
amazing.
regardless. And
I do.
hopefully your mother-in-law will, because she's who really matters at that moment.
Yeah, she's great. I got to dig in a ditch in the back right now. No, she's great. Very strong woman. Uh, she's like Borat says. She will dig a ditch. And anyway, you might hear in the background screaming at me sometimes um, for important reasons, as making sure the car is locked. That it's not even her car. Um, collecting things she thinks are precious and other people's garbage as she comes home from a walk. God bless her. She just gave me a Walt, you know, DeWalt, a DeWalt sander, one of those electric sanders, hand sanders, in a box that some individual left at the foot of the driveway there. Just brought it home. He got you a sander. Thank you. How do I even know it works? Well, the man threw it away, or the woman. Why are you giving it to me? Anyway, she's the best. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Hey, listen, all of the volunteers on the Mayor Report are superstars to me, and all their families too, because they support them for being here. So it's not an easy go. And you know what? That meme could easily be any one of the volunteers. So thanks to all the volunteers at Murray Report who burn the midnight oil and make sure that we're broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's an honor to volunteer with all of you. Thank you for that. I'm going to save that meme and I'm going to show it to her on her birthday. It's the only day I'm nice to her.
That's perfect. That works.
Very good. Now, Lexi, you did have your hand up, but I think it went down when you interjected for a second. Is there something that you
Oh,
wanted to?
that'll alarm me for interjecting and then not noticing. Yeah, well, I didn't want to move off this topic if you guys hadn't finished razzing Yehuda. Well, I mean, I could contribute that I just noticed a clown nose on Putin's smarmiest friend, Solovyov. I didn't see him on Julia Davis, but Polish TVP seems to have an item on him. That's Putin's smarmiest friend. So I was just wondering if you wanted to exercise this matter further, or Yuda had made a request for us to go on to other news topics about Ukraine, and I was going to mention one, but what's your pleasure?
Oh, go ahead and mention one. Actually, it looks like Yehuda dropped. I don't know if he had technical issues or one of the kids woke up. It could be one or the other or both.
Yeah, well,
So go ahead.
like Carrie, I'm in his time zone. We're burning the midnight oil. Well, because what I do in the interludes is as I say, I go and check news stories that I can find on my YouTube channel. And so I was interested to try and find the reports of the visit of I thought it was 4 or 5, maybe 7 African leaders who of course were in Kiev today. And despite whatever Cyril Ramaphosa's press secretary had to say, there was a bloody attack of Kinjal missiles on Kiev today, and they went into a shelter. Um, and this press secretary had the nerve to say there weren't any attacks on Kiev. Anyway, what a masterstroke of Vladimir Putin. So I watched this press conference because I mean, I think, I do applaud a group of African countries who sent their prime ministers, presidents, what have you. Although I don't applaud their premise for this peace mission, but unlike the UN General Secretary, they did go to Kiev first, and I think they got an earful, and they held a press conference. And Zelensky's speech was excellent, although I don't understand why Zelensky cannot get a smoother English interpreter. But anyway, he had a lot to say, and so the only channel I could get the most of the news conference on was France 24. So it's worth looking at. Um, Zelensky really, I mean, he's got very good preparation for this meeting, and he knows very well that the African countries are concerned about the food prices, the grain prices. He talks about grain from Ukraine. Fabulous. And tries to talk a little sense. There are two of these leaders who have voted against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And one is, I think, Zambia, although that this president didn't say anything about that. But the president of Les Îles Comoros, was quite apparently outspoken, and was the most has done the most to speak against the Russian invasion. So what you've got butting heads is, of course, Zelensky's peace plan and Ramaphosa's weird view of how all territorial disputes have to end in negotiation, etc., and there has to be de-escalation on both sides. Well, I think Zelensky took him to Bucha. I'm not sure how Bucha retains, we were talking about this earlier, what one sees when one goes to much repaired Bucha nowadays. Anyway, but there must be some way they've preserved some sites to enable leaders on a short time frame to go and visit. So Zelensky talked very well. I mean, the speech was amazing. I'd like to get the transcript. The interpreter's not fabulous, but about grain from Ukraine, and in contrast with Ramaphosa's, there must be free flow of grain and fertilizers, the ammonia pipeline that Ukraine will not open without return of all the political prisoners and children. Um, he talked about the need for the UN's principles to be actually implemented. He showed them. He talked to them about the attack, the explosion. You don't explode a dam. The blowing up of the dam. Um, and the disaster that that's created. He showed them key points of the war, and the press conference, in the press conference, he talked about them in nice, succinct manner. So I think there's lots of ramifications out of this. A well selected group of African leaders, like you get two francophone countries, you get one North African country, Egypt, five of the majority of them have pretty bad lines. Anyway, South Africa, the leader, and so on and so on. There are lots and lots of ramifications, and it's something to just sort of put on our dashboards, or whatever we call it, our radars for coming days. But it was a good, though difficult, initiative, because these guys are off to St. Petersburg tomorrow. And I'm just wondering, given all of the smarminess of Vladimir Putin, what plays to African sensibilities is Vladimir Putin going to try tomorrow? I just, I know you can't write the stuff that this guy comes up with. You couldn't make it up. So I'm just holding my breath, waiting to see it. But at any rate, I think that Zelensky's and his whole staff have done a really good job on this, and be interested in anybody's views of that.
Yeah,
I'm
I think. Oh, go ahead, Sinclair.
I just want to I'm going to just quickly say good evening, good morning to everybody. I'm going to pop in so that Mockers could come up. She's very excited and has had some coffee. So I think this is time. for me to step away. I'm going to drop down to listener, but I love you guys. Thank you for having me tonight. This has been very special. So I'll talk to you guys another time. I'll be back on Sunday and I'll be
Great.
listening for a while.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure tonight. We have had some really good conversation and conversation that I appreciate very much. And I look forward to co-hosting with you again. I think we're on the schedule again next week together. And we'll see what we come up with for that day. So
Hoorah! Let's go, baby. Ladies' night. Okay, everybody, Slava Ukraine. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Viram Slava, good night. Thank you so much.
Nighty night, Sinclair, and thank you so much for jumping in. And you know how much I appreciate my sleep, so very glad you did, because it means I can actually get the rest that I need, and I wake up generally not wanting to kill people. Well, not everyone.
Well, please bring your non-murderous self to the co-hosting seat I dropped down.
Thanks. And lexicon, it's interesting because I was very curious about how this visit from the African leaders would go, and I had some other stuff going on, and I wasn't able to pay as close attention to it today as I would want to. But I know that Zelensky is always, I'm sure, presented his 10-point peace plan. But I know that the African leaders were also coming with their peace plan, which was a pile. And despite the interpretation, I'm glad that Zelensky had a good speech. He always has good speeches, and I hope that I don't know. We'll see. I think there's so much that is also there are so many curious things about this visit that happened, including the the incident at the airport in Poland, where security evidently is held up in Poland until Sunday, along with their, what is it, 120 containers of weapons that they brought along. It's something absurd. I mean, you don't take.
Got a plan for every occasion, haven't you, Prince? You know, but when
you're
a mum, you take along, like, your wet wipes and your extra baby stuff and a drink and emergency rations and things like that. So when you're a gunman, you take along your 12 boxes of extra guns, surely.
Evidently, and it's just, whatever it was absolutely absurd. And it makes you wonder what the motivation for that was, and did they think they were taking that into Ukraine with them? What kind of nut jobbers? I'm sorry, but that was, I think,
Photocopies of their documents.
yeah, absurd stuff. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah. Pro tip, diplomats, if you're going overseas and you want to take your security detail, make sure you notify the country that you're going to, of all the names and personal details of the people that are coming. And if they're bringing weapons, make sure you declare those ahead of time and get them cleared and vetted so that they can actually travel with you, especially if you're going to a country where a man's been attempted to be assassinated 15 times during this war, and you're bringing unidentified people with guns. Yeah, that was totally going to go happen.
Yeah, it just, yeah. Mm-hmm. And now they're stuck there till Sunday. I wonder if they were planning to take them to Russia with them also.
I don't know. You couldn't even get away with that in America. You guys love your guns. You couldn't get into America with undeclared people with guns.
That's so true. That's so true. I don't even know what it's like.
Try just going into America with anything gun shaped, right? It doesn't even have to be a gun. It just has to look slightly like one on an X-ray, right? you will find yourself in a room being talked to by a very serious person. Believe me.
Are you speaking from experience?
I know a guy, put it that way. Will.
So, funny story. I was in the United States on September 11th, and 3 days after September 11th, 2001, I went to the airport to get on a plane to go to Oman, which was where I was working at the time. And I was married to an American lady, and I was leaving America from Montana, an airport, and I was flying to make a connection. Then I was going to Oman. Um, but I had just previously been on a short trip into Russia, and my wife took me out to the airport to drop me off right at the ticket counter with my army-looking duffel bag that I always carried with me with all my stuff. And so she goes up to the counter with me. Like, you don't have to, I've got everything because I've traveled so much. And she goes up to the counter and said, "Where are you going today, sir?" And I mean, there was guys with guns in the airport in rural Montana. And she said, "Oh, he's going to Russia." And I said, "No, no, I'm going to Oman." She goes, "Russia, Pakistan, Oman, wherever you go in the world." And then turned around and promptly left me there to deal with this. And then I felt like Billy in Midnight Express, because they went through absolutely everything I owned, like just unrolled everything. And then it was in a big heap in the airport. And they go, "Yeah, you can put all that back together." So the key is, right, if I didn't have anything with me that was sus, but it was 3 days after September 11th. Thanks very much, Michelle. And the key is, you can carry security details go along oftentimes, and they're armed. The United States, Biden's security detail went in. The key is you got to declare all those people ahead of time. And even though they checked, they had checked shipping containers with their guns in them, you've got to tell people who's going to be armed and stuff. It was just the silliest approach to doing that. Yet, I'll note that a lot of people, if that happened to them, especially presidents of nations, probably would have turned around and said, "If I can't take my security detail, I'm not going." And that seemed a little bit sus to me. And I thought maybe, wow, these guys are really on a mission here. And I'm not sure it's the mission of peace. I think it's the mission to deliver a message. And with the message being delivered of 6 Kinzhals and 6 cruise missiles to the Capitol while they were visiting, on a mission from another party in a peace process. It just seemed really sus to me, the whole thing, because the message clearly is we'll we'll shoot rockets and missiles even at a peace delegation that's there that we knew was coming, because we're not really interested in peace. And yeah, that their plan was an absolute laughable non-starter of a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess, and I'm just I'm chuckling over it, but also wanting to bang my head against the wall, because it's just the absurdity of it all is a bit crazy. I'd love to tell you what happened overnight, mockers, but I'm not quite sure.
Have you been busying yourselves with like proper conversation? Crikey.
Well, what I can tell you is evidently Yehuda's mom was named one of the 50 most influential Jews.
And I learned a lot about tampons, just saying.
Yeah, this is true.
Well, you know what? You'd have to teach me as well, because, well, let's just say for 6 years I haven't needed to worry about that sort of thing. It's bliss. I know. I know, but I've just made everybody think I'm like 97 now.
Well, but the thing is that what it was Kristaps came up and was talking about new sanctions coming on, and one of those sanctions is now no tampons and no feminine hygiene products. And we were talking about this, and one of the points that I did bring up after the subject had sort of passed, that we knew the guys were really annoyed with the subject of tampons, was was the fact that, remember the conscripts who were told to have their families go and buy tampons and pads and things such as that for them to have for first aid kits so that they could like plug a hole with a tampon and thinking that would fix it. No, it won't. But anyway,
Well,
yeah.
actually, it would be good. It would be quite good, actually, in that role. I mean, if you didn't have something to fix a bullet wound, a tampon would be excellent, sterile, good plug in there. Put a pressure bandage over it. It would be quite good, Prince. But it's because the consistency of a tampon is very much like a pressure dressing. But the key is, pressure dressings come in multiple different sizes to deal with that, and tampons are only really good for, well, maybe two things, but a bullet hole. They wouldn't be good for a big laceration, broad thing.
I don't think
The
good
issue, sorry, go ahead, Sinclair.
No, sorry, I'm just jumping in. I think it's not as good for things that are a wound, right? Because it would be it wicks too much. It would take away from clotting abilities. Am I wrong?
Actually, exactly that. Yeah, they are designed to be especially absorbent, and once they've reached the limit of their absorbency, they basically just start to bleed out, and they continue wicking away that liquid, shall we say. So yeah, if you're actively bleeding and you whack one of those in, it will plug the gap for a while, but then it will continue to assist with the bleeding. So yeah, not perfect.
And we've
So yeah.
gotten back to tampon talk.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. But yeah, despite not having seen one for over 5 years, I've got I've still got a fair idea of how they work. And gosh, right, I've got to say that I had a little peek at Russian Telegram before I went to bed last night, and golly gosh, they were not having a good time, shall we say. They were very excited, not in a good way. So this was because there was no electricity in big chunks of Crimea, and I do mean big chunks. That I think there were like 4 places that gradually went out, and you know what? I don't know if they've got their electricity back yet, which is something. But during that time, while they were all in the dark and what have you, there was a boom in Jankoy. Now we know that place, don't we? Jankoy, do believe might be a bit of a logistics hub and airport, airfield. That one. What do you reckon, Will?
So beauty, because not only is it a logistics hub, but if they hit the airport, that's where they base most of their attack helicopter fleet.
I'm trying to find out exactly where they hit now, but yeah, every time I see Jankoy, I think, oh, that must have been a good one. Let's hope they've hit something really important, like all of the helicopters. We did have a little chat about helicopters last night, which was interesting. That the type of helicopters that Ukraine have been, not Ukraine, the other ones, Russia, the type of helicopters that Russians have been placing at these Berdyansk and Jankoy and what have you, they appear to be more naval helicopters. And there was a query as to why it was this particular type. And it was a case that the Ka-52 helicopter is becoming endangered, an endangered species. That's the one. And so they're having to make do with things that aren't quite the same. Still useful, but they've got more of them, basically. So yeah, it seems that they are. At one point, I was really watching the numbers of helicopters and stuff because I wanted to know when they were going to run out of certain things, and I think it might be starting. They might be getting to the point where some things are in shorter supply now. I'm enjoying watching from afar. Just there was another KA-52 helicopter shot down yesterday, I believe. That was claimed by the general staff, and so endangered species getting short in supply. What a terrible shame for the Russians, eh? Lexicon.
Well, yeah, I've been looking at this a lot because, and you might notice these damn helicopter gunships of the Russians, the KA whatever's and stuff, that you're quite right, Berdyansk airport, which is even shorter distance for them to fly. They've got, we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about there's like 36 of them, and they've wisely, cunningly stuck them all around the perimeter of that airport. And of course, Ukraine's been left with nothing that exactly fills the bill for taking these out. And they're murderous things. I mean, they're gunships, so they've got an awful set of mortars, missiles, things on them. They come in and make a right mess of, let's say, an engagement going on. And without the F-16s and stuff, without glide bombs, without, TACMs. So what are you going to do with these things? And they're, when some people are, they're starting to be, there's a sort of flush of articles about how because there's lack of a sort of air war on the Ukrainian side, or peer effort on the Ukrainian side, despite the fact that the Russian pilots are scared to death, they're nonetheless able to deliver some of their nastier missiles from safe at home, near home. And the slowness of or maybe the length of time the prodding phase is going to have to go on is because an awful lot of engagement that Ukraine wants to get into can be quite disrupted and by these helicopters, and it's hard to deal with them. Of course, once they come out of the barrel, once they're visible, they get shot down. And indeed, I think it was reporting from Ukraine showed the engagement in which that helicopter you mentioned got taken out today. But I don't know if people who know the equipment, the numbers better would be able to say. But a number, even some guy called the Prince from as far away as somewhere in India, Delhi or somewhere, is a sympathetic guy, does a big long item, and it's these helicopters that are a big part of the complexity of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. It's early days, but I'd like to learn about that. And it just increases my usual frustration about why don't we have GLSDBs? Why don't we have TACMs? Why don't we have F-16s? Why don't we have any wonder of a number of things that would deal with this Achilles heel that has evolved? So be glad to hear anything about it, and I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on it.
Go ahead, Primus.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry.
Good to go then?
Good to go.
All right. So, attack helicopters, especially Russian ones. During the war in Afghanistan, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the Afghans, reputed to have said, they don't fear the Russians, but they do fear their attack helicopters. At the time, they were generally flying the Militov Mi-24 Hinds, which was and still widely used even in this war. Basically it's an armored attack helicopter. It's really big, strong engines on it, and it's built pretty solidly. It also has the ability to carry a few infantry guys there as well, so it can act as both a transport and an attack helicopter. So it's very good if you ever seen like Rambo or really most movies for the last 30 years of a Russian attack helicopter on it, you've probably seen a Hind. The K-50 and K-52 Hokum, it's the same thing, one pilot versus two. Is a particularly good attack helicopter by Russian standards. It's maybe a third of the cost of an Apache and probably a quarter of the capability, which I think is more of a compliment to the Apache rather than insult to what the Hokum does. So the problem with the helicopters, when you don't have the air cover and you don't have sufficient air defense, short range air defense isn't going to cut it on this. I mean, the reason is, like a Gepard is only going to be able to shoot 3 to 5 kilometers out. A Stinger can only shoot at max, out to 8 kilometers, and that's only if it's during the daylight. Because while a heat-seeking missile can see something at night, see it quite well, the operator can't really see it very well. So that can be difficult. I mean, there's ways to deal with it like night vision, but you're just not going to see something that far out because it's not like they're flying around with their nav lights on or something. So the missiles that these things are using, and they kind of have to come to a hover to use it properly, at least momentarily. They can lob it out there from 10 to 12 kilometers, and they can fire them at night. So that's the problem when you can only go out to maybe 7 or 8 kilometers on a good day. So what the Russians have been doing, since they don't have to worry about enemy airplanes, and they don't have to worry about air defenses really a whole lot, and they've been saving these anti-tank missiles for when there was a Ukrainian offensive. That's why you've mainly been seeing them use rockets and not the precision missiles, because they're saving them for this, because they don't have a whole lot of them. They're using them as kind of almost like a mobile reserve, like a mobile anti-armor reserve. It can just kind of fly around and try to plug the gaps there. And you know what? I mean, it's been effective because there really isn't anything to counter it. So, I don't know what the Ukrainians are really going to do. I mean, it helps try to fight at night, but these things can fly at night too. So, at least you don't have the drones that are correcting artillery and that kind of thing, as much of an issue at night there. But, the attack helicopters are pretty dangerous, until the Ukrainians get more things like Crotel and Rapier, or more of the SA-8 Geckos, which is kind of a medium range, battlefield range mobile SAM. There's really not a lot they can do. Because even if you brought up Gepards with the armored columns that are problem, again, they're just substantially outranged. There's really nothing you can do. And then you have the Russian Su-25 Frogfoots coming in with basically the same missile. And just one of those attack helicopters can carry 12 of those things and get them off in fairly rapid succession. And every one of those missiles, especially when it's coming high on down, it's not going to be hitting the front glacis of a tank. It could open it up from a lot of angles. So an anti-tank guided missile, especially coming from the air, is very dangerous. So it's effective, but they're still taking losses. I mean, I think they've probably lost maybe half of the fleet of those helicopters at this point. And that's just Hokums. They also have the Mi-28s, some codename Havoc, which is also probably actually a slightly better helicopter. It's just it wasn't as politically favored. So those are out there too. So anyways, helicopter stuff, they're a pain to deal with, and they're going to continue to be. They're probably the most effective anti-armor units the Russians have at this point.
Thank you very much, Primus. Will, do you want to get in on this?
Yeah, I do if I can get my mic off. Primus, have you heard anything more though about the ANTWQ one, the Avengers, the surface to air missile system? back, even those went to Ukraine, a number of those very early on. So we saw them in the field months before, months ago in the early wintertime. We saw pictures of those on the ground. And it seems to me that those, Humvee based Stinger system, which is on a truck so they can move. I thought those were the things that were going to be very effective that you could use close to the battlefield. The missiles are ubiquitous. They're fast moving, and they're not so expensive that if you lost them, they'd be a massive loss. So you could move them up into threat danger for seed close to the battlefield, or close to the front lines. But I guess I don't know. We don't know whether or not what's being used to shoot down these hookums. But you would think that if they can get those in close enough, they do have a better radar system on them than the handheld Stingers. So I would have thought those. And Zelensky has said they're keeping the NASAMS and the other stuff, unfortunately, closer to the cities. And he apologized to the guys at the front line for having to leave more of the air defense closer to the cities. But he thought it was an important thing to tell them we're doing this, and you're going to have to take. Not he didn't say you're going to have to take your lumps, but that's essentially what it means. So it seems to me that making sure that they have placement of all of their man pads as close as possible, and that they can move these Avengers and whatever stopgap systems they have in place. But absolutely, the absolute best way to take these things out is through the 10,000 titanium balls that come in Gimlers. If you can get those air bases where they park all the helicopters or Storm Shadows even. But those we've heard in the recent past, as Lexicon referred to, this possible serious problem with Russia being able to field attack helicopters the way Primus described. I think the longer range missiles from that Drive article are very few in number, but clearly they're able to move closer to the the front lines than Ukraine is. But it is good to see that they are taking some of these down. And I hope they can find the way to make sure they get more of them. Especially, I'd like to hear where those Avengers are, because this is the thing that Aaron periodically comes up and talks about from Australia, that there is a Hawkeye, that armored vehicle that since 2018, they've fitted NASAMS on those, and they can, fill this role better even than the Avenger. But, based on what Mick Ryan was saying, I think it's pure fancy to think that we're going to be supplying things from Australia that are the bleeding edge of what we have, rather than when we can't even give them to free up the Hawkeyes yet and Bushmasters in numbers required. So, big problem to solve still.
I'll respond to that.
Of course.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, I mean, Avengers a fine system in a sense. I mean, it's good that it has a radar. I mean, it's the same thing with the Gepard. It's good that it has a radar, because, when those Russian helicopters roll into the battlefield, suddenly their electronic warning systems will light up and say, okay, well, I'm being painted by like a KU band radar or whatever they're using. So that makes them nervous, and they've certainly shown a desire to be risk adverse. So it makes them feel edgy. But I mean, you put a Stinger on an Avenger system, it's still a Stinger. It has the same range, and that range just isn't adequate, because I mean, you're not going to be deploying the Avengers ahead of your columns, and quite frankly, since they're outranged anyways, that's probably, if it was me, if I was running an attack helicopter, it'd probably be the first thing I'd target. Then I'd start working over the infantry fighting vehicles and the tanks, so yeah. I mean, it's what they need are things that have, more range. I mean, the French Crotel system goes out to about 16, 17 kilometers, so that can basically go out to almost the horizon, which is really what you need with this kind of situation. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, in a lot of ways, NATO neglected short range air defense. So there just isn't a whole lot to give because, we kind of stopped worrying about that stuff 30 years ago. Because, I mean, we haven't had to deal with airplanes, attacking anyone for, since really World War II, maybe the Korean War. The North Vietnamese got lucky once or twice and, bombed a destroyer that was on a picket. And that was about it. I mean, we haven't had to worry about the enemy air threat going after our ground forces for a long time. So, I mean, even things like Patriot, I mean, as good as that is, I mean, that probably should have been replaced 20 or 30 years ago with, with a next generation of air defense. But we, as part of the peace dividend, we kind of skipped a generation of stuff. Well, people like the Russians and Chinese didn't necessarily do that. And, a lot of the good things which should be good for this kind of situation, for dealing with attack helicopters, because this is a problem that's, 30 or 40 years old, we retired because, I mean, what's the chance someone's going to use an attack helicopter against the U.S. Army? That's ridiculous. Well, this situation's a little different, and that's exactly why they're pulling a lot of this stuff out of the storage bin, because this is the war it was designed for. And frankly, we should all be expecting this kind of war because, I mean, in a peer-on-peer conflict, there's really no guarantee that anyone's going to have, air dominance, control the airspace all the time. And they're kind of waking up to that. But I mean, it's not like it was being neglected. It's just that, we spent like 20 years in Afghanistan and Iraq, chasing around jihadis. They didn't have attack helicopters and airplanes, so there really wasn't a need for it. And it's expensive kit for sure. And even the surface air missiles that we have, the big ones like Patriot and THAAD, so Theater High Altitude Air Defense System, Aegis Ashore, which is just basically an Aegis system that's ashore, is mainly focused on the anti-ballistic missile threat. So fortunately, that's coming in pretty handy. And, they're also still very capable against planes, but I mean, it's not like that capability has evolved as much as you'd think over 30 years either. But then again, not a whole lot of things have. So anyways, there we go.
Thank you very much, Primus. Lexicon.
Yeah, well, I admire your cheerful tone. I mean, so outraged has become my new trigger word because all the solutions we have, all the NATO countries have got baked in a calendar that goes beyond this counteroffensive campaign, or like what we'd like it to be able to do something in this fighting season. I appreciate F-16s will come in and strafe the shit out of those Russians in their trenches next winter. But so in the meantime, I wondered for the longest time, what does Putin get out of smashing down high-rise, medium-rise apartment buildings in Kryvyi Rih and just killing people? But of course, obviously, what he's doing is he's forcing the Ukrainians to spread all their air defenses around all the cities, trying to guess, which cities. There's 50 major, like significant sized cities in Ukraine that are on the target list to keep Ukraine's air defenses pinned down there. And I didn't know that Zelensky had made that specific point in his speech. I'm props to him for speaking directly to the soldiers about sorrow about this. But that's what's grieving me, that we haven't got a way. Your ATACMS can't come till next year when the Congress votes the budget, and nobody else can send them. And the GLSDBs were going to be 9 months since last December, except the two companies making them couldn't get their act together. So it's going to, I don't know how long it's going to be, and so on and so on. So yeah, it is a sort of after a lot of great achievements and excellent work on the part of Ukraine in the counteroffensive, there's just these baked in slow obstacles, hurdles in the marching plan. But I like your cheerful tone. I shall try to adopt it.
Go on then, Privates.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I saw that with the National Defense Authorization for 2024, that, ATACMS, would theoretically be coming in there. I mean, that's not law yet. It's a proposal, as part of it, but I don't think the president has signed off on it. But I mean, the reality is, they could do a presidential drawdown authority, the appropriate kind of PDA, and get those missiles over in crates probably within 72 hours. They could actually have them in Ukraine because you just load up a transport plane and send them over. So I mean, they could come a lot sooner than that. Hopefully the ones they get are the ones which still have the DPICM, the cluster munitions on there, because they're great for ripping up everything at an airfield. Because that's really the best way to deal with these attack helicopters. I mean, yeah, the air defense, out of the very edge of this range, going against these helicopters, lobbing them out from their long range out there, that's great and all. But if you can blow them up at their airfield, it's even better, because it's not like these things can fly like hundreds of kilometers. I remember there was one battle the Ukrainians were running, their Mi-24s, and they were refueling at like a forward refueling point, forward air refueling point, a FARP, like I think like 50, 60 kilometers, like just outside of artillery range, and possibly even in it, because they just land, they fill up off a big bag of fuel, and then they just take right off again. Throw a few rockets in the pods, and off they go again. So, maybe if the Russians are doing that too, I don't think they would, because they know that the Ukrainians basically know everything that they're doing on there, so they're probably further back, so they really can't even linger very long. Which is a good thing, which is why you need ATACMS to hit these airfields, because they're a bit farther back, and that's really kind of the point of ATACMS, is to kind of go after really airfields and high value targets, airfields being one of them, that are supporting the battlefront, and do it in a very responsive manner, which is why, the Army wanted them, which is why the Army has responded, isn't interested in deep strike, because they don't want to have to wait for the Air Force to get around to it. So it's interesting that, just generally speaking, that the Army seems to be getting really aggressive on the deep strike capability, and they are really talking deep strike, because you have let's see, they're just rolling out basically ground launched Tomahawks with 1,000-kilometer range, and they're also going to be rolling, they call that a medium range missile, and then you are going to have their hypersonic missiles, and those are like, I don't know, like anywhere between $10 to $30 million a shot. But that's called, I believe, Dark Eagle, and that can go out to like maybe like, well, several thousand kilometers at a really high rate of speed. So like you could be in New York and probably hit Vancouver with something like that. But the Army considers that support. I don't know, but it is what it is there. So attack them sooner rather than later would be nice.
I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind that. Sorry, I'm being asked questions in the background, but I have something to add. Russian channels about today's battle. So this was yesterday, and I'm going to try this. Piatikatiki. That's as good as it's getting. Has become a field of serious battles with both infantry and tanks. Near Orikhiv, Robotyn remains the direction of the main blow. The enemy have regrouped. This is coming from a Russian channel, by the way. Fortified in the grey zone, pulled up mortars. Their Western technology is equipped with night vision. It's almost like they think the Ukrainians are cheating with that night vision, eh?
It's quite the advantage.
Bless them with their cheeky night vision. So, it would appear that the Russians have been having a terrible time, and What the heck happened in the Bilhorod People's Republic last night? There was the very top of a tall building on fire, and I'm not quite sure what happened there. Does anybody have any more info on that?
A fire started.
Smoking accident, huh? One of those. Yeah, it seemed quite dramatic, I must say. Hey, guess what I've got? I've got some numbers. Would you like some numbers?
Yay, numbers.
Exactly. And there's some good things on these numbers today, I must say. We have, for the 17th of June, 670 liquidated personnel. We are at a grand total of 219,170 liquidated personnel. There's a lot. 1,000, by the way. Yeah, 219,170. Crikey. We have 12 tanks. Hey, Prince. Did you know?
What?
No, that's 11 more tanks than they had in the parade in Moscow.
That is amazing.
It's embarrassing, isn't it?
I do love to hear it.
23 armoured personnel vehicles. We like to see that. 22 artillery systems and 3 MLRS. That's a good haul for today. That's some bumper crop. A helicopter, believe it or not. A KO-52 Alligator. If anybody needs any, handbags and shoes. We have 7 UAVs, 12 cruise missiles, of which